Hey, Bubba.
Hey, Melanated, do I have an echo?
No.
No. I don't?
Oh, yeah, a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah, a
Yeah.
little bit. Is it bad?
No, it's only
No, it's
when
Is it bad?
no, it's only
No, it's
when someone else is talking.
Okay, what about now?
Um,
Um,
yeah.
yeah. I don't know what's going. I think because I dropped my phone. Like I dropped my phone like really hard yesterday. I'm talking about it hit the floor hard, and I'm already tall, so it dropped all the way down. I may have to get a new phone for real.
Do you use earphones when you join panels?
No, I did. I turned the Bluetooth off, all that, and I don't know. Every time I go on a live, they think like, well, they say I have an echo. One guy just blocked me because he thought I was recording the live after he invited me up. But I never record lives.
Because I
At
know
least not
that
when I'm on the panel. Huh?
sometimes when I
Sometimes
join
when
a
I join.
panel and if I'm not using headphones, it'll have an echo. But then when I put my headphones in, it stops.
Oh, headphones stop the echo. I thought headphones caused the echo.
It's always been the opposite for me.
Might try that when I get my headphones in the house.
Yeah, so I was looking at a video of mine that a mutual reposted, and there was someone in the chat defending John Brown and calling Maceo a bitch.
Offending a man that said he don't do anything outside of TikTok, and he just used recycled talking points. Everything he hears said in black people's lives. That's the
Yeah.
question.
That was just
That's crazy work. But let me tell you about the live I got blocked out of. It's like, so they were talking about the case, and everyone was just talking about feelings. No one cited any penal codes, anything. So I'm in the chat, being the chat warrior and whatnot. Saying that I don't know the length of, like, they're saying he's not supposed to have the poker, but they don't even know the length. But they're already saying he wasn't supposed to have it. Yada yada yada. Carmelo was in the wrong. Austin was in the wrong. Carmelo shouldn't have done that. He invited me up because people were saying I was being racist, and I was like, no, I can't be racist. Black people can't be racist. And he invited me up, and it was like, this guy's recording, I guess, because he can hear my echo. And then he dropped and blocked me instantly. Like, it was crazy.
damn.
Yeah, it's a goofy paper. I don't know how to stop this echo. I'm about to go get my headphones a little bit and see if that works.
All right. Oops. I did not mean to do that. I was trying to accept the person in the request, and then they canceled the request.
All right,
Hello?
I'm gonna go back down and get the likes up to 1,000.
All right, thanks.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Could you just give us your name, age, and race?
All right, my name is, I just go by Quan.
Quan.
Age, yeah,
All right.
18. You need my birthday?
No.
Oh, okay. 18. And I mean, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm kind of slow, but I guess you could say like I'm African American. My father's black and my mother's Puerto Rican. So I don't know what you'd call me. I'm mixed, I guess, mixed.
Do
But
people, when they see you, do they think that you're black?
yeah, you could tell.
All right. Okay.
So what I think is, you know, everybody has, I guess you could say, stigma. Like everybody, every race, every ethnicity has some type of stigma, whether it be good or bad. And I feel like, are you black?
Yeah, I'm black.
I feel like our people, and don't get me wrong, like white people have, they paint themselves a bad picture as well. but I feel like our people, as of recent times, have painted this picture of all of us is ignorant, we're all loud, we're all, hurtful, we resort to violence, and definitely not our older generation, definitely not, because all of my uncles, all of my aunties, so nicest people I've ever met, the most calm people I've ever met. It's more so the new generation, the teenagers and the 20-year-olds that really paint this picture of us being violent. And I feel like it should be more so like, could other people, or should other people, why should other people be able to trust us and feel safe around us? Like, what can we do to kind of
Wow.
fix that? Because it's really, there's no real way to, you can't really deny it. Like, people, whether it be white people, Hispanic people, there are people that feel uncomfortable being around us just based off of the way our younger generation has portrayed us
That's
as
a
a whole.
lie. That's a lie. They've always portrayed us that way, ever since we got here. So I don't know how you come up with this crazy opinion that a small group of people represents a whole group of people. That doesn't
I
even
mean,
make sense. Why don't you
you
start
could
looking for the
you could say that,
engineers
but
and the
people
PhDs?
generalize as people.
Why aren't you looking at the accomplishments of our community making today? There's a doctor who has found a cure to cancer. You got engineers. You got people that are actually out there doing things, but you want to place the blame on a small group of people who have been impacted by racism. Okay, gotcha.
What are you talking about? All I'm saying is that
Saying you don't know
our
what the fuck
people.
you're talking about is what
All
I'm
right,
saying, Baikun.
you could say that. Okay. All I'm saying
Say
is that
Baikun.
okay, that's cool. All I'm saying is that I'm definitely not wrong. People have looked at our people bad with disrespect based off of the younger generation and how they act. You could say I'm wrong. I don't really care if you don't agree with my opinion, because at the end of the day,
I
we
think
all
you
have opinions.
internalized your own behavior. That's what I'm thinking. I think that you're the one that behaves badly, and now you're trying to project it onto the
I
community.
think he's given his perspective.
Yeah, I'm definitely giving my perspective, and I don't
Teddy,
understand why
nobody's
you're
talking
saying.
to your hunky ass.
I don't look at you're being racist. Look
That's
at
not
you. That is
racist.
crazy. You
Do
just
you
called him
even
a
know?
honky.
Do
You just
you
called him
even
a
know?
honky.
Do you know what that is? Have you looked in the history of that word? Because I have. Would you like a lesson on it?
Yo, you
Yes,
sound like
please.
Would you like a
you're
lesson?
smart.
Would you like a lesson on it?
Go ahead, yeah. You just proved my whole
Well,
point,
go
by
ahead
the
and
way.
go ahead and do that Cash App and go buy the book. I put it in there.
Oh, you're sad. You just proved my whole point.
You're
the issue
upset.
with our
You're
community.
upset. You're upset. You're upset.
You just
You're
started
upset.
cursing at me.
And you're not part of our community.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm going to say that right now. You're not part of our community. Someone who's going to blame our community for racism is not part of the community.
No one is
You don't know
blaming.
what you don't even understand.
Never did that.
You don't understand.
Never did that. You're ignorant.
You don't understand
You're
what
ignorant.
our communities have gone through.
Ignorant.
You're not part of our community.
Never said.
You already admitted that.
Okay.
You're stupid.
Stupid.
Hello to everybody. Hello.
You are very ignorant.
Joe 64, welcome.
Who do you think you are, Teddy?
Sorry, I was just trying to chime
Who do you
in.
think you are? You think you're better than everybody up
I was
here.
just waiting for my turn. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Quan, you didn't even know your race when you came up. What are you talking about?
I said that I'm very stupid and I don't know what you would call me. That's what I said. I never said I didn't know my own race. I said I just don't know what you'd call me.
And I didn't say anything about them not being black. I said they're not part of the community.
No, you said that.
If you're sitting up here,
okay.
if you're sitting here up here and you're going to blame the youth of today, that means first of all you have a narrow sight. You're only looking at a small group of people and you're listening to what white people are saying. You are ignorant. You are ignorant. You don't even know what your identity is. People have to help you identify yourself. You're stupid. And you don't even have impulse control. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look how pathetic you are. Look how pathetic you are.
keep muting me.
Get your emotions under control, and then you can talk. Get your emotions under control, Bycoon, and then you can talk.
All right. Hello to the host.
Wait until the host addresses you.
Right. So, Teddy, give us your age and race.
I'm 20 and I'm white.
Thought so. Did you want to address the prompt?
I was just curious by like trust white people with what?
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm curious to find out.
So, is there something about the question that's confusing for you?
Yes, there's no subject. Why should black people trust white people? And I'm asking, trust them with what?
In general, bro. She mean in general.
He knows.
No, I'm
He
I'm
knows. Yeah,
genuinely
you
curious.
do. Yeah, you do. So, True, give us your age
And
and race.
all right, Ken.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Hello to the host panel. I'm a black man, you know, like James Brown, proud, black and I'm proud, and 34.
All right, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts, you know, I know there's nothing new under the sun, so I would say no, don't trust them at all.
Why is that?
I mean, they have a track record of living by the sword. How did they get this land? They stole it with the sword. How did they get Canada? They stole it with the sword. How did they get Australia? They stole it with the sword. How did they get parts of Africa? Stealing it with the sword. They live by the sword, you know? All they do is steal, unalive, and destroy. I joyfully practice separation. Yes. I joyfully practice separation because, you know, that's the best thing to do, you know? And that's how I feel. I practice separation, and that's been benefit to me and my family and my household. I don't associate with them. I don't kick it with them. I don't talk with them, you know? And that's just the best way. I'm going to be blunt. To me, from the unborn seed to the newborn to the little children to the teenagers to the young adults to the adults to the old ones with Alzheimer's, they are all wicked. They're the devil, physical devil, all of them.
So I notice how Newport disagrees, but yet is calling us the N-word.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, they have forked tongues. You know, 1 minute they love it, can't trust them at all. You just can't. Never trust your enemy.
Yo, hello.
Let me get a chance to
Right.
talk because I do
What's
want to
up?
say something.
All right, yeah, I was just gonna get
He's
to you,
speaking the white man,
Alex. I was gonna get
I'm
to you,
gonna go on mute.
Alex.
I'm gonna go on
the
mute.
white man's language.
Y'all can't even speak your own language correctly. Be quiet.
Speaking my language.
Right. So, Alex, give us your age and
Go ahead,
race.
nigger.
See?
Yeah,
You
committing violence is a
tripping. You tripping.
nigger.
See?
Niggers do.
Oh, kick Newport. Come on.
All right, so my see, bro just kind of changed my opinion. I ain't gonna lie.
Alex, so you were muted multiple times, and I think you heard us say that you can speak when the host addresses you. I don't think she introduced you into the conversation.
She
This
just
is a
said
TikTok
Alex.
live stream, not a town hall.
She literally just said, "Yeah, I was gonna let Alex speak." What do you mean?
So, Teddy, stay muted. The only person that should be speaking is Alex. So, Alex, can you give us your age and race?
I'm 24 years old and I'm black.
All right. Do you want to answer the prompt?
Yeah, I feel like okay. So I think I would say track record wise, no, we shouldn't trust them. But at the same time, I think we in a new generation, right? And this is why I'm saying that. Because like we're in the generations to the point where like some people around my age group, males, Like, they'll backdoor your own homie. Like, they'll be the ones promoting that shit, that backdoor shit. So you really can't really trust nobody. It's really no race attached to that. You really can't even trust nobody at this point. But just not trusting them solely because they're white. No, I don't agree with that. But personality wise, just like what bro came up on here, or a dude came up on here, no, I would not trust him for nothing. I wouldn't trust him for nothing. Just showing me his personality. But just anybody else just based off of black and white or Hispanic or anything, I wouldn't just trust them based off their ethnicity or race.
All right. So, Con, you want to give us your age and race?
Yeah, 36, Florida, black.
All right, and what are your thoughts?
Why should black people trust me? Why should black people trust me? I don't think that we should. I mean, I've had horrible experiences. I've had people in my circle that can attest to that. When it comes to trusting white tea people, they switch up. And that's just, unfortunately, that's the part that really hurts, because when you trust somebody so much and you're like, you take that person as your family, and then when it comes to a situation, they just switch up on you. That trust is broken. You know what I'm saying? So I've had several people, white tea people, that were part of my life, and I trusted them. And so honestly, I don't think that black people should trust white tea people. That's just my opinion.
All right. So, Teddy, what is your question?
Well, I could turn this question around and ask, why should white people trust black people? But I'm not going to do that.
Well, I'm going to answer that for you anyway.
All right.
You shouldn't.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why? I love black people.
Clearly you don't.
What?
My
You know me.
opinion is that you should not trust white people. I mean, you should not trust black people. You should stop trusting black people.
Why?
Leave us alone.
Why? Why should I
What
not
is-
trust black people?
Because you become so dependent on black people. And then you inflict your problems onto black people like
You
we
know
don't have
that?
our own shit to deal with.
You know that I do that? Like,
Yes,
Teddy,
yes, you
yeah,
do.
yeah. How do you
Yeah,
know
you
that?
do. You
How
all
do you
do
know
it.
that?
Anytime you
How
have
do
a
you know that?
problem, you
How do you
turn
know
to
that?
black people to fix it. Fix
Like
your
how?
own damn problems.
Give me an example, please.
Poverty, you turn to black people.
What does that
Anytime you
mean?
want to fight for your rights, you turn to
What
black
do you mean
people.
poverty? I turn to black
Looking for
people.
people to clean your houses because you can't do it yourself, you turn
Excuse
to
me?
black people. Looking for
Excuse
people
me?
to look after your kids, you turn to black people. Anytime you don't like the political outcomes, you expect black people to show out. Do it your damn selves.
What? Like, excuse me, but you don't know any of that for
You
a fact.
expect black people
Who's you?
to come together with you to
I
end
don't
the
expect
problem
black
that
people
you
to do anything.
perpetuate.
You're trying to put words into my own mouth and actions into my
That's
own
exactly.
lifestyle.
You never take accountability.
No,
No, you don't.
no, you know that, don't you? For a
Yeah.
fact. Yeah. Like what? How? I don't know the first thing about you, and I'm not going to pretend like I do.
So why is racism still prevalent today?
Because racists still exist.
And who are the racists?
All kinds of people.
Like who?
You can, pick from a dozen. They're everywhere.
What is race, Teddy?
I'd say, like, generally, like, your skin color or ethnic background. But it differs from dash and that. Okay. It's
So
not
what
an
is
ask-
racism?
Sorry?
What is racism?
A hatred, unwarranted hatred against someone of another group, specifically because of their race.
Do you know what I find really amusing?
What?
That there are certain words that y'all love to use
Okay, bro.
and include
Yeah.
that is not even part of the meaning.
I was that's what I
And
thought
there's
was the
two.
definition.
There's
Can you
two in
enlighten me then?
particular.
Instead of like picking me apart, and you just
There's two words in particular: hatred
please.
and judging. And do you know why that is? Because you're projecting. Those two words are not even a requirement for racism.
Enlighten me, please.
So how do you want to have a conversation about racism and you don't know what racism is?
You're
That
saying
is like trying to sit in an
you're saying I
exam
don't know what
and you skipped all of the lectures throughout
you're
the whole
saying
quarter.
I don't know what racism is, and
You
I'm asking
clearly
you to enlighten
don't.
me. If
You don't.
enlighten me,
Why don't you look it up? This is what I don't
I have.
understand. Why would you join a panel and you don't even understand what the topic is about?
If you're not muting me, I could,
You need to shut up when she's talking.
We're having a
Do you know how to
conversation.
do
You
that?
shut your mouth.
No. Conversation is a back and forth. Every time
Then
she
where did you
talks
chime
or
in then?
one of
Why
us talk, you are constantly interrupting. You are unable
You're
to
interrupting right
control your
now.
impulses and your urge to control a space. So you need to stop. Learn some manners. Learn some
You just
manners.
jumped.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
And what I also find interesting is you want to be an individual, but then show that you're a part of the collective.
I do that.
You've been doing that the entire time,
When?
along with the white people in the chat
Okay, bro.
and the confused people.
I was actually
in the
trying to
chat.
have a conversation.
You came up asking question after question. Oh, what do you mean by trust? What do you mean
Yes.
by this? You know
Yes, that's
exactly
how
what it means.
conversations
You
usually
just want to
go.
be obtuse on purpose.
No. That's how conversations go. We learn from each other, and you don't want to do that. You just
And what have you learned?
You just want to act like I haven't learned anything yet because you want to act like you know everything about me already.
I know what I see.
You don't see anything. You hear.
Oh, I see plenty.
What do you see? Tell me.
Hey, Ted.
Please. Yeah,
I
Danny.
see plenty.
These people hate me because I'm white.
I see a white tea person that's very fragile.
What's a white tea person?
Yeah, a white tea person complaining, oh, why do we have to say white tea? Because of your damn fragility. That's why we have to say white tea.
Okay.
And the next thing, you're going to try and act like white tea is a slur. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Not.
Hello. Teddy, why are you acting like it's a slur?
Bro, Danny, shut your mouth.
Teddy, you're acting like it's a slur. That's not.
It's not a slur. Bro.
So you're a fridge. You want to give us your age and race?
Left.
Yeah, of course he did.
Facts.
I'm
Yeah, that
still
kid
here.
was a loser. That kid was a loser, right, guys? Screw that kid. That kid sucked.
Hello.
Right. So, Dan, give us your age and race.
I'm 40 and I'm white.
What are your thoughts?
Why don't you trust white people?
Because white people haven't given us a reason to. That's
mean?
why. Because you
What
continue
reasons
to
you
do
looking
the
for?
same thing over and over and over again. And then instead of acknowledging why black people don't want to trust you, why black people want to be separated, you shift the blame.
You speak for the whole race?
Do you?
No. I
So
don't.
now you want to be an individual as well.
I am an individual. What do you
So why is it that you can be an individual but black people can't?
What do you mean? You can be an individual. You're
Exactly.
talking like you're
So
talking
you
about
want to
every black
know why
person
should
in
black
the
people
world.
trust white people?
I'm sorry?
Give us a reason why black people should trust white people.
No, because we're humans just like you.
So, but when have we ever been treated as such?
Right now.
Right now, really?
Yeah. Is there anything you could do that I can't? I mean,
Yes,
the other way around.
yes, you have the benefit of the doubt.
How so?
The fact that you're even asking how so shows that you are just so
I wanna hear
oblivious
from
to your
you.
own privilege. You have it right now.
What's the privilege? Where's my quote unquote white privilege?
It's all over.
Where?
And that is
Give
the
me an
first
example.
problem.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you where. You coming up here and demanding that Melanated explain herself to you.
I
She doesn't
demand
have to
anything.
explain
I asked a
nothing. Yes,
question.
you did. Yes, you did.
I asked a question. I demand anything.
Well, if you're asking a question, you're asking something of Melanated.
I mean, she made a claim. I asked her to fucking follow it
You
up.
came up here triggered by the topic, and you can't even answer the topic.
I'm not triggered whatsoever.
You're very triggered, sir.
No,
You're very triggered.
no, I'm not.
You guys share typical behaviors when you see this topic.
But I came up to see why are you talking about this?
Maybe we're hoping that some of you will understand that we don't trust you guys. Never, and we can't.
I mean, that's just.
And you guys want to be seen as individuals, which is the same behaviors you guys all display on these panels.
What behavior have I displayed that you don't agree with?
You coming up here and asking questions and demanding answers from the host.
Just because I asked a question doesn't mean
you
I'm
asked
demanding
multiple
anything.
questions.
you got the wrong.
You
wrong
came up
idea of
here.
what
First of all,
what's
you
being
came up
demanded.
here. No, not introduce yourself, and you just started yapping.
I
Next,
said
you
hello.
haven't even addressed the topic, and then you come up in here and demanding and asking questions, basically asking for labor. So I just
did answer
told
the
you
question.
what you're doing, right? I broke it down. I
All right,
identified
well,
your
you're dead
behavior.
wrong about it. Hate to break it to you.
I identified your behavior. Now, what's going to come next is full on rage, and you're going to start doing your overt racism, like
Nope,
you guys
I'm not
usually
racist
do.
at all. Hate to
You're
break it to
very
you.
much racist. You're very much racist.
No, see, I feel bad if that's the way that you feel. Seriously,
No, you don't.
I do.
No,
Because
you
you have
don't.
no
That's
idea who I am as a
gaslighting. That's
person,
actually
what I do
called
for work, what I
gaslighting.
do in
That's
my
actually
community. You have
called
no clue.
gaslighting. That's actually called gaslighting, and narcissists do that. Are you a narcissist?
Are you retarded?
Ooh, see, here we
Ooh.
go. Here we go.
Because
What did I
that's
tell
what you're
you?
thinking.
What did I
Like, is there
tell you?
something
What
wrong
did
with
I
you?
tell you? It would be coming out. It would eventually be coming
What's
out
coming out?
because
You can call me names, but I can't call you names.
of hit dogatitis, they always let themselves out. From the second
Well,
they
yeah,
get up on the
you're allowed to
panel,
say whatever you want.
when the second they get up
Anything
on the
about you. I
panel and start speaking without being introduced, to them not being able to control their impulses and stay on mute, to them not being able to answer the question, and then to them demanding of intellectual labor from the host. Pretty much sums it up of a racist.
That was a legitimate question.
Can I ask this too? What's the name? I think that was kind of unbiased. That was biased because the host did ask a question like, "What is racism?" and expected an answer. So I think it should be kind of fair though. I ain't even picking sides, but I think that was kind of unbiased. That was biased.
What are you talking about?
The host had asked a question to somebody else, "What is racism?" and expected an answer. And you asked a question to the host and expected an answer, but it wasn't the same energy given.
She didn't ask me what racism was.
Nah, it wasn't you. It was somebody before you.
Oh.
Well, is the host not allowed to ask questions on their own space?
Of course you are.
And there was actually a point that question was in response to what they had said.
But it's a debate, though. It's a debate.
It's not a debate.
It is.
What do you mean?
Where does it say it's a debate?
Because you're asking a question, asking for an audience opinion or to people's opinion, and people who does not have the same opinion, you want to know why they don't have the same opinion, so you could tell why you have that opinion.
But that doesn't make it a debate.
What does it make it then?
A discussion.
It's almost the same thing, though.
It's not the same thing.
But my point of saying, though, it was kind of biased, though. I'm just being real.
Yeah, but that person's not even here anymore.
Hello.
That does not matter. That doesn't change the fact of bias is bias, whether the person here or not.
What's the conversation?
So the question is, why should Black people trust white people?
Because we're all people.
Oh, you mean the same answer that I gave?
Right. So before you engage in the conversation, can you give us your name, the name that you go by on TikTok, your age and your race?
I'm Black, 2004.
What's your
On
race?
this human thing,
Black,
if
African American.
there's a group of people who have over thousands of years behaved in an inhumane way and treated other people in an inhumane way, how does that make them human?
Because we all bleed red and we're all Homo sapiens
We
that
all
evolved
eat,
into
we all
humans.
piss, we all shit, we all bleed.
Yeah, that's why we are all human.
Okay.
That
So
makes us human.
if we
It
are all
seems like
human,
not everybody thinks the same way as these two.
see, there's that white entitlement. So if we're all human, when did that start?
During well, like what, 4,000 years ago? Probably not 4,000, but when Homo sapiens started to evolve into humans, we started migrating from Africa and went to other places. That's what makes us human. Yeah.
So since we're all human, how come we were enslaved?
Oh, because of what Black people did. They needed people to work. During the Atlantic slave trade, they went over there. They kidnapped Black people. They told other Black people to kidnap them because obviously they couldn't do it. Black people have a big part of what happened to us. Yeah.
Wow.
This girl gets it.
Can you answer why they called us
Oh, hold on a
314?
second. Hold on. So, basically, what it sounds like is you took notes from white supremacists, wrote it down, and now you just want to blurt them out because it seems like you
No,
couldn't
that's what
control your
happened.
voice
No, that's
tone.
what happened.
No, that's not what happened. All right, what
No.
tribes? What tribes were involved in the slave trade?
Oh no, it was all of Africa. People from North Africa. A lot of no, there wasn't just tribes.
Okay,
There
is
were
it all of
people in
Africa?
Africa
So, is it
because
all of
Africa's a
Africa or
continent.
North Africa? Is it all of Africa or North
Well,
Africa?
it was all of Africa, all parts of Africa, because Africa's a country, not a or a continent, not
Okay,
a
so is
country.
it all? Right. In what countries were the slaves being trafficked? What
Uh,
countries were they?
all across
Name
of
them.
Africa.
Name them. Name them, and name the
Nigeria,
tribes.
Nigeria. They're not tribes. They're countries, not tribes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Countries,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Leave
whoa,
that
whoa, whoa,
shit
countries,
whoa,
for
whoa,
my
baby,
whoa. Hold up,
countries.
hold
countries.
up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Right. Are you saying that these countries don't have tribes?
They do, but you can't just. There are multiple tribes in these countries. You can't just be like, oh,
So
name a
which were the
tribe.
what are the
You
tribes
you can't.
that were
Then you can't.
involved?
You can't say that
It's okay
name.
to say I don't know.
No, wait, hold on.
You need to,
I'm trying to answer your
because you
question.
need to. It seems like you came up here with a lot of emotions. I'm gonna try to
What?
help you guys. Yeah. So I'm gonna try to help you. Take some deep breaths. All right. Get your thoughts together. Go grab your sources, and just answer the question that Melanated asked you. Pretty simple.
What tribes? Jamaican tribes? What are you asking me? Jamaican tribes across.
You being oh my god.
How? Wait,
So
hold on. But
how can you name countries on the continent when countries didn't exist back then?
countries did exist. No, they did. What are you?
No,
What are you
no,
talking
they
about?
didn't.
They did. There were
No.
tribes inside of Africa, but now we're talking about the countries because the tribes are lost like to time. No, like you can name some, but most of them are lost to time, and we can't really answer those. We can't answer specific tribes that were kidnapped, so we can say
Those
countries.
tribes
Countries
still
are way easier.
exist. Those
I
tribes
know.
still
I
exist.
just said that they did, but I'm
I
saying it's
thought you
way
just
easier.
said that those time they
They're
went away
lost
with
to
the
time. You
passage
can't
of
name
time.
specific tribes. You can name the
The
countries because they're
Igbo
more
people. The
easier.
Igbo people. Igbo people. There's
Okay,
one.
and you can name
You
tribes.
can't name
Oh my
any.
God.
You can't
So wait,
name
what is this
any.
gotta? What is
You
this gotta?
cannot name any. What you're doing is you're a grifter. That's what it seems like. You are looking to build some sort of platform off of misinformation, an uneducated mind that supports white supremacy. You don't even know anything about what you're talking about. All you're doing is listen to what racists are saying, and that's pathetic. That is pathetic.
Wait,
So I
so what
just
am I
before I
doing?
pass the mic, right? Hang on. Before I pass the mic, I just want to point something out, right? For those that it hasn't clicked. The reason why I ask these questions is because a lot of people like to join panels and they're very disingenuous. And when they're answering the questions, they're going to show who they are. So with that being said, Nikki, I know that you had your hand up.
Can I ask the question real quick?
What's your question?
What is the like main point of the debate? Like, I'm hearing a lot of like what happened to humans and this about Homo sapiens, but I don't understand why we're not talking about why Black people should trust white people.
What
Like,
is the point? What is the point of you joining?
to talk about why Black people should trust white people because we're all human.
So then talk about that.
Okay. First of all, we should trust white people because this country is made up of different races, genders, and we all bring something to the table. You shouldn't hold on to the past to explain why you don't trust white people because we are all evolving. And if we can't move on, we should always remember, we shouldn't forget, but we should start moving on and evolving. We should always trust white people just like how we trust Indian people. And also we should trust mixed race people that are also mixed with white people.
Saying a
Should we
lot,
not
but you're
trust
saying
them
very
either?
little.
Huh?
You're saying a lot, but you're
Can I
saying very
respond to
little.
her?
I like
Sure.
her.
Yeah.
Sure. Of course you do. Yeah, Valerie.
She has a brain, unlike you.
Oh wow. Okay. Is
So
there any?
I'm sorry. So I'm Valerie.
Hello.
She, her. I don't remember what you asked in terms of introduction, but what you just said is part of the problem. We keep talking about these transgressions as if they happened way back sometime when they are happening now.
Right.
And right. So we're not talking about holding on to the past. We're talking about things that are happening currently. Right.
What's happening?
Yeah, what's happening?
So it hasn't changed. The belief system hasn't changed.
Can you explain to me what the belief system
How
is,
about you
please?
stop interrupting her and she'll get to it?
Sure. So the question that she asked you early on was about inhumanity. So the way that Black people were dehumanized still happens today. Right?
So
So that
how?
happens today in the way that Black people are discussed and talked about and treated in certain spaces. So that is something from the past that exists today.
Right.
So we're
And
not
you're
talking
right.
about holding on to the
That's an example.
past. Of which would you like?
Oh, like in let's say spaces like I'm trying to
Let me give
ask.
you one.
What's the
A
point of
family,
muting me if I'm just trying to ask a
a
question?
couple just got sentenced to over 300 years combined for adopting children and then enslaving them. There you go.
You want me to respond
And
to
that's
that?
not the only case of that within the adoption world, just so you know.
Oh, I understand that. Yes. If you want me to respond to that couple, I can. Yes,
Well,
that couple
no.
is. What do you want me to respond to? How do you want me to answer your question, or what CB
Well,
said?
that was your
That's your
question.
problem.
Your
Stop trying
question.
to respond. Why don't
Your
you try to
question.
receive? Receive
Your
the
question was to
information, not
ask.
respond.
So how am I going to
You
go off
asked
of
for
what
an
you're saying?
example of how, right?
Okay.
So when you look at reports, when incidents happen, the way that Black people are characterized is in a dehumanizing way, right? So they're not spoken to in terms of their humanity. They're Black people too often today in 2025 get spoken about as depravity. They get talked about as a deficit set, not as, excuse me?
By who? Who's saying that?
These are
Respectful.
societal norms and beliefs
By
that
who?
exist.
Who's saying these things?
Dan man, I can say that she's talking about systematic racism. I don't
I
know
get
where
it.
we
No,
went,
I'm not. I'm not talking about systematic
but that
racism.
is systematic. Yes, how you talk about
See,
that
you
is
don't even know what she's talking about because you won't stop talking. And the same thing goes for the honky underneath you.
See, you think that hurts me?
I don't care.
You
Mel,
guys have no feelings, so you wouldn't get hurt by words, would you? You have no feel, you have no soul, so you wouldn't get hurt by words.
Because I don't know her, so why would I care?
So I'm trying to get to the why should Black people trust white people, right?
I'm sorry for interrupting
So the
you.
question would be, if things have not changed, what would be the reason to trust before we prove and verify?
If things haven't changed, we should know that there are multiple races and multiple people that adds on to that racism to Black people, not just white people. Also, on top of that, we should trust them.
Okay, but
because
we're
Black,
talking about,
oh,
we're
okay,
asking, but this is a
I'm getting
specific.
cut off. Why
No,
don't y'all
yeah,
let me
you're
her?
getting cut off because you're going way down the mulberry bush.
No, I am. I'm trying to answer your question. You're making it very, very hard. You asked me, why should we trust Black people or white people if nothing hasn't changed? I'm trying to answer that, but you're making it
Well,
very
I
hard.
actually was trying to give my
What?
full answer, but you
You
seem
didn't.
to
Did
need
anybody
to
hear her
get this
ask that
out.
question? Please, somebody tell me y'all heard her ask that
Please,
question.
damn. This don't have to be no argument.
Do you understand what a rhetorical question is?
Ask that because you asked me. You asked why should we trust white people if
That's a
nothing hasn't changed?
rhetorical question.
You
I did
didn't
not
make it a
call your
rhetorical
name.
question.
It was a
Oh my
rhetorical
God.
question in the
Let
middle
us
of a
leave her
sentence.
alone. Go ahead,
It was
please.
it was a rhetorical question in the middle of a statement.
It's miserable.
I'm not
I'm
miserable at
gonna
all.
respond to you. Can you ask me a question and I'll respond to it, or are you gonna
How
sit
about
here
you
and
But
wait
just?
for
I'm
her
not
to finish
asking you a question.
asking?
I'm actually simply trying to state my position. I've heard you. I listened to you. I am not trying to ask you anything. I'm stating my position. I'm answering the questions that I heard being asked on the panel, if that's okay with you.
Ask the questions because we haven't gotten to any. What were the?
Girl, shut up. This ain't your panel. The fuck?
What's the problem? Wait, I'm trying to understand what's the
You're the
problem. I can't even
problem.
speak. Y'all are like you can ask
You're the
anybody.
problem.
Problem is you cannot sit still and be quiet to receive the information that anyone's telling you. You admit to wanting to respond. That is the problem. Stop trying to respond. Instead, sit down, relax. You're talking really fast, like you wrote it down, and you're naming off points that you heard before, like I said before, and receive the information Valerie is telling you. That's not that hard.
Okay, wait, but CB, I understand what you're saying, but the reason I'm not just talking fast, I'm talking fast because
Valerie, please go ahead and continue with what
So
you're
the
saying.
question for the prompt is, why should Black people trust white people? And so, Dan, one of the things that you just said is that you people are miserable. And you're making a statement that people are miserable because they're trying to explain something to you that you're just really not that interested in, right? So that doesn't make me a miserable person because I'm interested in how we develop trust in relationships. So one of the reasons why I have difficulty trusting in these relationships is because the relationships are not built on honesty. I have trouble being in relationship with people who cannot be honest. And what is it, before you ask, that white people are not honest about? White people are not honest about history. White people are not honest about the state of America. White people are not honest, even self-aware about themselves. So it is difficult to have a relationship with people that I cannot trust, and I cannot trust them because the relationship that I'm having is not genuine and it's not honest. I cannot trust people who, when they feel discomfort, then lash out and make statements like, you people are miserable. Because what that says is you don't value a position that may be different than yours. And rather than simply saying, I'm not sure I understand, I'm not sure that I disagree, what you say is there must be something wrong with you. And so it is hard to have relationships and trust people who think there's something wrong with you.
I didn't make a statement. I asked you a question.
No, you didn't. You said you people are
I
miserable.
said you people are miserable, huh? That's a question. Not, boy, are you miserable?
We not dumb. We black.
Difference.
I think what he meant is
I
that
don't care. Paper.
I really don't need a translation.
cape
I
off.
am very good at listening. I am an incredible listener. And I heard
That
him
one.
very clearly. And what I did was gave that one example. There are many more. And I just explained when he came and asked, why not? So I am asking, what reasons? We could take the last 10 years. What reason in the last 10 years has white America given Black America a reason to trust them?
Oh, I can answer that question.
I'm not asking you.
Who are you asking?
I'm asking Dan.
I find it really disrespectful that you think that Dan is incapable of answering questions.
Well, you've been muting us whenever we've been trying to answer the questions. It's not just
No,
Dan
you
up
get
here.
muted when you overtalk. The
But
question is
Valerie has done
obviously
it to me
directed
too.
at
But you never
Dan.
mute
Why do
her.
you feel that you need to answer it? Is it because you're a mammy?
A man? What is that?
Well, I was just about
Look
to
it
call
up.
that.
Oh, okay. You insult me and then not tell me what the insult is. That
I told you to
But then
look it
how
up.
can you be
You're insulting
insulted
our
if you don't know what it
intelligence.
is?
Yeah, how do you know it was an insult?
well, obviously she's insulting me. Look at her tone of voice. You think I'm
This is
slow?
always my
Y'all
tone of
can't
voice,
comprehend
hun.
that.
Yeah.
Wait, no. You asked me if I'm a mammy. Like, what is that supposed to mean?
And I
If
told
I
you
don't.
to look
She
it
can
up.
ask you if she's a mammy. I'm calling
So
you.
is that a good thing
You
or a
are
bad thing?
mammy.
Can y'all answer that question?
Look it up. Figure it out.
Oh, well, Zink asked me a question.
That should give you a reason to stay muted while Dan is answering the question.
So again, for memory, in the last 10 years, what has white America done that would increase the level of trust that Black people would have with white America?
I have no idea.
The answer is nothing.
I'm sure they've done something, and I don't understand why.
But you
Like,
don't know what it
Why don't
is.
you know?
That makes no sense. How can you not have no idea, but you're sure they've done something? You have
Right.
no idea, but you're sure they've done something.
I
Can you
mean,
make that make sense for us?
Don't know.
I mean, well, so was the country more racist 10 years ago than it is today?
I think
Do
it's
you?
been fairly consistent.
I'm sorry.
I think that the racism has been fairly consistent. I think that what you see is different expressions of racism. You see some racism that is more covert and some that is more overt, but I think it's been fairly consistent.
I don't know. I think in this day and age, I mean, there's a lot more Black people winning awards, a lot more Black people in
All
TV
right, does
shows,
that stop
movies.
racism?
Okay,
So that's
so
stop
so so
racism.
let me address that. So you're saying Black people are winning more awards, but Black people were deserving of awards. They just weren't given them, right?
Exactly.
So
Yep.
so the fact that you now have given people things that they have deserved is fine. However, one of the big national conversations is how Black people are not qualified to be in jobs that they have. A big national conversation, when you say you don't know, a big national conversation is that Black people don't deserve to be in colleges that they're in,
Who
right?
said that?
There are methods and means right now trying to restrict college access for Black people. So you said you're not sure why, and I'm saying because the exact same things that happened years ago are continuing to happen. They just take different shape and different names.
I don't understand what you're saying. Where are they not allowing Black people to go to school?
Okay.
Serious question. Not being condescending.
Greetings to the host and to the panel. Conscious melanated original beings. They know who they are. Can I ask Dan a question, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Dan,
What's up?
what studies have you done to understand what Black people have gone through at the hands of whitey people?
What studies have I done?
Yeah, have you researched anything to
I mean, I did, I do live in this country.
No, that's not what I never asked you where you live.
I have gone to school for
I've
20
never
years. Like,
asked
what do
you
you
where you
mean?
live, what school you went to, your parents' name. I don't care about your shoe size. It's
I
none of my
mean, you asked me a
business.
question. I'm giving you an answer, my
But you
guy.
came up on a panel. That's got nothing to do with it. Where you live, where you went to school, has got nothing to do with the question.
How is it not?
No, it's got nothing to do with the question. I asked
I'm
you, what
white.
studies have you done?
That has everything to do with it.
You're getting triggered. Calm down.
Not at all.
You
Don't
are.
talk
You're
to me.
getting
Don't talk to me like you're somebody. You're a nobody. Don't talk to me like that.
Okay, you're triggered.
Not triggered at all, dude. You talk to me like you're better than me for some reason. I don't know
No,
why
I'm
you are.
not. I'm asking you a simple question, but you're
Yeah, and I
unable
gave you a
to
simple answer.
because,
That's not an answer,
because
though.
you've not
Don't
done
you think?
any
Dan, do
studies.
you think
Can
that
I,
he
can I
may,
ask,
that he could be?
ask Dan a question?
If you're that interested, Dan,
I'm
as to
listening.
why Black people should trust whitey people. If you're that interested, you would have educated yourself on the troubles that Black people have gone through at the hands of whitey people and continue to go through. Instead of
Yeah.
coming up here without any information, and when you're asked a question, you get triggered. What's
No,
wrong?
I'm not triggered
Because
whatsoever.
you could only get triggered behind the
I mean,
keyboard.
all I can speak on is my personal experiences. I'm not a fucking scholar. I'm not a scientist. I don't
No one's sworn at
do
you
all this
here. No one's
bullshit. Like,
used
what are you
father.
talking about? You have
No one.
no idea who I am as a person, what I do for work, do you?
No one has used foul and abusive language towards
So
you.
what,
But
dude?
you
We live in
seem to.
America. I can say whatever I want. What
Dan,
are we
you
talking
don't know
about?
what anyone else on this panel does for a living.
Exactly. So, but that's not my point.
So
Right,
Dan,
but
when
what
you
I'm
sign
saying
Why
is I
mention it
want you to
then?
recognize that you don't know what anyone else on here does.
Okay,
yeah.
I know that. That's why I said it.
So
What do you
Dan,
mean?
when you sign up
Can I
for
ask
TikTok,
something?
you signed away your freedom of speech rights. Don't forget that.
I'm sorry?
So
When
so
you
Dan,
signed
you
up,
asked me. So
you
people in the
signed away your
comments,
freedom of
people in
speech
the
rights.
comments
I
said that I
signed
was
away my freedom
lying.
of speech rights?
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't read the guidelines. You should read more often. That's what Incognito was getting at. What have you read regarding racism? You don't read. You don't even read the guidelines on the app that you've chosen to be on. So, have you read anything about racism?
Have I said anything racist here?
No
Have
one
you
said that
read
about you.
anything
Not
about
No.
racism?
Why would
Have
I?
you
I'm not
read
racist.
about
I don't
racism?
have to worry
But
about the
how do you
guidelines. I'm
know if
never
you
going to
haven't
cross
even
them.
studied it? How do you know if you haven't studied it?
Because I'm not racist. I don't say
But
racist
how do you
things.
know if you're not? How do you know if you've not read up on it?
Because I have a general idea
I'll
of
ask
what it is.
something.
Okay, but do you think that if you spent time studying that you might learn beyond your general idea?
Excuse
Well, of
me, host.
course.
Can I ask something?
Okay. So
Why
That
do
doesn't
you
mean I'm
hold on,
gonna.
Valerie? Hold on, Valerie. Hold on, Valerie. Stop interrupting Valerie when she's talking.
Talking to
Okay?
you. I'm asking you.
We understand you have an impulse control problem, and we will get to you. Melanated will let you ask your
Oh my
question
god, let her ask
when
a
they are
question.
done.
Holy
Okay?
He
Just
asked a simple
chill out.
question. Y'all been yapping all the time.
okay, so somebody down in the comments said that I was lying talking about school. So I just wanted to come back. I want to clarify. Today in 2025, are we making it more difficult for children in schools to learn about Black history? Are we what question did you hear?
The question you said, are we making it harder for Black people or to learn about Black history? We are not. Actually,
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Okay, are you in school?
Obviously, you're not following
No, I
the
am
executive following the executive orders and the news, because we absolutely are doing that. And not only are we doing that, the president of this United States in 2025 is threatening universities based on their curriculum, that on classes like African American history.
That's why I like Kamala.
President, I'm still talking. The president of this United States in 2025 has already instructed schools like West Point to remove groups that have ethnic identity. So Black Engineers Association, he is removing Hispanic group organizations. He is doing all those things to make it more difficult for people of color on campuses. And beyond that, he is threatening these universities to remove their funding if they dare focus on equity and inclusion. That is in 2025.
because everyone's equal in 2025 in
Yeah.
the future.
Exactly.
Also, wait, I got something to say
Then
to
if
that.
everybody is equal in 2025, then inclusion shouldn't be threatening.
Okay,
Because
yes,
we're
but I
all
have to-
included in this.
We're already
No,
laws and
everybody is
Wait,
not
wait, hold on.
included.
Wait,
Everybody is
pause.
not included. That is
That's
a
who?
lie.
Yeah, they are.
So,
Dude,
sir,
we had a
if-
black president.
Sir,
We absolutely.
listen. If
You
you
haven't
go
even been
into a
introduced. Stay
university,
Oh, we had a
muted.
black
if you
president. More.
if you go into a university,
Wait, hold on. What's
Oh my
with her
God,
being
bro.
able to talk?
I'm not nice like these other people.
okay, well, I don't really care.
Wait, hold on.
So-
Why can't she talk and
because I'm saying something that matters.
trying to go off of what?
What I was saying is, if you are removing things like Black history from school, you are censoring books and you're removing books on people like Ruby Bridges and Rosa Parks out of schools, you are turning the hand backwards. That is what is happening in 2025. You just said, no, it's not. So kids on campuses that have groups that support their specific needs are being told that they can no longer have those groups, even though they're paying college tuition just like everybody else. And what we know is that education is has a social dimension to it. And people learn more and better when things are culturally and socially responsive to their needs. So when you go into college campuses and you threaten universities that they cannot have things that support all their students socially and emotionally, you are changing the playing field. So for you all to talk about that is not a change that's going on in 2025, you probably either are not up to date on what current events are and you don't know what's really happening around you, or you let me not say it because I don't want to call nobody no names. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
Miss Valerie, I just wanted to say you had an excellent point, because remember, he wouldn't read up on it. He feels like since he's not racist, he doesn't need to educate himself. But anybody that's coming up here speaking on Black issues, it would be wise for you to educate yourself. They're not running around here destroying or taking down Black monuments. So how can you say that there's no type of any type of racism going on? The reason why
I didn't say
DEI
that.
was, I'm speaking in general, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. The reason why DEI is the way it is, let's be clear. A lot of people thought that DEI was supposed to be for Black people, when really, when you go back and you do your history, it was actually created for white people. And then you sit up here and you play oblivious to again, generally speaking, you're playing oblivious as if there is no racism happening right now. In my opinion, it has gotten a lot worse since from back then. It's definitely a lot worse at this point in time. Y'all
What?
don't have to talk to y'all's children. Excuse me, I have not interrupted you, sir.
Excuse me, miss. What's your name?
Excuse me, I have
No,
not
I wasn't going. I
interrupted
wasn't.
you either. Please have some
I
decorum.
wasn't going against
I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying, please allow me to land, and then you can speak your
you. Unless your
piece.
name. Like, dang, can you?
You don't see my name in the comment? I mean,
No,
you
we
don't see my
don't.
name on the
We
profile.
don't.
I do. I know your name.
Thank you,
Continue.
sweetie.
So what
Okay,
is it? It says
so
198.
anyways, that is my name. It's 1985. That's all you need to
Name is a
know.
number. What?
Yes, my name is a number. What
You
does
got
that
two
What?
matter?
dots on
You
your
have
name
two
and you
white
asking her what
circles
her
on
name
your
What?
is?
And I
name.
said my name.
What does that
And I
have
said
to do? Thank you, Dr. No Jobs, for the gift.
Hello. 1985. We did not
Yes.
get your introduction.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
please
sorry.
state your
Yes,
race
ma'am.
and name? Thank
Sure
you.
can. Yes, ma'am. I'm Black American. I didn't know we needed to do that, so I
And
apologize.
no
I'm
worries.
Black
And
American. I am she, her, and what else did you need?
just your name, which
Oh, and I go by
1985.
I go by
Okay.
1985.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No problem. I apologize about that. So that's all I just simply wanted to say was I think the racism has definitely gotten worse. We're looking at the Carmelo Anthony case that's going on right now, so we definitely see what's going on, and then the
Has
march
nothing
and
to
stuff
do with
that they
race.
just.
Why are
Sir,
you interrupting
if
her?
you keep into, I have. I'm trying to be real
You just got
respectful.
here. Like, who are you?
Who are you? Who are you? You keep.
we
Who
haven't
are
had a chance to talk, and
you?
you've been talking the whole entire time. And
I just got up here, like he just
we've been
said.
up here.
So
That,
why
gives,
are you
that means you
talking?
need to talk?
Are we ever gonna have a
I
productive
am.
conversation?
So shut
I
the fuck up.
Because we're
am.
still getting
And now
muted.
you know me
We
enough to tell me
can't.
that I'm done.
He's getting triggered again.
He is triggered. And
Not
that's
triggered
what
enough.
happens.
showing
White
Annoying.
fragility. And then they say in their selective outrage. So
Mm-hmm.
like I said, at the end of the day, Miss Valerie, I do agree with what you're saying 100%. And for someone who has not done or felt the need to do their research on what it is that we have gone through, I find it to be very disingenuous. And I don't feel like that they should be on these panels until they have done their work.
It's
And
common
I'm
knowledge.
allowed.
I'm African American. I have.
You're a
Okay.
I
raccoon.
don't care
Can I ask
what
you a
you
question?
So you
are.
can't say that I have.
Just
And I
did.
wasn't talking to you specifically.
You said
So why
y'all.
are
You said y'all.
you trying to be combative? I'm speaking generally. Just like you was doing
Hi.
whatever. So I don't care what you are. You're Black in whatever you are, I don't care. It means nothing to me. I'm speaking directly to Miss Valerie. Miss Valerie, I think I understood what you were saying, and that's all I wanted to say. These people are on an ego trip. Now I'm talking to you.
Coming from you?
Can I ask
Absolutely.
a question, please, of this young lady here?
Yes.
You just
Real,
had the
Yes,
ego
real
you
step
quick,
on
can.
I
it.
just want to say one thing real quick. So Dan is not fragile. He's actually showing white rage.
White
How?
Usually
fragility.
they get
Absolutely.
it's 100% rage at this point. So
Hmm.
Ask your question, please.
What are
Please.
you
Can I ask
talking
you a
about?
question? Can I ask you a question,
Yes,
young
yes.
lady? Okay. What books have you read on Black history?
I've read a ton of books, but I can't really tell you about. Hold on,
Can you
hold
give
on.
me a
I'm answering your
title?
question. Please do not cut me off. Y'all been
One
cutting me off
title.
all the time. I'm
One
not going to
title.
answer
You need to be
until you
cut
let
off.
me speak. Wait, you know the reason. You know that books aren't the only
We
thing on
don't
Black
know.
history. You can do your research. You can be a Black person in
Yeah.
America and go off of your personal experiences. And
Mm-hmm.
also, no, wait, I'm talking. Like what? Like why are you? Come on now.
oh, what books, what research,
You
what
do
have
not
you
have to
read?
read a book to know about Black
Okay,
history.
what about research? Have you done any?
I have
Have
done
you?
a lot of research. On top of that, I am
Okay,
in
so
school and
you've
I am
done
learning.
nothing.
No,
You've
bro,
known.
she's cutting me off. Mute her. Please mute her like you've been doing me.
Oh, you
Okay,
know.
thank you. Thank you. Mute everyone that's cutting me off like you've been doing me.
I don't know why you feel so entitled
Bro, you're
that you
cutting.
can
Y'all are cutting me off.
dictate
She
who
was
does
cutting
what.
everybody else off.
See, this is what happens when you
Y'all
take
weren't
the
letting
Yeah,
me
you were.
speak.
whiteness so long.
Wait, hold
You
on.
think that it
What?
extends to you. No, it does not. Be quiet. I just wanted to point out as well, what you were just saying is actually bullshit, because when Valerie was speaking, you didn't even know the things that she was referring to.
I did.
You were actually disagreeing, saying no, 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 when
No,
what
I
she was
wasn't.
saying was
She brought up
absolutely
multiple
correct.
points and I disagree, but there's a lot of things that she said that I agreed with because, I am African American and I know and I have my own experiences. For example, the Carmelo Anthony case and also the things on
So
like not being,
why
wait,
were
hold
you
Who
on.
saying
Like
clarified?
no when
I'm,
she was talking
what?
about education?
Who
Education, yes.
clarified?
I do think that if you come up here talking about why Black people and just race in general, you should be. Can I speak? Oh
Yeah,
my.
I'm going to keep doing that.
What book have you read? Give us a
Do not
title.
have to read a book to know anything about Black history. You can
Just
do
say
your
you
research.
haven't, so we can move along.
But I know about my history. So if I say I haven't, you're
Clearly
going to
you
think that.
don't.
Okay, so what year did redlining start?
Bro,
Brown
oh
Act.
my God. Can we go back to the actual question? Why
No,
should
you
Black
are
people trust white
important.
people?
What
No,
year
how
did
about you
redlining
answer
start?
the
No?
questions that are
Since you
being
know the
asked?
history,
But you answer my question.
since you know
Y'all
the
don't answer any of
history,
our
what year
questions.
did redlining start?
No. How about you answer my question?
No.
We're asking you a simple question and you still haven't given a simple answer
Y'all aren't
yet.
letting me
Because
ask
she
you any
can't.
questions. I'm up here on y'all's panel. You're not on mine. I'm
Answer
asking
the
you the questions and you're
question.
Exactly,
going
you
off.
are
Answer the
on mine,
Yes,
so
question
you're
and
gonna
we
shut
but
will
the
answer
fuck up when
yours.
you're
but
told.
Answer our question
wait,
and we
what?
will answer yours. Answer
Man,
our
I've been on
question and
You
here
we'll
haven't
answer
answered my
talking
yours.
question
a
yet.
damn thing.
You've completely ignored my question. I've asked the question already and you
And you've been asked so many questions and yet you cannot answer
haven't.
them.
When I
You
came
keep
in
Ask
here, I
deflecting
what
asked
with
the
word
question.
book.
Y'all
salad.
didn't
Answer the
answer.
damn questions or shut
No,
up.
you answer mine.
No.
Wow.
Answer mine.
Host, I have a quick
You're
question.
annoying as
Didn't
fuck. You know that?
Incognito say, ask Dan a question about what research or whatever he did? And he said that he's not racist. So he didn't just, I'm just trying to remember what he said correctly.
Yeah.
Isn't that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
also,
that's
when
why
he
I
was
said
saying
what
that,
I
right?
was
Because I
saying.
wanted Dan
Okay.
to finish saying what he was saying.
No,
What he
Thank you,
doesn't
Auntie, for
realize is that
no,
by his
you were talking
response,
about
right? Dan, why are
guidelines
you talking when I'm talking?
because you're talking about
Do
me.
that with other people.
Yeah, so you can wait.
Dumbass. Like, come on now.
You
You do
can
that with other
wait. And
people.
same for you, Raccoon. You can wait too.
What is that
So,
supposed to mean?
what
You
I
calling me
found
a
really
coon?
interesting is
How?
that when Dan was answering the
100%.
question, he didn't realize he did this. But with his response, what he was also telling was that I haven't done any research because as a white person, I don't experience racism.
No, that's not true at all.
It's very true.
I don't need to sit on a computer and look shit up. I live the
Okay.
life.
So
Because you
I
don't
clocked it just
experience it.
right.
It doesn't affect you.
True at all. You're dead wrong.
See, normally I would ask what racism you've experienced, but I already know what you're going to say.
I'm a knowledge.
You haven't experienced anything. That is
Okay,
why
does that
you're
make
in the
me a
dark.
bad person? Like,
Okay, you know what, Dan? Humor us. What racism have you experienced?
I haven't.
Isn't that what I said?
You keep
You
muting
see,
me.
you've got so much
You need to be
rage
listening.
that
I
you're
don't
not
have any
really
rage.
thinking about
You
what's being
though.
said. You're just quickly
I
responding to it.
I have experienced
I
racism.
agreed with you though. Like y'all don't listen to what anything
I
anybody
You
don't.
else
don't
is
listen to
saying.
anything.
No,
You can't even answer questions.
to a
He
The
question
only
first
time you
though.
answer questions is when they're directed at Dan, because
he
you
have
think that he's
Question. He's
incapable of
if
answering
if you know that he's
because you're
uneducated,
a
then why
mammy.
won't you ask the educated person a
Because
question?
you're a mammy.
Well, I asked you, you're an
Not a
educated
mother.
person.
You're not even educated. You haven't read a book. You
I
can't even
have.
answer the simple
Name me
question of
10
what
books.
year
Please
redlining
name me 10
started.
books.
You
Name
can't
me
even
10 books.
you can't even answer that
Name me 10
question.
books. Name me
You
10
Wait, and you
books
said that
on
you're
my
in school
name
right
me 10
now?
books on MJ. Name me 10 books.
Did you say that you're in school right now?
No, yes, I'm in college.
No, yes. Which one is it?
That is
I'm in
wild.
college. Can you hear,
Get
baby?
your
Can
money
you hear?
back, respectfully.
Yeah. I hope
Have
it's
you
for
ever
like
heard?
paid.
Have you ever heard of
Needs
Dr.
mother.
John
A
Henry?
mammy
Have
is a
you ever
mother
heard?
that was in
Yo,
like that was given to
Tanisha,
black women that
That's
used
not
to
what
take care of
mammy.
kids.
That's not what mammy.
Oh,
That's
look it
not
up.
what that
Look
I
it up.
thought being
Look
a
it up.
mammy was being hot.
Look it up. Mammy is a mother that was really given to black people or black slaves that used to take care of white kids. Look it up since y'all know so much
It's
about
a
black history.
compliment. It's a
you just
compliment.
looked it up. That's how you found out. So you
No,
didn't
because
know it
I'm black and
before.
I know my history
So
incognito.
you don't know
mammy
Be
didn't
for
No, you
have to
real.
didn't.
read
be
that to
a
us,
You're
mammy
telling
CJ.
didn't
lies.
have to be a mother.
You're telling lies, and I know you're
The
telling
original
lies.
definition for
Because
a
A
mammy.
when you
That's
got
where
called
mammy.
mammy, a
mammy, when
mammy
you
did
got
not
called mammy,
have
you
to
went on
be a
Teacup.
mother.
I
When
went
she
on
said,
what?
you
Dude,
went on
mammy's
Teacup, you went and
Spanish.
searched it on
Number
Google.
one.
Well,
You know
mammy
you
is
did.
not.
Told me
Mammy
to.
is something
I
that
know
was
No,
what the original
talk
definition for
about
if
mammy
black
you knew
was.
what
people.
it was
It
before,
was
you
No,
wouldn't need
no,
to
actually
wait.
go on
I
Google. If you knew what it was
muting me.
before, you wouldn't go on Google. Stop lying. You're amongst adults. Stop lying.
First
You're
of all, I
amongst grown
know the
people.
original.
Stop lying. Don't.
This
I
panel's
don't know if your
hilarious,
parents
dude.
didn't.
Can I speak?
Dan, shut your mouth.
Why are
Don't
you
talk to
being
me like
rude?
You would
that.
not talk to me like that face to face. I
You're
guarantee it.
being rude.
Oh,
Of course, I'm being rude.
now you're threatening me
Talk to
online,
me.
dude?
I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you,
Who's
if you were
threatening
face to
you?
face with me, you would not talk to
No, I
me
want
like
to
that. I
talk to you. You're a piece of
guarantee
shit. I don't talk to scumbags.
you. You're brave behind the keyboard.
And what are you?
I'm not brave behind the
You're a tough
keyboard.
guy behind the keyboard. Don't you see?
Letting
If
them
we were face
argue.
to
Shouldn't
face,
we
You
you
have no
get
wouldn't
idea
into
who
talk to
I
it?
me
am.
like that.
I'm
You a
6
tough
feet,
guy behind
250,
the
dude. Don't
keyboard
sing it,
too,
bring it.
sir.
Oh, the girl with
Yeah,
the two dots in her name. You got kicked out of class often, didn't
Don't
you?
sing it, bring it, bro.
No.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
was
did.
see it.
I was
Bring it.
Yeah, you did.
valedictorian.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
Come
yes,
on
heard
now,
me.
you
I'm
baby.
did.
Tell
6'2",
can you name me
Valedictorian,
10
what, a class
name
of
me 10
5?
books. Name
Fuck
me
with me,
10
tough
books on
guy.
Black History. Go.
You wouldn't say a fucking word to me in the street. You're afraid of me.
Name 10 books.
So,
Okay.
Name
You're
10 books
afraid
so
on
of
Black
we've
shadow
History.
because
Go.
The
established,
he's
souls
black.
right?
of
We've
black
established
folks
that the
up from
raccoon up here hasn't really
slavery.
read
That's why you're up on
anything,
this panel. You're
Oh
afraid
my
of me.
right?
God. Name me 10 books.
Quiet.
Name me 10
Dan, you're afraid of your.
Name me 10
You're,
books on Black History.
You're afraid
Go.
of me. That's why you're on this panel, buddy.
Dan, you're afraid of your shadow because he's black.
No, you're afraid of me, buddy.
Bro, y'all are so
You're afraid of your shadow because he's
Right,
black.
both of you,
You're
shut
afraid
up.
of me. That's why you're on the panel, idiot.
Shut up. Dan, the
Dang,
only
can you
reason
say be
why you're
quiet?
here
Can
is
you be
because the
nicer?
raccoon is above you doing the work for you.
Oh, you
Wait,
can't,
what do
you
you
can't
mean
handle same energy?
raccoon?
Be
Wait,
quiet.
what do you
Wait,
why are you
You
her.
too.
disrespecting your
You
own
too.
people?
You too. Shh.
You're not our people.
Right.
Us,
So,
because
Nikki,
In
I
because
know
you're
American
that you
black.
name?
haven't really had the chance
Because
to
I'm not going
speak
against white people on everything they say
because of
doesn't
this
make me less
raccoon won't stop talking.
you.
I'm
Where
definitely
would you
not a raccoon. Your ancestors are probably rolling in their grave right now. The
because I'm not going
embarrassment.
on
You're a
Okay.
disgrace. Right. You're
disagree
an
with y'all.
abomination. Go ahead, Nikki.
Okay, I have a question. I don't know if this was answered because I had walked away from my phone, but you said before I walked away from my phone earlier on in the conversation when I first got up here, you said that we're all humans. That's why I jumped up here. Can you tell me who and who named us? Who said that we were 3/5 of a human? Can you tell us that?
What do you mean? I said we're all human. I never said nothing about 3/5.
You see how she doesn't even listen to the question?
You
What I
didn't
just
listen to
said?
the
What?
question. Hold on. You didn't listen to the question,
What was
and
the
you know
question?
nothing. You know nothing about black people. If
I
that's
do
if that's
because I'm black.
if that
I'm
was
black.
you know nothing. You You know fuck all about being black
I'm
if that
African
was your
American.
fucking answer.
I'm
Shut
African
up.
American. So
And
keep
what
You're
does
it.
that mean?
all skin
You're a
folks ain't
black woman.
kinfolk.
That's right. All skin folk ain't kinfolk. That's right.
but my genes and my genetics say I'm
Embarrassing.
black. So
Even the comments are
The
saying you're
genes don't
embarrassing. You're
mean you
embarrassing. You
tenfold.
don't
I don't care
even
what
know
the
that.
comments say. Can y'all
But
please
you
just
know
tell me the
history.
question?
But you know
You don't
history.
care enough about
Tell me
black
the
people. That's
question.
why you're defending YT people. You
I'm
don't
not
care enough
defending them.
about black people.
I'm
Yes,
just
you
as
are.
mad as at racism as y'all are. But
No,
y'all
you're
can't
not.
sit
Really
here and say you
not.
should.
No, you're
But
not.
it don't
No,
exist
you're not.
according to you.
It does exist.
And
White black people
hold
are
on.
oppressed in America.
Can black
Yes, they
people
are.
be racist?
Can
What
black
you
people
were
be
saying
racist?
earlier.
Yes.
Yes, they can.
There we go, y'all. There it is, y'all.
What? If you tell a Mexican to go back to
Exactly, Untamed.
That wouldn't
Y'all.
even be
tell a
racism.
Mexican to go back to
That would not be racism.
what would it be?
That would be xenophobia. It's not racism. See?
Bigotry. It would.
Well, it's
Oh,
not
God.
racism. You answered your own
Bigotry
stupid
is
ass
part of
question. Bigotry is
You are
not
dumb.
racism. It is not racism, dum dum.
Bigotry is part of racism.
No, it's not.
Look it up.
No, it's not.
Oh my God. Right. And Bubba in the comments says
100% part of racism to
Mexican
me.
is a nationality. Therefore, it wouldn't be
Oh my.
racist if you tell a Mexican, because Mexican is not a race.
Hispanic people.
That's not a
Hispanic
race
people.
either, ma'am. You're in college.
Oh
Why
my
don't you know
God.
these things?
Oh
That's not a
my
race.
God.
Hispanic is
So
not a
you're saying
race.
Hispanic is not a race. Dum dum.
me? Okay, muting me.
Because you're over talking. You're not listening.
How she is interrupting me, but you're not
Actually,
muting
she's the
her.
one that had the floor. You interrupted her.
Okay, and she asked me a question and I answered it. Then y'all started getting on me. So
You
can
didn't answer the question.
Can you
How
let
can
me
you answer
finish
the
talking?
question when you didn't understand the question?
Asked me what did I mean when when I said that we were all humans and something about 3/4 of a human.
See?
I didn't
See?
say.
You didn't even listen because that's not what I said.
So what did you say? Can you repeat yourself?
Oh my God. Whew.
So hostile and so eager
I'm
to get
not.
it
Y'all are
out.
irritated,
Yes,
which is
you
very
are.
irritating.
Well,
We're
then that's
irritated,
hostile.
but you're the one who's up here talking about a race forward conversation, not knowing anything about race. But we're
So
irritated.
You don't know anything. You didn't even know
if
Hispanic wasn't a race. It's an
would
ethnicity.
okay, wait, but let's say that if let's say
No,
can I ask a
no,
question?
no, no. So I have a question for
Then what?
you, right? Because I
Okay,
want to prove a point. So, and you can unmute when I finish asking the question. Can you name the 5 races?
and I named the 5 races. What do you mean?
God, you know nothing.
There are multiple.
Why
There are
are
multiple.
That was a
There are multiple
simple ass
races.
question.
There's 5 of
No,
them. Yes,
there are multiple. Are you
There's
saying in
5.
America? No. Okay.
You
Oh
said
my
there's
God.
5. We already came to the conclusion that there's multiple.
Native American, Pacific Islander, Asian, Black and White, or African, and European from people from European descent. How about that?
That's not a race.
Oh my God. What do you think
So,
race? What?
so,
What?
in,
Oh
so
my
instead
God.
of attacking her, right? What we should do is we should teach her.
But she doesn't want to
No.
learn. We were
Learn.
I
honest
hold
trying to
on,
teach
hold
Black
on,
people.
hold on. And
So you
before you speak on this panel, you need to wait until the host introduces you.
Oh, I've been up here for like 10 minutes. I don't need no
To
introduction.
you,
What the?
you
Who
need
is
to
this
calm
lady?
down. You need to calm down. Okay, you're responding when no
Who is
one's
this
even
random?
talking to you. Okay, you need to calm your nerves. I was talking to the person who just joined the panel above you.
Y'all all like 50. Like y'all
you
are
better hope
old.
if we are, pray that you live to be that age.
I am.
Go
I
ahead.
think like
Not
I
with
am.
that
So
I
speech.
what
think you're
does that
close to
have to what does
diabetes
that
than
have to do
anybody in
with
here,
what
baby.
does being 50 have to do with
Yeah,
anything?
because y'all are very uneducated and y'all are really
You're the
holding
one
on
who
to that
didn't even
80s.
know that Hispanic
Wow.
wasn't even a fucking
Okay,
race. Are
so
you kidding me?
if you tell another group of people to go back to their country, is that racist?
So do you think
Chiba,
racism is hurt
this is the
feelings?
person you want to educate. Chiba,
A
this
lot
is
of
the
that.
person
And
you want to educate.
How you doing?
This
ask
is
me
the
a
person
question.
you want to educate. You're talking about, instead of having a go at her, you said educate her. Listen to
No,
how she's
I
speaking to people.
I
Hold on.
tried,
No, because y'all
One
aren't
minute, brother.
but I
y'all
One
aren't
minute,
tried.
listening to
brother.
me.
No, shut up.
Hang on one second, brother.
So you
Listen
can
to what's happening here. Listen to what's happening here right now. The two people,
because
the most uneducated people on here, are making the loudest noises.
you're not
Dan
uneducated.
and his bedwench.
Question, like just one. And
You haven't answered the
one
question
question.
about what books have you read. Name us 5 black historians. Or in fact, just name us
Name us
3.
5, bro. Name me 10 books on Black
That is
history.
not how you answer a question. He
No, y'all
asked you
didn't
a
answer any of
question.
mine. Like
Let
y'all
me
don't
free.
listen to nobody else but people that are going with y'all. Can you answer one of my questions? If you tell another race or another group of people to go back to their country, what is, and you said that that's
Actually, I
xenophobic. No, it's
answered that
bigotry.
question.
No, and bigotry is a form of racism.
I
It is a
answered that
form of
question.
okay. So you're saying that because we were
So
slaves
what
that
was
you
my
can't be
answer
racist to
to
another
that
group of people.
question?
That it was xenophobic. My God.
So
So
now
what
let's answer
what
the
the hell are you
question.
still crying about? The question was
Okay, but
answered.
you literally know that black people can be racist though. Like we are in that we can be
Okay.
racist.
Let's go with your black people can be racist. Can you show us some
Yes.
peer-reviewed articles to prove that we're racist? Can you show us
Oh
some?
my,
Hold on. Can you show us some organizations that YT people have combating the racism that they're
that's not
experiencing?
racism. That's a hate crime, baby.
Hold
That's a hate
on.
crime. A
Hello,
hate
hello.
crime. Hate
Nobody
crime and
mentioned
racism
anything.
is two different
Are you?
crimes.
Oh
It's
my
two
God! Is
different
this
things.
girl? Is this? Are
It's
you
hate
slow?
criming.
Are you
It's hate
slow?
criming. If you
The
make
Yeah.
an
only people that are gifting you are the YT racists. Pay attention. Pay
not,
attention,
there
girl.
probably are, but
Pay
y'all are just
attention,
Girl,
uneducated.
girl.
not one black
I
person
don't
is
really care.
gifting you
Right.
with this
Pay
Is this
rhetoric.
attention.
finals week for you?
Cooning
Because
for
it
the white
seems
man.
like
You
you're a little
absolutely,
bit
they love
bugged
people
out.
like you.
Ask you before you interrupt me. Can you show us peer-reviewed articles where black people are being racist? Can you show us the organizations that YT people have combating this racism that we're perpetuating against them? Can you do
Wow.
those things?
Okay, first of all, no, because, and I'm going to answer your question. First of all, that is not racism and that's not bigotry. Those people are hate crimers. Those
Oh my
people,
God, are
hold
you
on,
slow? I
you're
didn't
talking
ask you
over me.
about hate
You're
crimes. I
talking
asked you to show
over
me
me. Oh my,
articles.
She wanted
I
to talk
asked you to
so
show me
badly. She's
articles.
arguing against points that weren't even made.
Right. I asked you
You're
to show
talking
me
about
articles
systematic
about
power.
racism. You said
Oh,
black
geez.
people can
Thank
be
you.
racist. Now I'm
black people
asking
can.
you to show
They
me the
can't.
articles where black
Racism is
people
a
can
verbal
be
thing,
racist.
and it can be
Shut
a physical
up.
thing, but it's mostly a verbal
Shut
thing.
up. Shut up.
No, no,
Shut
Biggie.
up. I'm asking you to show me the peer-reviewed articles. I'm asking you to show me the organizations that YT people have created to combat the racism that they're experiencing. When
That
I
is
speak
not what
about, hold
racism is,
on.
baby. That
When
is not
hold
racism.
on, hello.
You cut me off
When
Clear on what
too.
hold
the
on.
definition of
When I
racism
am
is?
done,
Yes, it
when
is. It's
I'm done, you
systematic
can
The
power.
speak.
hatred.
When I'm done, you can speak, right? That's how this works. When I'm done, you can speak.
You didn't let me
So when
speak.
I speak about racism, I don't have to go interpersonally and tell you a personal story about the racism that Black people experience. I could talk about the medical racism. I could talk about redlining. I could talk about all of those things, right? I don't have to go into anything interpersonal.
Oppression is
So
no.
go
You're talking
ahead.
about oppression, baby.
Hush. Go ahead and tell and
You're
show
talking
me the
about
peer-reviewed
oppression.
articles and the organizations that YT people have combating the racism that they're experienced by us. Go ahead.
So the Crown Act
Racism is
doesn't
not just
exist
an
either, right?
experience. It's not just something that white people can do. Racism is a hatred or some. You're.
This is how we know you kick the
Somebody
YT
asked me
people.
the definition of racism. I'm trying.
Racism doesn't require.
Y'all got away because racism has nothing to do with feelings. So hate has nothing to do with racism. But you said that already. You actually said that those were hate crimes because hate crimes have nothing to
We go
do
back
with
to the
racism.
actual question.
So,
Why should
so,
black people trust
so
white
hold
people?
on, ma'am.
Let's go
Calm
back
down,
to that one.
ma'am.
Can
Can
you
you
just
please calm
listen?
down? If you're saying that black people can be racist, I just want a clear understanding. Can you tell me how black people can be racist? I'd like to understand because it's not about feelings.
I can.
It's not about someone being hateful or mean.
Mm-hmm.
Racism, the ism is a system. So it's a system and structure. What system and structure are black people able to use and weaponize against other races of people?
Okay, I can't answer your question. But wait, is somebody talking? Because I'm trying to speak. Okay, well, first of all, racism is multiple things. There's systematic racism. There's a lot of different types of racism. On top of that, you can't. Why? Like what? Like I can't even.
Name the different types of racism, please. Go ahead.
Please let me finish what I was trying to say, please. Thank you. On top of that, black racism is a shown of hatred or dislike to another race. Would you like me going out and talking to telling an Asian person to go back to their country? Yes, Asian might not be a race, but but you know what I'm trying to say.
Wait,
If
what?
a black
Is a race.
wait,
Huh?
oh my
Asian is
God,
not
can
a
I
race. Are
speak?
you slow?
Let me speak.
You're
Please let me
slow.
speak.
Girl, you're
What you're
embarrassing
not getting?
yourself.
I'm giving an
Melanated, you
example.
clipping this, right?
Wait, no, I'm
Hell
giving an
yeah.
example. I'm
Hold on.
giving an example.
We know what's happening here. You know what it is? It's your
Okay.
brain is not really your mouth is engaging before your brain actually gets in gear.
Okay, so it seems like y'all want to talk so much, but can I ask
You're
the
doing the
question?
most
Let
talking.
me just ask
No,
the questions
because you
then.
said Asian is not a race. What is Asian then? What
Oh
is
my God, y'all know what I'm trying to say. Y'all are twisting my
We
words.
don't.
I don't
Don't
even
tell us
think
what
you
we
know
know.
what you're
What
trying
you're
to
trying to
say.
say. We
Oh
don't.
my God.
Actually
Okay,
said
I'm
Asians aren't a
done.
race, just so you know. And I'm on your side.
Okay, I'm
There
just
you
gonna
go.
say
See?
this. Asian is definitely a race. It
You,
speaks
mis-
to a
I'm
you
collective
oh
misspoke.
of
my
It's
God.
different
okay.
Y'all
people.
weren't listening to anything I was saying.
So,
But
well,
I'm
this is
done
the
here.
issue with
Like
what you're
I'm really
saying. This is the issue because you're right. There are different forms of racism, but they're all under the same systematic structure. So you can't separate structural racism from interpersonal because you would not have either without the system itself. And it collectively cannot be separated. They actually all work in one. They all work together. That is how you have it, where you're seeing school to prison pipeline, where you're seeing Black women lose their lives at a 3 to 6 time higher rate, where you're seeing completely Black communities being economically disenfranchised. It speaks to you understanding the impact of what racism is, how it has worked, and how it was systematically put in place. When we talk about how racism was developed and created, we're talking about how Black bodies were stolen and then used for every form of labor, from cotton, sugar cane, tobacco, to also our hair being put into pillow cushions, our teeth being taken out of our mouths and put into white people's mouths, how intentionally our skin was peeled and made for belts and wallets, and how in every form of selling us, from making us crossbreed with our own parents and sisters and cousins and brothers, to intentionally prostituting us off to the company that y'all kept, to making sure that when they created breeding plantations, that young Black girls stayed knocked up so that they could create something to sell and use it as a form of payment, to lending out or borrowing Black people for their labor. In every form, they were building wealth off the back and body of Black people and not paying them a cent. It was 100% profit without any payment. And so with that, you fast forward to today and see how Black people are still economically disenfranchised through that same system, in which now is weaponized in modern day slavery of prisons and jails. Black communities being over policed, over arrested, exoneration rate over 60%, but the sentencing is 12 to 19% longer than any other race.
Dan,
You know a lot to know nothing.
Dan, now that you've
Sorry.
heard all that, could you now answer the question? Why should Black people trust YT people after you've heard all of that?
It's not all white people did that.
Will profit off of it now. And why are you still accepting those privileges if you don't think that it's something that you want to participate in, or you don't want the benefits of?
How do I profit off of other races?
So when we talk about how society moves, how did white people come into a position of comforts? And I'm not talking about money.
Hey,
you know what I'm talking
I have a question
about?
for you.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
I have a question for you. Who did you vote for?
Trump, of course.
Who are you asking me?
I did say Dan.
I live in Massachusetts.
Who did you vote for?
Take a wild guess. I live in Massachusetts.
Oh my God! No one's asking you where you live. Who did you vote for?
Privileges of being white.
There you go.
No, it's not. It's not a privilege.
No,
it just happens to be who I am.
Do you worry about someone cutting your kid's hair out of their head at school?
Do you?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Well, I feel sorry. That sucks.
Do you worry? Do
Yes,
you
we
worry
do.
that your
happens?
children?
Yes,
do you
it
worry that
actually
your children
happens.
will
You're
call
telling me
call
there's
racial
people today
slurs?
cutting your kids' hair off in school?
Yes, it
Yes.
happens.
No,
It
Yes.
happened
doesn't happen.
multiple
Stop.
times.
Yes.
We're not making
When?
this shit up.
Research.
It happened. You don't even
Give
know.
me an
You
example
worry-
of when that's happened recently.
Oh my
Okay,
God!
let's
Now
talk
we're
about the
talking
Crown
about
Act.
relatable
Do white
stories.
people have a law for them having to wear their hair a certain way?
To who?
Do white people have a law in place because of the way that they wear their hair?
I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, no, you don't.
See, this
We
is your
do.
YT
It's called the
privilege. You don't
Crown
even
Act.
have to. You don't have to be aware of this stuff. You could just
what
wake
white
up and live
person
life.
made that law?
Your people made that law.
Who? Who's the person who made the law?
The
Your
law
people made
had to
that
be
law.
made to protect.
What do you mean, your people?
Your people
Well, what do you
made
think?
that
I'm on
law.
the team of whites and that's it?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
see, that's
You
your
see
Y'all
problem.
are the only one. That's why they have the Crown
That's your
Act. You are
problem
in
right there.
denial, sir.
That's
You
your
have a
problem
problem
right
with
there.
denial. And the fact that you're sitting up here, this is where you need to do your homework, because you're sitting up here playing oblivious as if you don't know what the hell, and you really don't. And that just shows your fucking privilege. There is a Crown Act because some of you, your people, didn't like the way with dreadlocks. We had a guy here in Houston who had to go to court because he was not allowed to wear his dreads, but there was white kids wearing dreads and they couldn't eat and they did nothing to him. We
And
have
his
a
hair was
whole
always
Crown
neat.
Act for us because you people had a problem with how we wore our hair.
Yeah.
You're
His hair
very
was always neat and it was
I don't
always
speak for the
dark
entire
too,
white
so
race, FYI.
you are your people. You are
Fair
your
enough.
ancestors.
So what?
That's the thing. This is the problem with these kind of
That's the
conversations
problem.
is
So what?
that
No, that's
you
your
don't
problem. It ain't
you
my
don't
problem.
care. Excuse
Hey,
me.
thank you for
You don't
saying that. You
you
are
don't
Thank you.
absolutely
care,
right.
I don't
sir. You don't care to truly
always
address.
think.
Hold on. This is the problem. When every time I hear YT men particularly say we should all come together, you're not coming together to listen to the issues that impact other people. You're coming together so that they shut up because you don't want to hear it.
Not at
So
all.
until you came on this panel for a reason. So did you come to address issues or did you come to say that you're trustworthy?
No, I came to say that I was trustworthy
How are you trustworthy when you're not listening to the issues that impact the same people that are telling you, well,
because
you're telling them
I
that they
didn't
should
do that
trust you?
personally.
Sir, respectfully. You don't
What?
want to be trusted and you're not trustworthy because you don't even listen to the issues that are impacting Black people that you get to benefit from.
I benefit from having a law against the way you wear your hair.
You get to benefit from waking up every
Yes,
day
you
and not
do.
being concerned with anything that impacts you solely based on you being white.
Okay.
So with that
So am I a
understanding,
bad
you
person
have
because I'm white?
you're a
Yes.
horrible person because you're not conscious of
See,
anything that's happening around you,
that's the
and that's the
problem. You
convenience
think all
of
white
being
people are
white.
the same?
You are.
We do. Yes, we do.
So the
You should
Absolutely.
reason,
understand that those
Yep.
Dan,
stories were
Yep.
real.
Yep.
so
Like, what the fuck?
Dan, the reason why
I hate to break it to
we're
you,
getting to
that's
this
racist.
point is the fact that you guys are saying the same things. You guys share an ideology, same behaviors. And I just think that if you took a minute just to reflect on yourself and listen to the racists that you say you aren't, you will likely find common ground. Okay, so
So
I
why
think
do
it's
they
very
still have
important
sundown
that you hold on
towns?
just one second.
Yes, ma'am.
1985, you have to be very learn how to be conscious of not just yourself and your individualism, because that is part of white supremacy, but you need to learn how to be conscious of people around you as well. But you guys don't have that ability, and you clearly show it because you and that other girl who happens to not be white share the same behaviors as well.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. You say I have privilege for being oblivious. My bad. Fortunately for me, I don't have to worry about that shit. I feel sorry that you guys have to deal with that crap. I mean,
Wow.
it's not my
Wow.
fault.
There
Are
it
you
is
now
right there,
agreeing that
host.
you have white
There it
privilege?
is
Are you
right
now
there.
agreeing? Hold
That
on.
part.
What
Are
do you
you
mean?
That's
now
why
That's
we
what
agreeing
my
can't
that you
stance
have
the whole
white
trust
time.
privilege?
people like you.
Have I lied up here if I said I know
Valerie,
this, I know
can
that?
y'all let Miss Valerie talk? Can y'all just let Miss Valerie go, please?
Like now I
Thought
agree with you, and you still hate my answer.
I guess he's going to deny that there's still sundown towns that's in existence. I guess he's going to deny about the truck drivers that was unalived who was strange fruited because he was in a sundown town just doing his job.
Do that.
Who said
No,
you
you
did?
didn't do that, but did
Yeah,
you do
same white
anything
people
to
did it. I
hold
don't
on,
think all
Dan,
white.
Dan,
okay.
hold on. Dan, did you do anything to defend the people who are being harmed? That's my question.
I don't. No, I didn't.
No, because you don't even bother to know what's going on around you. You don't care
I know
to
some
know.
things that are going
Hold on. You don't care to know whether or not these things are happening around you. Because the same thing she just said about a sundown town, this is happening to FedEx drivers, postal workers, and delivery drivers driving into different neighborhoods around the United States, simply trying to do their job. They are being attacked by neighbors. They are having police called on them. They are having people jumped into their trucks. And the fact that you don't know this, and like you said, it's not happening to you, so you don't care, which
No,
is cool. But what I'm
that's not
saying
true.
is then when somebody tells you that you have white privilege, then accept it because that's what it means. You don't have to care. You don't have to know. You get to play ignorant and then say, but I'm one of the good guys.
Yep, exactly.
Exactly. And so this whole
You
binary
don't
of
think
does
what
it
you
make me
said
a
happens
bad
to
person or a
non-black
good
people?
person? Hold on. Instead of asking, does it make you bad or a good person? It makes you ineffective and
So
it
what?
makes you not
I'm not here to
trustworthy.
change the
Hold
world.
on. And it makes
Ben,
you,
shut
and
up.
it makes you a person who's not trustworthy.
So don't trust me. Then I don't give a shit.
I
Like, what are you talking
don't.
about?
I
That's the
don't.
point.
But shit, that's why you came up here.
Like, I trust you and I don't even know you.
Don't trust us. We don't want you to
Well,
trust
You
us.
shouldn't
Please
blindly
don't
Don't
trust
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 me.
anybody,
us.
No,
FYI.
Don't trust us.
they've been trusting us since the beginning of time. They trusted us unsupervised with their children. They trusted us to clean their homes. They trusted us to
What's
breastfeed
wrong
their
with that?
Breastfeed
children.
their
Yeah,
babies as
y'all
well.
been trusting us since the beginning of time. It's us who can't trust y'all.
What happened to you personally?
how much time
My
do you
child
want?
was assaulted
Why?
by a YT kid, and
You're
the
talking about
YT
shit that has
principal
nothing to even do
protected
with you.
What?
him, and went out of his way to delete and take care of
All right, I didn't ask
information
you,
that would
Diva.
have
Shut the
helped with
fuck
my
up.
case. So
I
you
asked
asked
this
what
other
happened,
girl.
motherfucker. I'm telling you what happened. So don't ask us what
You told
happened
me
to
not to
us,
trust
and
you.
then we start telling your weird ass what happened.
I
I
don't
was
care.
called an NB
That's
yesterday.
respect.
I've been called an NB several times by people that look like you. You
Mm-hmm.
intentionally go out of your way to make sure that you disenfranchise black people, but somehow you're the trustworthy one. So again, what happened to you, Dan? Because you seem to have a lot of hate in your heart for a group of people you don't even know. And what has happened to white people for them to hate black people so much? What's happened, Dan? Did they
Nope.
mute you? Oh, Dan.
It's you.
Oh, damn. Damn,
You.
Dan. Look at you fighting that mic. Suck it. Suck it, Mike.
It's you.
Suck it. Suck the
He's
mic.
triggered
Suck it.
again. He's
And
triggered.
anyway, why
Anyway,
I'm
do you
spitting
want to
on it
know
before
what
I suck it
happened?
too, just so you know.
Hold on, Dan. Dan, I got a question.
Hit
Why
me.
do you want to know what happened to us? Are you going to beat your meat to it? To the responses? Or is that what you're going to do?
No, just you guys play the victim card nonstop.
But it's not
That's
playing
why
the
you
victim,
can't be
Dan.
trusted.
Dan,
We
let
have
me
a
tell you
hand
this.
time behind our
Funny how
back.
the ones
Hold
who
on,
cause
hold
the
on,
most
Dan,
hold on,
destruction
Dan,
love to
I
say
went to
that.
hold on,
kindergarten. I
hold
went to
on.
kindergarten in 1971.
So, what I find really interesting, right, is that you're saying, oh, you guys this, you guys that. And then you're asking, for personal experiences. So, could you imagine if a black person confides in you about their personal experiences with racism and your response is going to be, well, you guys? Why would they trust you?
Saying that is because you're black?
But why would a black person trust you if that's going to be your response?
I'm saying you guys as in you guys in the panel
You
here.
are proving why you, as an individual, since that's what you like to focus on, should not be trusted.
In this particular space, I guess so.
In this
after that,
particular space, because you don't like what you're hearing.
No, I take
So what
showers, you
happens
bitch.
when a
Shut up.
black person is
Make
telling you
sure you
something
wash
and
your
you don't
legs and
but
like
use a
it?
bitch.
washcloth.
That's how you're going to respond. So you are proving the point. So I love how you guys like to come up here, like to act as if you're the exception, and then you prove that you're not.
Dude, there's millions of people who are the exception, just so you know.
And you're not one of them.
Millions?
I hate,
Millions?
yeah. Not every white person's racist,
Millions.
FYI.
Easy.
Y'all are racist.
Yeah, all
Inherently
y'all are
so.
racist.
That's the
It's
problem. You guys
inherent.
actually believe that. That's crazy.
To a
Yeah,
fact.
you
And
are.
if you
It's
actually
not a fact.
educated
If it
yourself,
comes down to
you
Just
would talk
because
choosing
I
about the
don't know
level
about
of
between
you
you and another
doesn't
indoctrination in
race,
make me
which
you're going to
racist.
Dan,
always
here's
you
choose
my
have
What
been
do you
white.
know about
question.
white people
indoctrinated,
other
Dan.
than
Dan,
them being
here's my
racist?
question. Here's my question.
What do you
If
know
there
about
are
white
all
people
these, hold
other
on, but
than
if there are
them being...
all these millions, why are you allowing the few to give you a bad name? Why are you not on a campaign to make sure that these few pipe down and that they are not creating this false perception of who you all are? I don't see you marching against these quote unquote racist
Are you
people,
marching against them?
right? Oh, I work every day to advocate for Black children
What do you
against
do?
racist systems. Yeah, I do.
What do you do?
I
Don't
just
tell
told
him.
you what I do.
Don't
What
tell him.
does it matter? Remember you
But I
said
just
that
told you what
earlier. What
I
does it
just
matter?
told you what I do. I
Yeah,
just
these
told you.
weirdos, they definitely be trying to figure out where people work and stuff because they creepy.
But I own my company, so it really doesn't matter. But I'm telling you exactly what I do.
Okay. Well, good for you. What about the other people in
So
here?
what
What do you
I'm so
guys
I'm
do?
back to my question.
What
So
do
when
you
you're
do?
saying there's just
He
these
said
few
earlier what he did
outliners,
didn't
I'm trying
matter.
to figure out
I work in
why the
affordable
good
housing for
people, but
minorities,
why don't the
FYI.
good people,
Huh.
Diva, you fucking
why
bitch.
why aren't the
Good
good
luck. Your
people
mama's a
Mama's a
bitch.
louder?
bitch.
Your
That's your
ancestors a
job.
No,
bitch.
What do
you're a
you
fucking
do?
Your
bitch.
You a
mama's
What do you
bitch.
do
You're a
that's
your
bigger
mama's a
It
bitch
take a
than
maid.
bitch
nothing
to
to
know
do
a
with your
bitch,
Mama
racism.
Hold
should
bitch.
have
on.
swallowed you. That's what
What
It
do
your
you
take,
mama
do
yeah,
should have
that's
that's what the
did.
fuck she
unpaid?
should
Because
have
that's how
did.
you
Shoved
pay
you
your
right up
bills.
somebody's ass.
Right. What do you
It
do
take a
that's
bitch to know a
unpaid?
bitch. You the captain of the bitch. Your mama's a bitch. Your
Are you a
ancestors a
guy
bitch.
now? You were a
You a
girl a few
whole
minutes
fucking
ago.
bitch.
Are you a guy now?
You a
What
take
the
it
hell
up
is
the
that?
ass bitch. I'm more of my dick bigger than yours. How about that? We know y'all suffer from little dick
Oh, he got
complexes.
the weenie weenie.
So we got it. Yeah, I'll be that man.
I know. I don't hate you. Hate me for being white, yet you're crying
Yeah,
about me
no,
being better
nobody.
than you.
You're not
No.
worth my hate.
You,
It
you're
takes
crying.
too
You're
much
crying about
energy
me
to
being
hate.
better than
I
you
have a strong
systematically,
dislike
but
for
yet you
you.
think you're better than me.
Absolutely, I
That's the
do.
best part.
Yeah, that's right.
You think you're better
I
than
have
me
a
My
because
bad
strong
you're
time was
dislike for
better.
people like you, Dan.
better than you
Dan,
system.
no
What is
man.
this obsession
Dan, the
with
bitch
hate?
made man.
What's
Dan,
wrong
the
with you
whiny
people?
asshole
Because that's
man.
really how they feel.
Dan, the Nabisco man.
And for people who don't understand
Hey,
1985,
you
I'm
guys,
not sure, host, when
Melanated
you were.
tried to speak. If we could try to be aware of when Melanated tries to speak, that would be helpful. It gets
I
overstimulating when
apologize,
everyone's.
host.
It's
And
all
so,
right.
host, I don't
So
know if when you were talking, you heard that Dan called somebody a bitch. That's what that's coming from. So I don't know if you
She
heard
called me
that
at
while you were
first.
talking.
no, I didn't
No,
hear
she
You
that.
didn't.
called me
No,
a
she
bitch.
didn't.
Now, everybody
No,
on
then I
here
called
heard you.
Diva. I'm
You
talking
bitch.
Diva,
You a
not you.
lying ass bitch
1985.
now.
Yeah, you
I
did call
never
Diva
called you out of
a
your
bitch.
name, Dan.
Yeah, of course it did. She is a bitch.
Yeah, you are a bitch. It take a bitch to know a bitch,
Yeah, okay, I'm
bitch.
a bitch. And
That
Put a
so
bitch.
tampon in, bitch, since you want to bleed about it and cry about it, bitch.
no,
Put
I
a
don't bleed
bottle
on
in
my
your
booty.
mouth and burp yourself, bitch.
Okay, you really got me.
Shit. Oh, yeah, you got me too,
What are you kidding me?
bitch.
What do you think? Does it hurt my feelings or something?
Shit, did you hurt my feelings? I
I hate
guess
to
we're
break
on
it to
the
you, but I'm
same
not gonna.
level playing field, bitch.
Slurs are coming out of my mouth, honey.
Shit, you
Right.
sitting up here, you can't
So
even tell the
You ain't
truth.
fucking
Never
so
once
I
did
feel
you been
that Dan
insulting
has
on
been
the
people since
bait,
you
sensitive
got
bitch.
up
long
here,
enough,
bitch.
right? I would like to move on to
On
the
the
next
bait,
guest.
bitch. I'm stupid. I'm not
So
Your
stupid.
grandma's
My
a
ass.
bitch. The people on your job know you.
All right, you're fat, dude. Clearly, you're fat.
oh, never mind.
Oh, your mama fat, bitch. I got it from your daddy, bitch. Your daddy
Yeah,
liked it. Your ancestors liked it,
you're damn right they
bitch.
did. Hell yeah.
Shit, they
I didn't
wore
say it's a
their ass
bad thing.
out,
It's a
bitch.
fat thing.
Like we gonna wear your ass out,
Yeah,
bitch.
okay. Go get something to eat. It's
Yeah,
almost
go
dinner
ahead and
time.
shove it up your ass
Yeah,
where you
okay.
like it, bitch.
Fat.
Is
Nigga,
this
your
the
mama
man who
fat,
said?
bitch. You
Is
fat.
this
You
the man
sound
who
like
said?
you fat. You
Is
sound
this the
like you
man
need
who
to go
said
You're
detox.
yelling. You're
You sound
running out of breath,
unclean.
yelling
You
at me.
sound unhinged. You a whole bitch. Your
Yep.
ancestors a
You're
bitch, and
damn
I'ma
right I
keep
am. I
calling
am.
you a bitch. You a hoe ass bitch. You a funky bitch. You don't bathe. You don't wash your leg. The sun
I
don't
don't
like
watch.
your ass. Y'all can't go bake out in the sun. Yeah, you a
Yep.
bitch.
Italian,
You
babe.
got a tan. We don't give a fuck if you Italian or not. You a white bitch. You an Italian
I'm
bitch.
Italian.
You a funky face having ass bitch. Bitch.
So
Don't matter. Yeah, I'm proud of it. You a fat motherfucker too. You got
unhealthy.
a fat ass mouth. You ain't got
Unhealthy.
shit to put
Way to go.
in. What's your point, bitch?
I'm gonna die
Yeah,
soon.
you ain't got no point. You sitting up there looking like that
You're gonna
picture right now, bitch. You smell like a wet dog already. I can smell you over here. You a
smell like chicken.
funky ass bitch. You a stanky bitch. I'm sorry, host. I don't mean to disrespect your panel like that. This bitch just triggered me. His titties bigger than
And
mine. His coochie wetter than mine.
I win.
You a whole ass coochie.
And
So
I win.
all right,
You's a
everyone
puss
mute real quick,
puss.
right? So before we get to Ricky,
Thank you for the
Triggered.
gift,
You
bitch.
got triggered.
Yeah, no, you're triggered,
All
bitch. You
right,
the one
hold
called
on,
me out
hold
my
on. The
name.
host,
Shut up,
the host
fatso.
was talking.
You're
The
just a
host
fat
was
chicken.
talking. Dan, shut up. The host was talking.
Oh, you are.
Shut up. Okay.
right? So before we get to Ricky, I just
I'll drop.
Aaron,
Hello.
are you here to show them who's boss?
I got long pockets today. I haven't decided yet. I'm actually enjoying seeing Dan spiral out of control. I was
Where's Dan from? Where you from?
speaking to the host,
I'm
Dan.
from Boston. Look me up.
I
No
was
thanks.
speaking to the host.
Right. So all right, I'll come back to you. I want to hear from Ricky because he had a lot to say in the chat. So Ricky, can you give us your age and race?
18 black.
What are your thoughts?
On the prompt, I feel like you can trust white people to some extent, but what I really wanted to talk about was, first off, let's get this out of the way. Everybody in here, are y'all pro-black? Yes or no?
Ain't got to answer you.
Speak to the topic,
What?
please.
Yeah, I'm about to. I was just seeing because the girl that was on here previously, you guys called her uneducated and all that, and I'm just wondering if you think she's uneducated. And was she black? I could have sworn she said
Yes,
she was
she's
black.
black.
As a black person to a older black person, what do you want to teach younger black people that clearly doesn't know anything, instead of being on here on live in front of a lot of people?
What's the difference between someone being receptive to learn something and someone thinking they know everything and know nothing?
Well, they're not gonna learn, but I mean,
Exactly. So then what
I
are you
mean,
talking
still,
about?
still then,
That
still then
you
though,
hold critique in the wrong court. Because instead of you, if you are a younger person, reaching out to that young person and having a conversation, you want to think you would come up here and critique people based on their pro-blackness and how they show up in regards to correcting someone that did not want to take correction.
I mean, y'all
It's not
couldn't
about
refer her to no
age. Wait,
books though,
hold on. No, why would you reference someone to a
because
book
it's clear she
when
doesn't
no, no,
know.
no, 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 no.
And
She
if
did
you,
not care to know. And that's why I asked you the question I asked you. Y'all got to stop coming up thinking y'all going to check something that y'all can't even clock if you had a watch on your wrist. At the end of the day, she did not care to learn. And that was obvious. That's why I asked her 3 simple questions. I let her rock out. She did not know what she was talking about. She said Asian wasn't even a race. When they tried to correct her, she got mad. A lot of y'all overtalk and you don't think. It's not about just addressing someone a particular way. It's the fact that they are not receptive to the information that's being given. That's
okay,
all. So go ahead
okay,
and answer the
but
topic.
what I was about to say though, I heard somebody in this. I don't know if he's still up here, but I heard him say teacher, and I heard somebody in here say no.
How can you teach a
It
person
happened.
when she clearly said that she already knew? She came
So
up here
you
like,
didn't hear
let's do it
anything
on
that
say
Wait,
no
wait,
Dante
wait, wait.
said.
no.
Hold on,
It's
You
hold
not
didn't
on,
our
hear
hold on,
job
hold
to
No,
on,
anything
I'm
teach
he
just
hold
her.
telling
on.
her my
said.
reasoning though.
You
Why I
guys, hold
said that.
on,
I was just
hold
telling her.
on, hold
I
on,
heard she
Ricky.
said.
The problem with that is she doesn't have a baseline understanding of race, and you can't teach someone a language if they don't know what the subjects and verbs are. So it's don't come up here defending someone who wasn't who didn't want to receive the information instead of just wanting to respond, because that's what Dan does, and that's what that
I
other
mean,
girl did. And she even said all she wants to do is respond.
Well,
So
D, we expect that from the only backwoods cousin fucker sitting up here.
huh?
Yeah, I'm from Italy, bitch.
It doesn't matter. You still a
Yeah.
backwoods cousin
And so what
fucker.
can I say
Fuck your
about you?
dog, you fuck your
What should we
animals.
say about you
Yeah, we
personally?
talking about you right now,
Yeah,
Dan.
let's
We
talk
don't
about you,
have a
Fatso.
history of bestiality.
Right.
Okay? We
So
don't
back
have
to
a history
Ricky.
of not
And
So
keeping our
Ricky,
feelings
somebody
between the
somebody
legs and
call my name.
wash and dry.
how many times
Before
did you
we
wait
go
today?
She's trying
further,
to
I
get her
think
room back. Melanie, she's not trying to lose her account. Her room is going good. Just give her
Snacks you
space.
have today, 85.
Up, you weirdo.
But they're full meals,
yeah.
aren't they?
Shit, I eat better than you.
But you eat more than me,
And what's your
100%.
problem?
okay, can everybody put
Somebody's
their
trying to
She's
ask me
trying
a
to get her
question.
room back in
go
order
on
You eat more than
mute?
me,
respectfully. Can
Fatso.
y'all stop? Stop. Jesus. Let her speak. It's her room. Respect her
I'm listening.
space.
Fucking porker.
see, I'm not even going to respond to that.
You
So,
do.
Ricky, before you go further into your thoughts on what we're discussing, I just have a question for you. Do you date white women?
No, I never dated a white person.
Would you consider it?
Yeah.
Hate you already, bro.
This YT is centering himself in the midst of black conversation for you.
He can't help it.
A
He's
lot
a
of y'all are,
fucking
a lot
dog.
of y'all,
I'm not
a lot of
listening
our
to him.
youth has been so colonized, and it's so sad because if you truly understood even what the term pro-black meant, pro-black is love and correction. But a lot of y'all think because black people are calling out the BS and the black people that are aligning themselves with YT people is showing that you don't understand what's still happening in society. These same YT people that a lot of y'all want to align yourselves with wouldn't piss on you if you was on fire. And that speaks to how your community still is disenfranchised. But if they offer you
That's a
$1 and
ridiculous
make you
statement.
feel
Shut up.
special and pat your head, you feel like you the good one. Y'all have got to stop allowing
Huh?
these weird non-black people to make you feel like access to you or accessing to them will give you some level in society. They are still
I never
intentionally
felt like that.
disenfranchising you. Listen,
I
if you
think
didn't feel
Diva
like
might be
that,
with
you
Dan,
you.
you
wouldn't have
talk so
you would
much, you
not have
can
came
tell.
up here. Oh wow, thanks for the gifts.
I
Good to
never
know
You eat
felt
you.
more
like
when
it.
I talk, honey.
At the end of the day, Dan, you can suck a raw dog, okay? I'm
That's
talking to
why
a
he
young man,
can't keep
believe
his
me.
mouth closed because he keep a lot of dick in it. He
I
can't
think
shut the
I
fuck
think
up. He can't
Diva,
keep them
Diva, let
dick
me take
suckers
you
up
out
in
on a
his
date, girl.
clothes. That's why he said that
Bro, can you
Nabisco,
drop
he
him?
can't help it. Somebody need to put something in his
D,
mouth
you
and
said
make
it.
him
You
shut the hell up.
Yo, Diva, let me take you out on a date.
Shut up, you fool. Who?
The
Ricky.
silence. The
Ricky.
silence.
Ricky.
Goat fucker.
Yeah.
The sister
I
you
want to take
referred to.
85 out. She'll
Shit,
take down the
backwoods
rest.
cousin
Be
fucker,
quiet,
goat
please.
Hold
fucker,
on,
pig
I
sucker.
can't hear
Be quiet.
him.
Yo,
Be
85.
quiet.
I'll bring you to
Answer my
Mickey
question.
D's.
Homo, you
Be
can't bring me
quiet.
shit. The only thing that you can get is these hands,
Big
my
Mac
boy.
food
We
takedown.
don't touch me. Y'all get likes and shit. Y'all
We're
come
on
with
the.
diseases. You full of diseases. We don't
He
want
likes
nothing
your
that you
Big
got.
Mac.
That's why your ass, y'all
We're
gotta take a
under.
shower and wash your hair every day. We don't want nothing you want. You poison. You funky. You smell like a wet dog.
Mac.
That's why you are what you are right now. We don't give a fuck about you, Dan. Why don't you go up there and put a
So,
dildo in your mouth? Go on and suck on some.
Hold
Your
on,
so
hold
women
on,
don't
hold on,
even
hold
like
on,
you.
hold on,
That's
hold
why
on.
they go for black men. Your
Let him
women
fire.
can't stand y'all either. That's why our brothers be sitting up there
Mac,
wearing that ass out. Dan, Dan got
1985.
a little
Leave it.
ding dong.
Mac,
That's what Dan stand for. Little dick ass Dan. He can't compete where he can't
Mac,
compare. That's why he got to do what he up there doing now. So go ahead, Dan. Go ahead, straw man. Shit, go ahead, beastie man. We don't give a
Mac,
damn about Dan the man,
Mac.
because Dan ain't no man.
You're
Dan
fat.
got a
Hold on,
coochie
hold
bigger
on,
than
hold on,
mine.
hold on. Let's bring
Dan,
some control.
You're
Dan ain't
fat.
shit. Dan ain't
Let's bring
worth a
some
shit.
control.
Dude,
Dan
you're
is
so
afraid of
fat you
being a
can't stop
minority in the
talking. It's
country that
hilarious.
he stole.
That's how fat you really
Dan,
are.
go over
I was
there
just
and
saying that
get
to hurt
bent
you. I
up,
didn't know it was gonna
Dan.
fucking ruin your
That's
life,
why we have
fatso.
LGBTQ right now,
Yeah,
Dan,
okay,
because
Porker.
y'all was the ones who started the modern day
Yo, how many
Sodom and
Big Macs can you
Gomorrah,
take down in one sitting?
Dan.
Over
So
under
why don't
10.
you go and
I'm
handle
betting on
yourself,
over.
Dan? You and your right hand, I'm sure, is very well acquainted, Dan, because you ain't got no bitch, Dan. Dan can't even get no woman. He too busy trying to be
You're
one
fat.
because he like to argue with one.
Fat.
So go ahead, Dan.
Fat.
Go on and put a tampon in,
Fat.
Dan. Dan bleed worse than we do, Dan. Your
Fat.
mama fat. Your daddy like this fat. That's why they came over here and got
Fat.
all of this
Wait,
fat,
hold on, hold on,
Fat.
hold
Dan.
on, hold on,
Hey,
real quick. Hold on.
Incognito, you supposed to
Porker.
Uncle
answer something.
Tom,
Dan, be
Dan.
quiet. I just need to
Yeah,
say
hang on,
something
brother.
really quick. I really did not want to interrupt, right? But if anybody wants to get rid of Dan, they gotta send $10.
Hey,
What?
Porker.
$10.
I'll be back.
Can't handle
Shit, you can't handle it. That's why you still here, Dan.
that's
Go
how
ahead and do
Hey,
something with
To ask
yourself,
it for 20
Dan.
for this
Snap
much.
that's
like a
how
banana
Incognito
and
had a question
split,
for me.
Dan. Go on
hey
and spare
Porker.
yourself the rest of the embarrassment,
Yeah, I'm
Dan.
getting
So
embarrassed by
we don't
you.
give a damn about Dan. Dan want to sit up
Saw
here
you
and keep
racial.
on crying. Dan want to keep on whining. Dan ain't got no talking points.
You got
Dan need a bottle. Dan
yeah.
sitting up here stressing. Dan been triggered since he been up here, Dan. That's why you need to go and get you a woman, Dan,
Porker.
or an animal,
Incognito, type your
Dan.
question in
That's
chat.
what you are, Dan.
Fat.
Okay, that's why we don't like you, Dan. We will never trust nobody like you, Dan. You a redliner, Dan. We don't give a
Fat.
shit, Dan. That's why you got
Fat.
skin flakes, Dan. That's why the sun still
So
don't like you, Dan. You allergic
that's
to
how
fucking bath water, Dan. Y'all don't even use rags to wash our ass,
God.
Dan. You smell like you been outside, Dan. All your
That's
fucking, y'all can smell you over here, Dan. Go over there and
water.
tell your mama about it, Dan. If you're scared, go to church, Dan. Somebody help Dan. All right, I'm
Okay.
done. I land my plane.
So,
Can you come to my lives when I
Yeah,
go
when
live?
Aaron.
Can I say that was hilarious?
that was a
Yo,
beat
that
down.
was hilarious. Please come to my
I,
live
I'm
and go off
sorry.
on somebody
I
like
did
that.
not want to interrupt that.
That's a beat down. Ricky.
Clip that.
Host,
Clip
I
it.
apologize.
That's
I
too
did not mean to
funny.
disrespect your panel. Let me just apologize right now. I am so sorry, host. I respect what you do, but that dude been popping off since I got up in here. So my bad. I apologize.
No,
I'm a
can I
hush.
just, no, you're fine. I just want to say no one can do that like black people.
Right.
No one.
Dan.
I'll be saying Dan for the rest of the night. Dan. I might call my brother Dan.
Now, Ricky,
He
referencing the
thought
sister who was up earlier. Sorry, Aaron. Sorry. Just let
uh,
me.
he thought that his biggest comeback, his biggest clapback, was calling somebody fat.
Yeah, idiot.
That they do it all the time when they cannot challenge us intellectually, and then when they cannot go back and forth with us, they immediately attack our physical.
Right. Ricky, do you
Same
have anything else
physicality
you want
that
to
they
add?
women going to go get. They going to go get lip fillers, butt implants, all of the cheek fillers just to look like us, Dan. So I know you down there fighting, punching the air right now, Dan.
So
Ricky, do you have
Incognito did not
anything that you
step in
want to
because he
add?
didn't need to for the person in the comments. So
I
don't
was
clock Incognito for shit. He didn't step in because he knows she was fighting somebody below her weight class. He didn't have to step in. So don't clock Incognito at all. Thank you.
who me?
Right. Ricky,
Oh,
I didn't hear you.
I thought Incarnito was about to ask me a question.
Yeah, at the beginning, if you were listening, I asked that sister a simple question. What books has she read on Black history? She said she doesn't need to read. She don't need to read any books. She said you can't educate someone who says they don't need to read to understand Black history. So you know, I understand why you wanted to defend her, but she said she doesn't need to read. She don't need to read. So what can you do with somebody who don't need to read?
Not much.
So how else would you suggest we attempt to teach her?
I mean, far as like teaching, I mean, like you said, if you don't want to get a teach, you're not gonna, learn. But far as, disrespecting her and, putting her down and multiple people just talking all over, telling them, no, you're wrong. Oh my gosh, you're so stupid. Like, I don't think that was
He was
right.
wrong though.
Okay, so this is my problem with you. I'm gonna say this again. There's a crucifix. Y'all young, and it's coming. The chickens are coming home to roost, and a lot of y'all that ain't supposed to go, y'all not gonna go because y'all think there's gonna be a friendly form of liberation. You have to weed out the Black people that are truly gonna either move with you, or the Black people that are truly gonna have you caught up. A lot of y'all would have got Harriet caught. A lot of y'all would have cost a lot of people their lives because you want to be friendly more than you want to be fair, or you want to be progressive, or you want to see Black liberation. Y'all think because y'all got cell phones and tablets and a little money in your account, and your parents might have provided you with a comfortable lifestyle, that somehow you're not being impacted by society. Anywhere you go, the majority of Black people are economically disenfranchised. You're seeing more of the collective of Black people being poor and impoverished than you are the whole. And that is by design. It's not because Black people are just lazy and don't want to do better in society. It is by the design of white people that they keep the collective of the Black people down. They get to stay on top of them and make a profit. I'm going to keep saying this to our youth. Y'all have got to wake up. And being nice and friendly does not liberate you when you are talking to someone that has people don't need help. The system was built to help them. That is why you're seeing more white people thrive than other communities that are working 10 times harder, because you're working 10 times harder to give half those profits back to the YT community. Y'all gotta wake up, man. Educate yourself.
Actually,
And it
the
ain't
Asian
nothing nice
community,
about facts. I'm gonna say that. There's nothing nice about facts. Facts are just that.
like I was gonna say though, the Asian community is the highest paid household though. But here's the thing though, with it
Highest
being
paid household that doesn't control any of the resources in America, because 90% of those resources are controlled by white people. Asians can't even be racist to white people based on the system and structure that was created off the backs of Black people. And in that understanding, they're the highest paid based on the jobs that they acquire. And in that regard, here in America, you show me where they suppressing white people and making a profit.
Do they have
You
money
ain't
or
gonna
do they have
find it.
wealth? That's the difference that you don't understand. Do they have money or wealth?
I would assume wealth.
You would assume wealth. You would assume to
Yeah,
be
I
wrong.
can't
They
really
got money,
tell
not
you if they
wealth.
have
Not
money
wealth.
or wealth.
They have money, not wealth.
What do you mean by that?
And you can trust and believe that they're more than likely investing their money back in India than they are in America.
Okay, so that's what you mean by wealth over money?
Somebody can work really hard and have money in their account, but not have level of resources. You know what resources are?
Yeah.
So what is it?
Resources far as in referring to people, having people that are higher than you that can get you higher positions in
No,
life.
resources is like
Okay.
land, owning or
Oh, that's what you meant?
Things that actually keep a population either thriving or they can diminish them. You have to understand how you truly control things is through land, through the resources that everyone needs to survive.
For your information, brother, the Asian community practiced the same thing in Uganda, where they had very well educated, they had communities, money, everything. But you know what they were doing with the money? Taking it and sending it back to India, develop India. You can guarantee they do the same thing. I'm in the UKKK, and they do the same thing over here. They invest back in India. You can talk as much as you like about them, but you know, on the backs of black suffering, the Indians benefit.
Okay, I see what you're talking about. All right, but like I was about to say though, far as teaching the younger black people, do you necessarily have to be rude to them though?
You're expecting you want us to provide their privilege by giving them kindness. So that's part of their privilege. That's one of the 6 tenets of white privilege is them expecting kindness. So if
wait, who are you
they
talking
feel
about them?
well, you said that
I'm talking about black people. I'm talking about when you're teaching other
and I
black
think
people.
I don't
have to
think
come
that
off rude.
I don't think that it's unkind to tell them the truth. Why?
Not
I
telling
think
the
those
truth,
are
but
the
your
those are the
tone.
best weapons and tools we have is the truth, and they have.
Yeah.
I don't get that. They're more powerful with it.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying though your tone and how you're just speaking to people, especially young people. If some young people are gonna
Well,
feel
you need to.
disrespected, of course they're not
Did you
gonna listen.
notice how she just kept interrupting and not even receiving any information? Did you notice that? So, because it
Yeah,
seems like
she was
you're
hot. Yeah,
what
she
it
was
is,
mad.
and I know that she's black, but a lot of times what white people do is they expect this level of kindness and expect us to teach them. And I don't think anyone up here has a problem in teaching. And Valerie, that was up here a little while ago, she was very patient, very kind, and very clear, but she would not let Valerie finish, and neither would Dan. And you want us to continue to be quote unquote kind to people who can't even give us the respect of our wisdom, of our scholarship that we've done for decades. I don't get that.
Okay, so you said Valerie was up here. I probably wasn't up here to hear Valerie, but I just came and I just kept seeing her get muted as she was trying to answer a question, and then I hear 3 other people talking and asking her a question. I'm like,
So do you know why she was muted though? Because she kept speaking out of term. She didn't have any decorum. She didn't have any manners, and she was very impulsive in what she wanted to say. She wasn't making sense. Her argument was contradictory. So I don't understand, and she was being very defensive. So I don't understand what tools people should have when trying to help provide information to someone who just keeps throwing it back at us. That doesn't even make sense.
Ricky, which one of us up here look like Willy Wonka?
huh?
Which one of us up here look like Willy Wonka? Because why do you want us to sugarcoat shit?
I don't want you to sugarcoat it.
Yes, you do.
I never said that. Hold on now.
I
You don't gotta
would rather
sugarcoat nothing.
have. I
But you
would
could. I'm
rather
just saying, talk
have
respectful and
the
stuff.
uncomfortable truth than a sugar-coated lie.
Okay,
Than a
when did I ever
sugarcoat
say I
some
wanted something
bullshit.
sugarcoated?
So why do you think we have to watch our tone when talking to people?
Because you don't have to come off disrespectful especially when you're talking to young people who felt like they're gonna get disrespected. Of course, they're not gonna
Time
listen.
out. Ricky, wait. Who was disrespectful up here first?
All
Who was
y'all were
who was
putting her
being
down for not
disrespectful?
reading, for not.
No, no,
You
that's not
just
what
came
happened. You
in
must not
here,
have been.
not
Yeah, you must not have been here
I
for the
came
whole
here at the
time.
he
heat of
wasn't
things.
here because I
At the
saw
I
heat
wasn't
of
him
here
things,
from the
say
beginning.
that,
exactly. At the
But
heat
and
of
he would have
things.
heard her being disrespectful.
Right. She
And
what
was
did she
the
people
say
were
one being
trying to be
disrespectful?
disrespectful up
very
here.
calm and educate her. You're wrong, sir.
What did she do disrespectful?
And honestly, I'm tired of this
You should have been
conversation
here
because
for
D
you
explained
to
it to
see
you.
that.
DV explained it to you. Aaron
Yeah,
just explained it to you. 1985 is explaining it to you. Everyone's explaining it to you, and you still talk about but we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck about
huh?
her.
I
We
mean,
don't
if you want to
care.
be Captain
I'm done with this
Saberho, then go and
conversation.
ask her.
Now,
Whoa,
can you
whoa, whoa, hold
answer?
on, hold on, hold on.
No,
I'm
ain't
not
no
trying to be
hold on. Can you
Captain
answer
Save
the
a Hoe.
prompt?
If
Can you answer the prompt?
I said,
Answer the prompt.
answer the prompt that came in, I said to some extent, yeah.
Oh, now expound.
Now it's bound. It was calling her a hoe necessary.
Ricky, did you come up here to talk about the prompt or did you come up here to cape for that little girl?
Little girl. Okay. Nah. I just came over here to defend her because I was just uncalled for from a bunch of older
Right, you can
black
defend
people.
her from the chat.
Yeah, that was draining, y'all. Don't come up here being vampires. I'm tired of y'all sucking our energy. Damn.
Carmel, what's your age and race?
47.
Carmel. Carmel.
Right, next.
I think it was Midwest.
Yeah, 47. Black.
Right, and do you want to
Y'all
answer the
hear me?
prompt?
Why should black people trust YT people? I don't. I believe that history of America has proven time and time again we really can't. I mean, that's, I know, kind of short and simple, but that's my true feelings about it. I think that if we go back in history, and even if we fast forward to today, there are many examples of why we can't. If that makes sense.
There's examples every day. Every day we have examples. They've had 20 attempts on Ibrahim Traore's life already, and all he's trying to do is develop his people. They're the first people to tell us to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, and whenever we attempt to do it, they cut the bootstraps.
Right. And I feel like it's getting a lot worse with the administration we got in. I know that a lot of the white key people don't like to hear this, but it's facts. I mean, he's igniting an old time uprising of that kind of mentality, and even the racism. I mean, I see it every day on the internet, on TikTok. I mean, it's getting bold now. It's not even like I think there was a time. I mean, not really, but I feel like maybe back towards the end of the '90s, into the early 2000s, they was kind of scared to be like that. But now it's like bold, and now it's like in our face, and now they're using laws to even bring back some of the old laws that they used to do for oppression. I mean, that's what I'm seeing going on, and the boldness of it is the danger to us. And I think one thing they're not ever going to understand is how that boldness and that revolt that they're having is just dangerous to our people. It's dangerous to our kids. It's dangerous to our communities, and it's getting worse. And I think that it's getting stronger. And I wouldn't be surprised if I don't know how much time it's going to take, but they're really going to cross the line. It's going to be something egregious that some law they're going to pass.
I hope they hurry up and enforce this segregation so these white folks can leave us the fuck alone.
Yeah. I was wondering if y'all, because I looked up the statistic yesterday, and I was a little shocked. Like, the ratio of black folks in America versus how many white folks are here. Percentage of us versus them.
I didn't hear what you said.
What?
I said, does anyone know? Because I looked up this statistic the other day. How many actual black people are in America versus how many white people are? What is the statistic or percentage of that?
Plus percent is 13 something odd percent.
That's facts. That's facts. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, that's a crazy number, right?
I'm sorry, is this going anywhere?
Yeah. Where are we going with this, sir?
Sorry, I think my area I'm cutting out here. I'm just saying the way that we're outnumbered, it kind of is, to me, kind of defeating. I know we're strong, but you know, as far as things like politics and numbers and laws, I mean, we are vastly outnumbered.
Scared?
So actually, you
I'm not
saying
gonna
that
say
we're that,
scared. I'm
so
not.
so actually, bringing up that we are vastly outnumbered, that is actually a defeatist attitude to have, because if you check our history prior to when they were trying to colonize us, numbers didn't matter. It had to do with strategy, and many of our people won with a fraction of the numbers of Romans and the Greeks. So
Hannibal
And I
Lecter.
feel that, and that was kind of the feeling I got when I looked up the statistic. I was like, well, you know, numbers don't matter because strength is in numbers, you know. But you know, it just seems like I mean, I guess it opened my eyes because I didn't know that, but it was like, wow, you know, it's a lot of work to be done. It's a lot to overcome, you know. And with these new laws that they're trying to pass and trying to, you know, get rid of our history. And then, I mean, one of the tactics that I see that seems to be, you know, the norm now is that they're using other black folks to fight for them, you know, because you got the Black MAGA crew out here just running rampant, you know, and I'm running into one or two every day on the internet, and I'm just like, wow, like you really think like that, brother? Like what?
Using black people is not nothing new, bro. That's not nothing new. You know, the Haitian Revolution was one. Oh, that's one of the things they had to do first, was to get rid of the sellouts. Yeah, you could see that in many, you know, Patrice Lumumba. They took him out and put in, you know, Mobutu. They use black people all the time.
Yeah.
This movement just seems a little different. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know what
but
it is, but
let me scare you even more, because you sound scared. I don't know if you are, but you sound scared. Let me scare you even more. There's less than 1% of us who think this way. So it's not 13% of us. It's less than 1% of us who think this way. So if you really want to be scared, that's your answer.
If I have to go down, bro,
that's
I'm gonna.
crazy. That's crazy. You know, I don't get on these topics a lot, but you know, I mean, I like to support the people, and you know, I like what y'all are doing here. You know, but yeah, I mean, it's not really a scared thing. It's just kind of like I need to open my eyes a little more. You know, and I need to educate myself on more things like this. You know, because I got a daughter in college. You know, I got two sons out here. You know, I'm old, man. My time's starting to burn out, but thinking about the future for my children in a society like this with all this MAGA craziness, yeah, that does put fear in me. I ain't gonna lie, you know.
Right. So I want to hear from Lena. So Lena, could you give us your age and race?
I'm 41. Sometimes I go back Caucasian, but I'm 100% black.
Huh?
I'm 41. I'm black mixed with Italian, but I'm 100%. You know, it's just yeah. I'm 100% black. Yeah, yeah.
Where does that Caucasian come from?
And I'm 100% black. But
So lost.
as far as the top note, so my niece, sometimes when she applied to jobs, she applied as Caucasian. Yeah, because she feel like she have more better opportunity to get the job if she applies Caucasian, and so far it's been working for her. But anyways, the topic at hand, I don't trust them. I probably would never trust them. It has been proven time and time again that you shouldn't trust them. I don't understand why some black BLK men and women still think that they could trust them and marry them and be friends with them. I don't trust them. I cannot trust somebody who can switch up at any moment and lean on their skin color to get out of a situation. I can't do that. I can't. I am cordial with them, of course, because I work with them. I'm a dialysis nurse, and there's very, very few of my skin colors in dialysis. But I'm cordial with them. I'll go out with a drink with them, like if it's a social event or a job event or something like that. But trust and believe, I got 15 eyes on you, because I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. If you hit me and then I react and hit you back, please don't start crying and trying to make the cops feel like, oh, I started it. Don't do that. Don't see, that's the part I can't trust. And then the cops go, oh, poor little, white tee little girl, she crying and stuff. So I'm gonna believe her because her tears are stronger than this BLK. But no, she attacked me, so I'm finna get down on her. See, that's what I'm saying. Like the Camelo Anthony case. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand why BLK people still think that they can trust these people. They don't like us. And I feel like in any given situation, they will use their white tea privilege.
Yeah, sis, hold on 1 second. I get that. But you just mentioned that you would go for a drink with them.
I'm not walking around mean mugging them. That's what I'm saying. I'm not walking around mean mugging them. I'm not,
So you do have some sort of level of trust for them if you're going out.
No, I don't. I'm just saying, like, if it's a job event and I want to go and there's white tea people there, then we can be cordial. But I'm not. No, I don't.
I'm still.
I don't trust
I'm
them
still
at
lost why you
all.
go by Caucasian sometimes.
I don't trust them. It's to get a
She
better
said to get jobs. I think she said to get jobs.
It's a better opportunity to get jobs when you put Caucasian on your application.
And I'm also guessing that they don't do face-to-face interviews where they could see if their self-description matches themselves. So that's very interesting that I guess she dismissed that.
Yeah, I mean, my niece get jobs all the time, and
But
she.
we're asking about you, not your niece.
Me too. I before I became a nurse, I will put Caucasian on there and I'll get jobs. I don't have to do it now because there's a shortage of nurses. But yeah, before I became a nurse, and I would get jobs all the time. They would never question. My hair is curly. I'm not light skinned. I would say I'm like caramel complexion.
I'm guessing what they did is they saw you and they were like, "What is going on? Does she not know?" They probably thought something was wrong with you. That's what I'm guessing.
Probably so. I don't know, but I got the job. I don't know. All I'm saying is I can't trust them at all. I don't think there will be ever.
But the real answer to that is it couldn't have been because you put Caucasian or YT on that application, because if they seen you, they know you're not YT. So it's not helping you. It may help you get a call back. It's not helping you get that job though.
When I go into the interview, they interview me and they say, call me back 2 days later and say, you got the job.
You explain people getting jobs all the time and, job offers, and they say they're black. When they say they're black, how do you explain that?
What I would say is if you put Caucasian on your application, more than likely you're going to get a call for an interview, and more than likely you might get paid a little bit more as if you put African American.
So are you going off of feelings, subjectiveness, or are you going off of objectivity?
I'm going off a base of what I know. I've seen white tea people put white tea on their application or Caucasian on their application, and they get hired. Not only do they get hired, they get put in jobs that they don't know nothing about, but they get trained to learn about.
But you are totally dismissing the part when after they give you a call back, do you think they're gonna hire you because you said you were white, but when they look at you, you're black? Like you don't think maybe your qualifications may have gotten you the job?
Well,
You
can't
don't.
nobody say you don't know what kind of skin color. You could say and come to an assumption that I am black because my skin color is black, but you don't know that I'm black for real. I could have a tan. I could have put some darker skin makeup on. I don't know.
How come we can tell white women who tan extremely go really, really dark? How can we tell that they are white?
That's what I'm saying. You can't tell. I've seen a lot of white women
I
who
can tell. I can
tan
tell. I can tell.
really
I can tell.
dark,
I can tell a white woman who's tanned. I sure can.
and they look be okay to me.
So
And they
hold on,
want to be
sorry,
us. They want to be
sorry,
us so
Lena.
bad.
Hey, Lena. So sorry, just to be clear, are you saying that when you turn up, is that you in the picture?
Yeah.
So you're blacker than me. So you're saying that you turn up to interviews, and because you wrote Caucasian or translucent in the application form, somehow their eyes deceive them and they see a white woman who's just come back from like a month in Jamaica?
Right.
Are
I'm
you for
saying
real?
that
Did
you
you see?
cannot
So when you
question what
looking at
you cannot question if I'm Caucasian or not. That's not
babe,
that's
you're not
against
Caucasian. Babe, you're not Caucasian.
that's against
We all know that.
policy.
Anyone who's not delusional knows that. I mean, do you see Caucasian when you look in the mirror?
Oh, do I believe I'm really Caucasian? Like for real, for real? No, I'm black mixed with Italian. Like I'm not, I'm just
Oh,
one.
you mean you're black mixed with white?
Yes,
Oh.
I'm
Anyway.
100% black.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
listen.
so what? Oh
To
my
to
God.
my mutual Americans, boy, like some of your people, them you need to get them in order because. But I came to speak to Uncle.
I love your
Hi,
accent, by the
Uncle.
way.
Oh,
I
thank
love
you,
your accent.
thank you. I hate it, but it is what it is. But I just wanted to have a quick
You
word with
said you
Uncle.
hate me? You
I
hate
hate
me?
my
Dang.
accent. I hate it.
Oh,
My
I
accent. Calm down.
I love it. I wish I had one.
I mean, you can just.
Colonizer's accent. You have a different
Yeah.
colonizer's accent. Why do you love her
No, but
accent?
she's got Italian. She can speak Italiano. Prego,
It's
prego. Adios.
sexy. It's sexy to
Yeah,
me.
she
I
got
would
Italian
love to
in her blood,
be
no?
So you love the colonizer.
I would love to be in an intimate place and be talking like that. Like, I think that's sexy.
Anyway, can I speak to
I
the
want to
guy?
know who be
Midwest.
thinking
Hey,
you was
Midwest.
white.
Hey, Midwest.
No, nobody, but you can't question that. That's against policy.
Lena, babe, can I just get 3 minutes with Midwest if that's okay? Midwest, remind me how old you are.
Me? I'm 41.
47, about to be
Oh,
48.
oh, you're talking to him.
You're
Okay.
47, about to be 48. You've got children and grandchildren.
Grandchildren, yeah, thank
Oh,
God.
just children, okay. And because I was listening to you in the comments, and it was giving like really scared. Like, I don't know. Are you nervous?
I know, I guess y'all are picking up on that because of what I said, but I mean, for my kids, a little bit, yeah. I
So
mean,
if
just
you're
with this
scared,
administration
if
that
you're
we got
scared for
that
your
we got right
kids,
here.
what? Yeah. So if you're scared for your kids, what are you doing to kind of prepare or not prepare? Anything?
Like I said, I've been educating myself. That's why I said I looked up that statistic the other day. I didn't know that. Just trying to listen to in on things like this.
So what are you scared of that they're
Because
going to come
you
with a
can't do
book and give
anything
you
if
a
you're not
test?
educated.
What are you scared of that they're going to knock on your door and give you a test? Like, what are you reading up on? Like, what are you scared of?
I think, I mean, it could be conspiracy. I don't know, but I just think they're going to use laws to try to oppress us, kind of back like it used to be. I think they're trying to bring back a revolt from back in
So
their day.
what would that oppression look like? What, segregation, where you couldn't mix with them? Like,
It would
what would
just be,
oppression look like? What do
I
you think
think it would just be, it would be laws. It would be laws, as far as us being able to vote, as far as us being able to participate in certain
Isn't
things.
that already there? Isn't that what they do? They do special things where they make sure like the voting ID is stuff that black people don't necessarily have. Like everything they need to oppress is there already. All I was gonna say to you is this, because you're a big man. I thought you was older than you were, but I'm still gonna say it. There's only two things that's guaranteed. Well, one thing that's guaranteed now at your age is that you're gonna die. So if you are gonna die, maybe die for something so that you can leave something for your kids. So don't be scared. I've got, if you go on this particular page, 3 videos down, there's just like a little 30-second fragment of a speech from Ibrahim Traore. Do you know who he is?
I've heard of him. I never heard him speak though.
Yeah, he basically says, "Don't be a coward, black people." He says, "We're gonna die anyway, so let's do something in it." Like, so, I feel like you need to man up. Really, like, no disrespect, but man up. Even if you're scared, you don't come onto platforms where there's over 100 people nearly to tell them how scared you are. Like, you hold that as a man. You're a man coming on a platform predominantly of women to tell them you're scared. What are we meant to do now as women? Run Ambar? You're a man the fuck up, right? Even if you're scared, go and find a next man and you lot decide, what do you think is going to happen? What should we do? Let's do this. Let's train. Let's go on Amazon. There's a video of a woman showing like that they're buying a whole heap of madness on Amazon in America, like war stuff and all of that. You don't need to do the same. But don't come on here as a big bomber clout man and make everyone else now feel nervous. Because if the men are scared, how the fuck are the women meant to feel? It's always down to the women, because we can't be scared, because we know we're fighting for our kids. You got kids and you're up on TikTok telling people, "Oh, do you know there's only 30% of us? Do you know there's only 3% of us in England?" And I'm ready to dun out any of them. If I go, I'm taking 100 of them with me. Trust and bumper club believe. Man the fuck up, man. Put some bass in your voice. I'm a whole woman and I sound more manly than you. It's disappointing.
God damn. Wow. All right.
Got your back.
I mean,
If
she cooked
whenever
me on
you,
that
I
one.
got you ain't gotta be scared. I
Yeah,
got
no,
your
I
back.
feel
You
you.
ain't gotta be scared.
I feel what she's saying.
Call the Reverend.
No, I
I'm a
feel what she's
Reverend.
saying.
I'm a Reverend, and I will have your back.
Yeah, I feel what she's saying. You send me the link to some of that stuff. Let me look at it. I mean, I'm like you said. I mean, it's not a good look to look weak or to sound weak. And I'm not
You
trying to
can't be
do
scared,
that. I'm trying to be
that's the point.
smart.
I'm not saying you can't
You
be
know.
scared. You'd be, I think all black Americans right now should be like, if none of you ain't really thinking, well, what's next? Then you lot are, but there's a time and a place. That's all I'm saying. And you've come up as a man on a panel of predominantly women to tell us you're scared. Do you get it? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't be scared, but just, there's a time and a place to be
Yeah,
scared.
yeah.
And on a
Read the
TikTok
room.
platform is
Yeah,
not the place.
yeah. I feel that. I respect that. I mean. Also, you don't really know me. I mean, what I've been through. I've overcome a lot in my life. So I mean, I'm not like no chump or no punk or nothing like that. But I feel like you got to be kind of smart about things. You got to kind of think things out, because when it's time to battle, I want there to be a finish line. I want there to be an accomplishment.
Time is
I
now.
don't want to
Your
go to
fight is
battle
to
and
start
then
educating
and then screw
yourself. That's the fight. So you can start spreading awareness. Why are you waiting? You're 47, bro. The average black man doesn't live that long. Start fighting now. Your kids are doing nothing but getting older in this country. Fight now. You fight with education first. Start educating yourself. Get off this panel and go read a book.
What I find really interesting, right? And you know me, I always say that white tea people need to be studied. Is that now the white people in the chat, right, are defending him. And the reason why they're defending him is not out of empathy, because they like hearing this black man say that he's scared.
Mm-hmm.
And this
They
is
would have
why.
even said that if I didn't get called out like that. I mean, I got called out, so I didn't say I was scared. I mean, you guys started saying that, so
You did,
they picked
brother.
up on
You
that.
said, do you know there's only 13% of us and there's 70 something, but you were talking like you were scared. That's some scary ass shit. Who gives a damn? How scared was Harriet? How scared was Nat? How scared were those people? And you got the nerve to say you up here, there's only 13% of us, y'all. Just chill.
Brother,
Yeah,
you
but
actually admitted.
that's exactly what you said.
Go ahead, Untame. Sorry, sis. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to be honest. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference, but I feel what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. You know what I mean? And I'm agreeing with you.
The point
It's not.
was
It's not.
they were scared, but they got up and did it anyway. Stop being defeated. You didn't do anything yet. You're 47. That's all you've done. You haven't done anything yet.
I haven't done shit, and you're right, but I've raised my kids. I mean, it's kind of hard working two jobs, putting your kids through college. You don't have time like that, and you do be tired, So it's like now that they're out the house, and I can focus on myself, and I can
Yeah,
focus
but you
on
got
things
time to
like
be on
that.
TikTok.
Well, I don't have, I have to take care of kids right now. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
so you
like
could have. What I'm
chilling at
saying
work.
is, you could have utilized this free time that you have right now to go educate yourself. You can't keep making excuses. You can't do that. Stop making excuses and go do the work.
Well, it's not
I
really an
know white
excuse. I mean,
people.
I'm at work right now, so I was leaving work, so I had a little time. But yeah, when I get home, I mean, I want to look up the author she was just talking about. If you got any more suggestions.
I'll suggest something to you, bro. I'm about 10 years older than you are. I train 3 times a week, and I train my children to fight and learn to defend themselves. I also provide them with books on Black history, preparing them. They've also taken on board their own stories and gone their own, doing their thing. So, it's preparation. We are at war. And when you're at war, fear shouldn't, adrenaline should overtake fear. You got to use adrenaline, that push to do better. You're providing for your children, you're working 2 jobs, which is admirable. But if you're neglecting your defense, your self-defense, then all that hard work with respect counts for nothing.
Did y'all know that
I
white
want to
people
say one
use
last
the
thing, and
media
then
so much?
sorry, I just
May
want
I
to also
chime in?
just say, and then I'll go back on mute for a long more time. Like fair is not. There's nothing wrong with being fearful. In fact, like if you're not fearful at all, that means you're reckless. And I'm not really gonna run with you too hard because you're gonna do anything and not think. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is, babe, there's a time and a place. As a man, as a black man, as an elder, you've gone. You've got more than almost 5 decades on this earth. You can't be coming up here and saying you're scared. Even if you come off the TikTok and you bawl and you're shaking, you just have to project certain things in it, like you really do. So that's all I came to say, because it was palpable, the fear that was coming from you that I felt in the comment section. And again, I'm going to say you may only be
Well, I don't
30%.
look at the
First of all,
comments
I
when
don't
I'm up
believe you're
on these.
13%. First of all, I don't believe that you guys are 13%. You guys have been 13% for so long. I think you're definitely more than 13%. If you're anything like us in the UK, we don't even do the census and all that shit. And we're only 3%, right? And like I said, I'm prepared for anything. Do you get it? When the people then was revolting on the slave ships, and when they decided to just do the mass drowning, like no one weren't scared. Scared ain't us. I mean, you need to
May I
introduce
chime in?
yourself, but yes, I'm
I
sure the
know
host will be
that,
happy for you to. Can we get your age, race, and pronouns, please?
yes, I am 38 years old, born in Miami. My name is Jason, and I'm Haitian, Black
Oh,
Haitian.
please don't let me down, brother, because the amount of respect I've got
Um,
for Haitians and that resistant spirit. So please don't disappoint me today. Go ahead, Logic. What do you want to say?
well, I wanted to talk to Midwest real quick, man, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, brother, but as a person who's dealt with police brutality, as a person who's dealt with racism growing up, it is better to die with my hands on my gun than my hands in the air. And
Like,
I
you
mean
gotta
that,
use
and I take
TikTok
that to the
friendly
core. I
language.
understand that. I do apologize. I do understand that, as a parent, I'm not a parent myself, but I could tell you one thing. If you're not willing to stand for something, you're willing to fall for anything. And I'm not here to ridicule you or basically target you. I understand where they're coming from, because realistically, we're being targeted day by day. And I could say that, especially being here in Miami. A lot of times when the title says, should we trust white tea people? Realistically, no. But history has shown us that we have to, because they are really the ones, the power at be that run pretty much the hierarchy, the patriarchy, I would say. But with that being said, you know, a lot of us, we have to basically be emotionally intelligent when it comes to making these moves. And I do agree with Miss Nat.
Thank you.
Is that how I say it? Miss
Yeah,
Nat?
bud.
I do agree with her, and I agree with Incognito. Me personally, I don't have children, but I have nephews, and I have to express myself and my
Nephews is not
concerns
like
and
having
teach them
children,
how
but I
to
feel what you're
navigate,
saying.
but also teach them how to be proud. You know, we have to help them navigate, because the truth of the matter is, man, history has repeated itself. We're the generation that is now speaking up. And this is no disrespect to our grandparents and the ones before us. But when we try to do things politely, we got taken advantage of. Sometimes we got to fight fire with fire. And the best way to fight this fire is not only with education, but with guts. You have to pull through. You know, and again, I'm not targeting you. I'm not trying to single you out. This is just something that I hold meetings about this back here at home, where I have my other brothers and my other sisters, and we talk about ideas, how to get further. What programs can we do? How can we educate the youth? I was on this panel earlier seeing that one college lady, you know, berate you guys and not willing to accept accountability. And it leads me to that reminder of what Frederick Douglass said: it's easier to build stronger children than repair broken men. And I think that's where the rift is, because we have a whole generation who wants to be on some kumbaya. And the truth of the matter is, it does not work. We have to do for ourselves. We have to start learning to be independent, because guess what? If you allow these white tea people to control the infrastructure and feed you what they have, sooner or later, they're going to start feeding you poison. Self-discovery starts within. It doesn't start with what they feed us. History is called his story. There's always three sides to a story: their side, the other person's side, and the truth. And that truth, you have to be willing to seek it out. I'm not trying to be all, you know, crazy about it, but it's very concerning when I see a gentleman like yourself, who's older than me, basically be hesitant because of fear. Fear you cannot allow to dictate your life, brother. Trust me. I'm the same person right now where I can honestly, if you look up my name, I literally was almost taken out by the police department here. I took 6 years to fight back. You know, I was caused in a massive motorcycle accident where the police officers tried to falsify a report, put me in the hospital as a John Doe. And by the miracle of God, I'm still here breathing. And instead of basically tucking myself away, I decided to speak out and speak on the truth. Change needs to happen, but it needs to start within ourselves. When we talk about our peers that are of a different race or a different culture, you have to understand they're set up. It's not that, you know, it doesn't mean that white people don't struggle, but the truth of the matter is, us blacks have to do twice the amount of work to get half as far. We have to be calculated. We have to be structured, because they nitpick. And the representation that we have for us brothers and sisters is pure ignorance. You see it on the TV. You see it in the roles on movies. We don't have really any proper leadership right now that properly represents us. Most of our representatives have sold us out. We
That's
see it all the
facts.
time
I
with
feel
these
that.
MAGA people. You know? So me at 38 years old, if I'm going to basically be called home, I'm going to make sure I leave an imprint and a dent into this life with my nephews and the ones that I love. You can't always be submissive. Just because it's the right thing to do doesn't mean it was the right way to go about it. You know, that whole thing, oh, turn the other cheek if someone does you wrong. No, sir. Those
No, I
days
don't
are
believe
over.
in that. I'm not down with that. I don't look at that turning the other cheek. I think that was made up.
Well,
Well,
a lot
I
of
mean, I think
people
that was made
don't
up for
understand.
us to do during the
If you
days
scared,
of
call your
slavery.
reverend, and I'm your
Well,
reverend. I got your back.
well, if you think about
Yeah.
slavery, what they don't tell you is during slavery times, they gave those slaves Bibles, but they also ripped out the book of Revelations. There's a reason
Fact.
for that. You know what I'm saying? So you have to, I think, after hearing you guys speak, one of the biggest issues, and this is not me taking shots at any of you guys individually or as a whole, but look at the engagement that we just had with these two young kids. They're more focused on the messenger, on the delivery versus the message. And that's something that I have a problem with the youth. The delivery is not what's important. The message is, because if it was not for the messenger, the war would be lost. You have a whole bunch of college kids who think they could change things but with no effort. Just like you guys were constantly asking this young lady, what books have you all read? But if you want to be honest about it, if you want to keep a secret from a black man, put it in a book. That's something I learned. And I didn't go to college. I grew up on the streets, brother. And I had to learn the hard way, but I learned that it's not about self. I represent for the ones I love, the ones who look like me, the ones who actually were here before me. And I'm saying this to you, Mr. Midwest, fight proud, man. Hold your head up. I
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. Just so everybody know, and you all can say I'm scared or whatever. That don't faze me. I've lived a whole life, and I grew up around the Detroit area. So fear is almost comical to say that I'm scared just because I made a statement. You want to judge off of that, that's fine. You know what I mean?
Well,
Maybe I
wouldn't say
misspoke.
scared.
Maybe I didn't say it right. But
the reference of your children,
but
of father
Right.
protecting his kids.
So,
right.
Logic, could you
Yes,
land
ma'am.
the plane, because there's other people on the panel.
I do apologize. I got a little passionate about it. I didn't mean to disrespect anyone else.
Were you done, or did you still?
Okay.
No, I wanted to ask a question for Incognito.
Go ahead, bro.
You made a reference to the revolt with Haitians, and I want to know, because you're over there in the UK, correct?
Yeah.
What is the temperature like over there? Are others basically waking up, or is it more dormant on paying attention to what's really going around in the world? I'm just curious.
Well, as I think Sister Mel said the same thing in regards to, we're only 3% over here, and I would honestly say we're in a lot of trouble. We're in a lot of trouble because there ain't many of us standing on the square, 10 toes. There's not a lot. But with that being said, those of us who are willing to stand, believe me, we stand. We have no problem with standing. We have no problem with fighting. But our numbers is not as great as your numbers, so we're few and far between. But when it's time to do things, we do what we need to do.
What recommendations would you have for me? Because I hold what I call the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, where it's like-minded individuals like myself, and we're trying to outreach and wake these people up. But however, it's really hard, especially with everyone concerned. I don't really know how to phrase it right. It's like here in the United States, man, a lot of us want to basically stand tall, but the repercussions seem too harsh to them. So what would you say would be the best way to encourage them to take a stand and to move forward and to take note and to get involved?
With everything, we must look at the children. We must start with our children because, if we're talking about our future, the children, I know it's an old cliche, but, the children, we must start training our children because, I work with certain people where we train children, and it's predominantly black children. We don't really like to go outside of it, where we're training them in regards to how to defend yourself. Knife crime, poke crime, and all that sort of stuff. We're dealing with that. We also got them on a farm. You could start things like community farming, whether it be from your window ledge or you've got an allotment. Start taking your children, and obviously with the parents, we introduce them to farming so they can provide for themselves, giving them a different option to look at different things as they're growing up. So these are the best way to start. Children, are the best way to start anything in regards to our development, really.
I feel that it's just, and I'm not trying to come with excuses, but here in Miami, they're making it even harder to basically live off the grid and to grow your own food. Like here where I live in Kendall, we have, HOA and whatnot, and there's new penalized, like if you grow your own garden, if you start basically trying to get off the system, you'll get penalized for it. It becomes more difficult. It's like they're 10 steps
Within your
ahead.
house. Start within your house. Who knows what's in your house other than you? In your house. And then spread that to other your neighbors, your friends. So everybody does it from your house, your window ledge. Do it from inside your house. There are many, many things you can do within your own home to grow your own food. And then you spread that, pass that on to everyone else.
And I do have a question for the entire panel. I love how you guys were able to educate and speak on facts versus feelings. What actions would you guys take when you're passionate and you see there's a problem, but the ones that are family, such as your siblings, are scared to take that leap, and you slowly start becoming the black sheep of the family or the outcast? How do you structure that? How do you handle that? Because one of the things that's going on with me is, my mother, she's very scared for my life when I speak out against oppression. I speak out against wrongful doing and racism. She's worried that, they're going to take me out, or at least attempt.
A lot of us are already the black sheep. We're not becoming that. We are already that. I can't teach people who don't want to be taught, so I move on and keep going the way I'm going. Either they'll catch on and start wanting to come, or they'll just stay where they are. I don't give a fuck. I don't even care about the black people in my family. As long as other black people are being saved, that ain't my business.
Professor Kaba,
that's hard.
Professor Kaba Kamemi said it like this. He was formerly known as Booker T. Coleman. He said it like this. He said, if you've got 100 people, but only 3 agrees with you, work with the 3. The 97 could go wherever they want to go. But once you've built your institutions and you've built what you need to build, you're going to build that on principles, build it on laws. So once they have had enough, or they get pushed out, the 97 that is, once they get pushed out, they will come back to you, but they have no choice after that but to work under your rules and your laws that you spend time building with the 3 people, as 3 people. So you've got to find people who are like-minded and work within that parameter, work within that group.
I feel that. It also reminds me of the fighter Nate Turner, when before he did his revolt, he had gathered the slaves together and he says, who wants their freedom? They all raised their hand. And he said, who wants to take it now? Only few raised their hand, and the few that raised their hand, he's like, to those who didn't raise their hand, take them out. I think that's where we are at this point, personally, because you can't save somebody who doesn't want to be saved, unfortunately.
No, it's Nat Turner, not Nate. It's Nat Turner.
Nat Turner, sorry. Did I disappoint, by the way?
No, you didn't. Because the thing is, I feel like Haiti should be like our Mecca, like in the same way, like whatever Mecca is to Muslims. Haiti and Congo are like, to me, those are our spiritual homelands. So, no, but I have met like a couple of Haitians that have come up and just been like, there's no way you guys are Haitian. So no, you didn't disappoint. And I would just say to Midwest again, and we're not harping on, like, this is not just to Midwest, to anyone who may be feeling a bit apprehensive or nervous. Nat Turner only took out, unfortunately, just less than like 80 of them. He only took out 80 of them, but they still talk about him today. You lot might not know who he is, but they definitely know who he is. And the repercussions of what he did, so don't let the smallness of numbers ever be an issue. Yeah? Yeah, that's what I want to say. If you don't know who Nat Turner is, then please just go and do some research. Yeah, that's why my name. See the 4 names in my profile. Then, if you don't know who any of those 4 names are, then you're not ready for this.
Right. So, I want to move on to Linda. Can you give us your age and race?
My age, I'm 62. I'm an American Indian. And is that it? That's what you want?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I'm an
what I
American.
wanted.
Yeah, I'm an American Indian, and I'm to answer the part. Why should Black people trust YT people? It's not really like a. I do trust some, but it's like they're here. It's a low number. It's a low number, and it's not like an infinite
Hold
trust.
on.
Can
You're
I
not
ask you a
black
question?
though.
Are you
You're
black?
not black.
I'm American Indian. So who you
But that's
calling
not
black?
black. But that's
Who you
You're not
calling
Why you
black.
black?
say that like it's an insult?
why are
Right.
you
You're
answering the
not
question? This
black.
is about black
Who
people. You're not black.
who are you calling black? I'm American
Oh
What?
my
Indian.
God.
Where was it? But
You're
it doesn't
not
say.
black. That's what we're
But
saying. You're not
Oh
Linda,
my
black.
God.
it
Okay,
So
doesn't
why
say
are you
yes.
up
that
here speaking
American
on it?
Indians trust white people. This is a conversation between black and white people, and I don't think you're either of those races, are you, babe?
No, I'm not.
Unless
That
I'm
black is not a
mistaken.
race. Black is
But it
not a
is.
race, honey.
But for the purposes of
Black is
this
not a
conversation,
race.
so
Black is
hi,
not a
I
race.
guess Linda, you
Girl,
don't need
shut
to
up.
shout, babe. I don't know. You need maybe turn your hearing aid
No,
down a little bit.
maybe you need to
Turn
chill.
your hearing aid down a little bit.
Because
So in
you
America,
ready to jump on
apparently,
anybody that has something to say that's
no,
not
babe,
in
calm,
alignment with what you
relax,
think.
Linda. Linda, you
No,
might
I
have
you
a
think you
heart
picked
attack.
the
relax. It's
wrong
not
You're
your
at that
one.
panel.
age. You're at that
It's
age,
not
babe,
your
where
panel. It's not
ooh,
your panel.
calm
It's
down,
not your panel. No, you need to shut up.
calm down,
You need to
babe.
shut up because you always got something to
Yes,
say when somebody say
Linda.
something different than what you
You're
think.
not
Yes,
black. Why
Hang
are
on a
you
Linda.
speaking
second.
on black
Okay.
Linda,
topics? You're
Linda,
No,
not
I'm
black
not.
or
No,
YT.
I'm not
Linda,
claiming black.
Well, then
Linda.
come off the bumper
No one
clock, you
wants you
know,
to.
idiot.
Hey,
Ooh,
Linda.
everybody upset. I'm American Indian.
No one
Wow.
cares. No one. The problem is that we don't care if you're black or not. The prompt is talking about black people and YT people. You're neither one of those. Why the fuck are you here? You have no say in why black people should trust YT people. You're neither one of those people. Why the fuck are you here?
Facts. I think you broke her mind.
I like Linda, but she's a bit, she's got it for an old woman. But babe, relax. You may have a heart attack or something. It's only TikTok. It's never that deep.
Oh, bro. You talk like you really got under my skin. I'm really just talking to you.
The comments want to know if
You
you're
really didn't, though. No, I'm not claiming black. I'm
Is
an
it
American
is it
Indian.
my accent, Linda? What is it
I might
about?
look
What is
black.
it that triggers
I might
you?
look black. I might look black.
Clearly,
So,
babe.
Linda, you
Clearly,
said
babe.
that you might look
Okay,
black, right? And I'm
who
looking
are
at
you
your
calling
hair.
black? Who is
So
black
I don't know
people?
why
Who is
you're
the black
talking.
people?
So
No
I
one
don't
is
Nobody
understand
calling
what
you
you're
said
black.
black.
saying. So how did that happen? You might look black.
This is where I say people
Who
gotta be
are the people you
intelligent.
claim it as black? Black is not even a race.
So are
Linda,
you
no one's trying to
black?
argue with you. Her question was if you don't identify with being white tea.
And I definitely don't identify with being black.
So why are you here, ma'am? Are you on the
All
reservation?
right. No, I'm not on no reservation. Mm-mm.
So why are you here? Like, why
To
are you
answer
here?
the prompt.
But
But
you're
you
not
don't
black
claim
or
black, so what's
YT
this got
people.
to do
You
with
can't
you?
I
tell
have a
black people
question.
who
Oh,
to
y'all
be.
want some black
Can I
people.
say
Oh,
something
you
real
want
quick?
somebody claim black. Oh, you want
Linda,
somebody
Hey, listen,
claim
Linda,
guys,
black.
I'm
hold
really
on,
We
Bye.
upset. Oh my
Why you so
god.
You want
defensive about
somebody
black?
claim? No,
wait,
I'm a,
question one
cause that's
time.
an offensive word.
Miss Linda,
There's
I have a question for you. So I was doing some research, and in the next 2 years, they're saying that
oh
Black
man.
Americans will see some form of reparation. Are you going to be on that list?
Not a black person. They ain't getting nothing from. They ain't getting no reparations. Ain't no
No.
anybody
Yes,
claiming
ma'am.
black.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Listen to
not
what I'm
getting a
saying. Listen to what I'm
reparation.
saying to you. Listen to what I'm saying. There is a petition that is being
Anyone
approved.
claiming black ain't
In the
getting
next 2
nothing.
years, ma'am,
Anyone
in the
that
next 2 years, ma'am, listen. In the next 2 years, they will be giving out reparation. Are you on that list? Will you be receiving a form of repair? I just want to know. I'm just asking.
proud that are real one up here, and we don't like being called black.
Why are you
Did you know that?
here? Why are you
To argue
here?
with you, just to argue with you, to put
No
it in
one was
your face,
arguing.
to put it.
You were
Yeah,
supposed
you
to be
arguing
answering.
because your
No,
feelings hurt. Then you want to ask me.
my feelings are hurt. I'm black. My feelings ain't hurt. The fuck? Your feelings is hurt. I know who I am. And you came up here to answer the prompt, not to argue with people. But you can't answer the prompt because you can't tell black people who to trust. You have no say in this.
Linda, is that you in the profile picture? Linda, is that you in the
She came up here to, I'm Native American. We don't give a damn. This a black space.
You know what
Talk
it
about
is,
white
Linda,
people.
feel free to follow me, Linda. When I go live, feel free to come and harass me because I'm not gonna lie, you're actually funny.
You know what I find really, well, I don't want to say that again. What makes me laugh about Linda, why is it that the people that have so much anti-blackness and self-hatred can never stay away from black people? They come here looking because they want that community that they're not getting elsewhere.
Yeah, I think a question has to be, what do you hope to achieve when you don't identify as black? What do you hope to achieve by coming in a space with black people? What do you hope to achieve by doing that?
I want to say something that y'all said to the man that was above me. I like what Melanated said because I think Melanated just speaks to a level of fire and passion. But I don't know if he's still in here, but I'm gonna say this for a black
You're a
man.
bit muffled, babe. You're a bit muffled.
Oh, hold on. Let me put my different earbud in. Hold on. Okay, can y'all hear me now? Hello?
Say again? Yeah.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say this. When black men are admitting to a level of fear, I think a lot of y'all in the chat were doing a disservice to someone having open and clear conversations about how they feel, and that's one of the issues we have with black men, bringing to the forefront of their a true feeling, of true emotion. So when you have people up here that are saying they're scared, a person that is scared will unalive you. And I think a lot of y'all underestimate people, and I'm talking about the chat because the chat was like roasting the hell out that man. You underestimate a person when they are put with their back against the wall. Be very cautious of a person that can openly tell you that they're scared, because that's a person that not only will take you out, but will take you out and sit down. And after doing so, I mean, I respect when people can tell me how they genuinely feel. And I think the fear comes with common sense. A lot of people don't have common sense. I'll be the first to say I ain't got all my common sense because I'm ignorant and I will go left and I don't care what the results are. But I think that shows a level of common sense when we real live can address a feeling or emotion that we have and how it's showing up within us. Because you got to have a level of common sense to say you look at a particular group of people and you have a level of fear. But it also speaks to how we ignore how black men in society have been humbled and shut down enough that they know that the only true form of liberation is them actually getting physically involved. And I think a lot of y'all don't realize that his admission of fear was his admission of knowing that he's not in shape for it. He's not set up for this. He's not ready. And I think somebody told him to start reading. I think it was Nikki. That's the only key that you really can offer. You need to figure out what you offer. And I think Tia says it all the time, and she says it so well. It's like, y'all got to figure out what you bring to the table. So I just was saying this other day, she's like, everybody got a puzzle piece. You got to learn which part you play. If you are too old to be the one that is physically capable of putting your foot in somebody's ass, you need to be the one putting your hands in somebody's brain and intellectually stimulating them to be ready for them to grow and change the dynamics that are impacting us in society. But you got to figure out where you stand in the forefront of us moving forward. You can't be dead weight because we got to cut you off and leave you behind. And a lot of y'all don't realize y'all are just unalive weight because you're not trying to get in shape. You're not trying to push nothing out here. You're not trying to get out there and use them hands and feet. So you're not even trying to flex your mind. You're not trying to think outside the box. You're not trying to be creative and give black people other opportunities. You're simply sitting here and complaining about what you ain't ready to do or what could possibly not happen or the negative results of something that you intend to do. So a lot of y'all that know that y'all are scared need to also prepare yourselves for how y'all are going to be some form of benefit before you get left behind. Because a lot of y'all are unalive weight. And hey, I ain't carrying nothing beyond my 4. And only one of them is something I birthed. The other 3 are coming with me because they my nephews. I care not to carry extra weight beyond that. So a lot of y'all gotta have to step up and man up and realize what you have to offer. But I respect somebody that can tell me that they scared.
Ooh,
I respect that.
absolutely.
All right, so oh no, I hear that. Dak, can you give us your age and race?
Good afternoon, host and panel. Age and race. I am 45 and I am a Black American. Specifically, I'm a foundational Black American. Answering the prompt, no, I never have. Well, I never have, and I never will trust YT people, even the ones that I grew up with. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was just asking if you wanted to expand on that.
Yes, and I was going to. So, I first came into the live with hearing the exchange between the young lady and Incognito, and I wanted to come up to defend her like Ricky, but that was a mistake, and I backed out because I needed to, one, listen more and not just jump in and give an uneducated opinion. And as I heard more, it's like, oh, I'm glad that Incognito was giving her the work as best as the other panel, because she was ignorant. She was ignorant in more ways than one, as well as Ricky. And I understand that it's an age thing, but that goes to rearing. Also, I would like to state that I too am from Massachusetts. I am from Boston. I am from the neighborhood of Dorchester. So I don't think that he's still in the chat, but I already heard my assignment and I am going to be looking up Dan expeditiously. I didn't have anything to do this weekend. Now I do. And if he's anything, I already know that he most likely will be not in Boston proper, but in Winthrop, because a lot of Italians are too poor to live in Boston now, and they've been scattered like roaches when the lights come on. So I could look in the North End, and I had posted also that he supposedly look him up, which I did, and I see Mama Messina, which, or however they want to pronounce their name, which is supposedly a restaurant. So I'll be looking to get a meatball. As well as I am glad that 1985 ate him the F up. I appreciate you, sister, and I appreciate all the sisters on here and brothers as well in terms of the education and information that y'all have been posting. I'm not normally long-winded, so I want to land my plane there.
I wish I could meet you and shake your hand. Okay? And I would love to be able to go and share a meet the ball with you as well when you go to find Dan. Okay? So please, 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 okay? Give
And I'm
us an
definitely not
update.
bullshitting. I will. I'm definitely not bullshitting with that. I have time. I have time, especially when you're going to disrespect my sister. And that's what they do on these lives. They disrespect women. And then when the energy is reciprocated, they start acting like the bitches that they are. So excuse me for that language, but spade is a spade. So let me back
Can I
that.
can
And
I
you
ask
know
you a
what else is
question?
going to have them cook? Because they're not used to seeing our men. How you just came up here and you just completely, they're not used to seeing our men defend us. They don't like to see our men defend us. And the fact that you done held your peace for this long and you coming up like, okay, bro, I saw you, I heard you, now I'm clocking you. I just want to say thank you for being one of those brothers who stand up for us. I truly appreciate that.
Can I just jump on the back of that though? Because I'm not gonna lie, that I saw you in the comments, you was bigging me up, and then you came up and the first thing you said you was a foundational Black American. What because I've got my view on what I think foundational Black Americans are, and my interactions as a Black
He's saying it
British.
like he's saying
Yeah.
it like the description of it, not the group that they trying to create.
Okay.
And that's
Because
why I
I was
keep
gonna
telling
ask
people, like,
him.
you have people that say they FBA because they trying to create like a group, but that was it was actually based as an identifier to say that you're a foundation Black American. You are literally the descendants of the slaves in America. But you have people taking that term and trying to create groups and cults in regards to it, when it really
Is
was
that a
created
bit
to be
like
a
the
description that
ADOS?
distinctively identified Black Americans that were descendants of.
Okay, because I just wanted to clarify because he seems friendly. He's followed me. I'm about to follow him back. But I was going to say, like, what are your views on the Black diaspora outside of America?
And thank you for that. And that is true. We are a lineage. We are not a group. And those that are trying to make a group aren't really following the lineage. They're trying to do what their oppressors are doing. I'm not trying to do what the oppressors are doing, because one, we're more superior than that. And if I had my way, foreign substances would no longer be living on my planet, because quite frankly, nothing else on this planet burns based off of the sun that it's close to, except for those people. To answer your question, again, well, could you answer it, or could you repeat it, because I kind of got lost in it?
Particularly, like, what are your thoughts on the Black diaspora? Because I've heard some Black Americans who claim to be FBA that have a big problem, like with someone like me who's like Black British. Well, I'm not Black British, but I'm Black living in Britain, born in Britain.
Okay, don't have a problem with the diaspora. I understand that based off of history and white supremacy, that there were a lot of things that occurred in terms of enslaving people. But the foundational Black American part is that our lineage is not just based off of the people that were enslaved, because there were dark-skinned people on this land, as well as the enslaved people that came over. And based off of the time that had passed, the years that have gone on, there was an ethnogenesis that allowed those people in terms of mixing with the DNA to become a separate ethnic group from others. But that doesn't mean that we're not all fighting the same systematic oppression, and that doesn't mean that we're not that we can't come and ally ourselves with one another. What we do have an issue with are those people that are from other lands that come here and exploit the work that we did.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask you. There it is.
Okay, that exploit the work that we did to make it comfortable for them. And we have come to a point in our society where we're fed up and done with that.
Are you
We
talking
already
about? Are you talking about Black immigrants, or are you talking about just in general?
all people, all immigrants. I do not
You are aligning
cater
yourself
against
with
that.
you're
But
aligning yourself with the
but
FBA groups. Then
no, I'm
So
not,
you're
because I
xenophobic.
know the difference between somebody that is here and finding a better way of life and understanding what they're doing, and understand that there were people here before them that helped them establish what they're trying to do now, and those people that come over here and try to establish themselves as the
but
oppressor's
Black
pet
Americans,
and down the,
but listen, hold on. Black Americans fought
yeah.
for when we truly fought for civil rights in regards to other immigrants, quote unquote, being here. It was only Black people that we cared about. We were fighting for Black immigration. We were fighting for Black immigrants to come. We didn't care about the other groups collectively coming and stepping over us. So it's like this level of understanding, and then there's a level of a disconnect, because when you're saying that, you're speaking to the diaspora, so you're speaking to your own brothers and sisters as if they are some form of a parasite.
Just to be clear, does it so basically, like, if I'm fighting over here in the UK or back in the Caribbean where my parents are from, then we're fine. But if I decided that, you know what, I want to come and I wouldn't just trust and believe, I wanted to come and live in America, that's when you'd have a problem with me.
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I am understanding and getting that clarification as we move on, and that's why I like to announce myself as FBA, but I am not those niggas.
Mm-hmm.
What you kind
Because
of
like, where did Malcolm X's mum come from? Where was Malcolm X's mum from?
I believe oh, I forgot what island.
Yeah.
Grenada.
Yeah.
Grenada.
Okay. So do the FBA claim Malcolm X, or can we claim him? Can I claim him as a Caribbean? Who gets to claim Malcolm X if we're splitting ourselves up like this?
Well, he has lineage of Grenada, so you
He's
how you
Caribbean.
say, so he has part Caribbean, and his father was American, so we both can claim him.
Okay, just I mean, I
Hell,
just want to be clear because sometimes we'll go in rooms and it'll be like Malcolm X is ours, and it's like, really? Okay, so it just gets a little bit technical. That's all. In
I,
the UK, it gets a bit
I
techy.
and excuse me for interrupting.
No,
I
that's fine.
apologize, but I understand that. I disagree with that, and that's the part that we need the clarification.
Yeah,
So
and I
why
think
is there?
once we can get that clarification, we can actually come together and maybe start to do some powerful things. But at the moment, we're still beholden to the kind of divide and conquer tactics
Mhm.
that our oppressor gave us. But yeah, I feel like with you, definitely, you're the most progressive FBA person I've spoken to on TikTok. And when I go to America, I've never met anyone, or no one's ever claimed it like in front of me. And I go to America quite regularly. Well, I used to. So yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's nice to meet you. I've given you a follow back. And I love a look at your content as well. See, nice to
yeah.
meet you, mate.
Nice to meet y'all too. Again, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the space that I've been looking for. This is the type of space that I have been looking for, and it's just yeah.
They didn't give me the eyes.
Because I heard it coming. I heard it coming. I was gonna come on here and do my introduction and tell y'all I'm an American Indian. And then if y'all call me black, or if y'all say I'm not black, I'm gonna tell y'all don't call me black. Don't call me. That was a mess. That's the only reason why I even requested to come up, because that was just so entertaining. Um, and it was wonderful. I haven't been on lives today, so it was wonderful for this one to be so entertaining in just that short bit of time. Um, but yeah, no, y'all doing good work today. Good work today. It's just funny. We got that was the like the Melanated said, that was the most progressive FBA I come across on TikTok. You know, maybe Jesus.
I still got xenophobic vibes.
He
Y'all ain't
said,
say that?
I did too.
I think people don't realize like the things they say and how it comes across to the point where this is the disconnect we're having in our community.
Yeah, that xenophobia was still present. Yeah, still very present.
I can acknowledge and agree with that, and I'm trying to work on it. And that's why I say I
We'll
like
work
this
on it
space
fast
because
because
it
black
helps
people
with
ain't
me.
never gonna be free with people who think like you.
Yeah, we gotta get on our. You know what?
I'm gonna keep saying this. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, there, man.
No, I was gonna say, in honestly, it's something that we've been as Black people been dealing with for much longer than TikTok been around, right? So I do understand when I hear it from Black individuals on TikTok, because sometimes y'all sound like my father sounded, and he didn't have any type of sinister intentions or anything like that. But a lot of times there were certain things that came out of his mouth, and I'd be like, "Hey, Daddy, you can't say that no more. You can't be saying stuff like that." So it's self-correction. It's understanding that the world of Black people is much larger than ourselves as Black Americans. Understanding that that the people who we can trust And that's back to the topic. The people that we can trust in this world are not the YT folks that live in the same country as us, who put on these party affiliations, who follow in the same religious categories as we do, or the same beliefs, the same political parties. It is the people who are in a similar position, whether they're in the same country or in another part of the world, but they are in a similar position when it comes to YT supremacy. We have to understand that we cannot fight this alone. No man is singularly going to defeat YT supremacy. Not even me.
Facts. Facts.
I'm gonna say this again. I think a lot of Black people of today forget why Black people were marching. And when we talk about Black Americans marching, and there wasn't this disconnect, it speaks of how when Malcolm and Martin went to the continent and the tools that they came back with in regards to how they wanted to move for Black people. I don't think a lot of y'all realize there will never be Black liberation in one area alone. Let me say it again. I don't think a lot of y'all realize that there will be Black liberation in one area alone. And if you think that you can be liberated in America and the continent still be tied up, you are ditzy. And if you think you can fight a battle with 13% when you have a collective of the world, you are crazy. So I don't know. I don't know if a lot of people aren't like really thinking about it, or if so many people are just so hurt and bitter by how white people have played us against each other to the point where we really falling for the okie doke, and we're trapping ourselves another 100 years into a system that they still get to win. The more that Black people are separated, the better opportunity is for white people to control and continue to dominate everything, because you don't see the value in your brother, you don't see the value in your sister. And instead of us looking at each other as a form of competition, we should be looking at each other as a form of growth, a form of a sister or a brother that's actually a step up or a step closer to the opportunities that we could be getting easier. I should not be looking at another Black person as somebody that I'm supposed to be rubbing shoulders with. And at this point, it's just draining. It's just draining to know that Black people really, they don't want to get it together. Ain't no way you can tell me you want to elevate a society, but you still finding every other Black person to fight.
That's true, but how do you go about correcting that? Like, how do you approach it? Because I agree with you, but what methods do you take to reverse that? Because the truth is, too many people are comfortable.
Step is what you said that you didn't realize you said, that a lot of people felt like was xenophobic but didn't call it out. It's understanding that. That's why I say this every time somebody says some xenophobic shit. To me, I don't care about no other. The only immigrants I care about being here is Black immigrants, because that's what Black Americans were fighting for, was for Black immigrants to have what our ancestors passed for, what they got unalived for. So if you can come here and you can tell me you can seek out and have a better opportunity based off the backs of my ancestors, that's what they were unaliving themselves for. That's what they were standing up for. So why are we not only opening these doors for each other, but once we're opening these doors, we're actually impacting each other and changing how our children are going through life? Because our children, guess what? If all of our children, no matter if you come from the Caribbean, the UK, Canada, the continent itself, they all experience each other. Why are we allowing them to create negative bonds amongst each other when YT kids are still out here targeting our children across the board? Like across the board, if they from the continent, they getting hell. If they from America, they catching hell. Why are we so ready to allow everybody else to punch down on our kids and we can't bridge the gap with each other? I don't get it.
It's $1 million question right there.
Hence the reason why they're trying to unalive Ibrahim Traore and that beautiful queen in sister in Namibia. She's literally said to the US that if Africans need to go through so many hoops to get 6 months in America, then you're gonna have to go through the same amount of hoops, if not more, to come to Africa. And they're literally talking about coming together to put things together to stop the Europeans from just having free reigns And thankfully, you got people like Maya Motley in Barbados. She's putting up a stance. She's putting up a fight. So they're leading the way. Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, Niger, and you got Senegal's looking to join on now. So they're stirring it. The pot's stirring. So it's moving. We just got to find like-minded people. We're not going to save all of us. Find the ones you can work with, and the ones you can't, well, let them find their way. Eventually, you hope that they might come back.
I also just want to say this, like, on behalf of Black Americans, because like I kind of get the FBAs, but it's just you lot are so mean with it. Like, I understand that you lot are the foundation, you lot are the backbone, you get it, and you lot set the steps for other Black people to come, but it's like the venom you have for other people, where if you really understood the history, some of us could be your cousins, because the slave ships remember, they started off in the Caribbean first, well, they started off in Brazil. Yeah, and it's not like when we got to Brazil or when we got to Jamaica or when we got to Barbados, we stayed there. They would have been cousins that would have, remember, as British people. I'm talking about from a British perspective. They would have had colonies in America and in the Caribbean. So we could have been like, well, it's hurtful. That's the thing. I understand where you've been here the longest and you set the foundation, and some little young ones come and go on like them nice, because we even get it here, and we've only really been here as like the Windrush generation from the Caribbean and the Africans about 60 to 80 years. And then you get people that come in the last 10 years and telling you, oh, it's not that bad and it's just that. I get it, but we just need to give ourselves more grace. We need to educate each other. We're not our enemies. Do you get it? You know what was the sweetest thing for me? What I saw was the Battle of Montgomery, right? And it's the anniversary coming up in August. I didn't see like different groups of Black people saying, are you this, are you this? I just saw Black people coming together, swimming across crocodile-infested Bumba Clark rivers. Do you get it? To help. I saw man flinging chairs and everything. That's how it should be. I don't want to be anywhere and I've got to look around and see which of the Black people is going to come with me. It's unnecessary. But at the same time, I understand where it's coming from. But just be a bit more graceful. Like, we are not the enemy. People that come, like my family came from Jamaica to England because we were invited. But half of my family went to America and have been there as long as I've been in the UK. Do you get it? Like, they're not here to like shit on no one. Some people are, and you can call them out. But to tar everyone with that brush, I think for me is what is hurtful. Because yeah, you got pricks all over in Africa, definitely in England, in Jamaica, and definitely in America. But why is it the small majority got to spoil it for everyone? Like, we could be so much better together. Like, you don't even know. We could be so much more strategic. We are the ones that are in the belly of the beast. Most of you that are in the army, like most of us work in the government. Like, it's not rocket science, but while we're arguing with each other, like, we cannot take down the Bumba Clark beast. That's it.
They call America the spoilt, overgrown daughter of England. The spoilt, overgrown daughter of England. Why is it whenever America is in trouble politically, they always call for backup? And that special relationship they refer to with England. It's because they understand we are in the belly of the beast. We're definitely in the belly of the beast. There's none better at throwing stones and hiding their hands like the British. Masterful at it.
I'm just trying to figure out who Blair is talking to.
He's got a problem with me, but babe, come up, because we're not afraid of you. Yeah? Come up, darling. Say what you got to say with chest. Okay, honey?
To add to what, or just add to what Melanated said about Black Americans, because one of the things that I think we need to remember that if we have any enemies that look like us, we can't just be looking at the diaspora. We got to be looking at ourselves, because it's people amongst us that are doing things that impact us the most. Look at who's being used by the U.S. government to go after Ibrahim Traore. It's a Black man. It's a Black American being used to go and try to dismantle what's being built over there in Burkina Faso. When we look at our interactions here, just us amongst Pan-African people, who has set themselves up to be our biggest enemy amongst Pan-African people? It's the FBA group. The FBA group has set themselves up to be an enemy of Pan-Africanism. So we have to be aware that our enemies are not going to be, if they look like us, they're not going to be out somewhere in the diaspora. They're going to be the people that have the closest proximity to us. Somebody over in Uganda, they can't do nothing to me. They ain't got no power to do nothing to me. But you know who has power to do something to me?
Your neighbor.
Yep. So
the Sambos of the group.
We got to be aware, but we got to learn to build trust with each other. That's the thing. That's the big thing. Is it's not only should black people trust white people, should black people start working to trust other black people? Because right now I can't trust a lot of Negroes. I'm just sorry. I'm trying.
No, you can't be sorry about it. That's the terms and conditions that we're living in, bro.
I'm trying, but by design, we are not supposed to trust each other. It's by design. White supremacy has set it up so that we do not trust each other. We have no trust for one another. We have no reliance. We can't even be vulnerable amongst each other.
Well, the same thing that basically causes our pain is what basically makes us join together, but also is what separates us. You know, I think it goes back to what D said, man. It's stop looking at each other as competition and start looking at each other as brothers and sisters. If you want to go fast in life, you go by yourself. You want to go far, you go with your people. And that's something that has to be ingrained and seared into the brains of other black people. Until it's there, it ain't never going to change realistically. Because I know myself, I'm not going to be the person who changes things, but I guarantee I'll push hard enough to spark the brain that does.
In very much the same way, BLM movement was funded by George Soros. Could it be that this foundational Black American movement is not funded by one of these YT, well-to-do, rich people? Could it be because they understand the growing power coming from, social media, where many people on social media are putting up, panels like this? It's a threat. It's very threatening. So these things could well be funded by, these FBA movements could well be funded by their agents, could well be agents, and we don't really know the inner workings of it. But it's not surprising that there's some sort of opposition to Black unity. Whenever we attempt to put anything in place to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, then there's opposition. And the YT man knows he can't be seen as the face of opposition because it's too obvious. So it could well be that FBA is part of that tool.
See, that's the thing. I don't know. I agree with you right there. It's just a scary thought process. It always comes from within, never from the outside.
There you go.
But on that note, I unfortunately do have to go. I would like to say thank you for Melanated and you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak. Definitely gave me some words of encouragement and to continue the fight and to keep pushing forward. I did follow everyone on this panel. I wish you nothing but prosperity and to keep your head up, and keep pushing. Thank you guys.
Thank you, man.
Take care. That, did you want to respond? I feel like he's been quiet for a while. Is that still there? No.
I did recognize that he's got.
I'm sorry, I'm still here. I was texting Blair to say come up and speak on what they're
Is
talking
Blair
about.
one of your people?
No, Blair. Well, no, I don't know. That's why I wanted to know
Oh, I mean, oh,
who
you mean
is
in the
we.
comments? I thought you meant like on your phone. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. In the comments, I apologize. Yes, I was messaging them in the comments to ask them who is we.
So Blair, you're one of those ones that are still tied to the fact that, as far as you're concerned, Africans sold Africans, so you're going to be mad at them forever. But live in harmony with the white man. I get it. I get it. I get there's black people that are so anti-black that they have more grace for YTs than black people. And instead of trying to educate yourself, you're going to have beef. Baby, you don't want beef with me. And I'm actually going to be the bigger person. I'm not even going to beef with you. Because I'm hanging on to accounts, so I haven't got them like I used to. Otherwise, I would tell you about your mama's sour underneath. But I'm not going to go that low, okay? So you stay in the comments like the coward that you are, because there's definitely no threat from the comments, right? Bad girl.
You want all the beef, but you won't come up. Come up.
And obviously, I don't want to disrespect my good brethren melanated's panel because, you know, it was a little bit hectic before. I don't want to take it back there. But guys, tap the screen share live. Why should we trust them? If you want to come up, I'd really like to hear from people who think that we should. I haven't spoken to many raccoons today, so feel free to come up. I'm in the mood.
So I actually think we should trust them. And the reason is because we should trust them to be exactly who they are. Trust them for what they show us they are. Yes, trust them. They show you exactly who they are day in and day out. Trust that.
100%. Can't argue with that. I keep saying, and I'll continue to say it. I believe they've mastered how to use us for their benefit. So much so that, you know, they can walk in and out of our culture at any time, take whatever it is that benefits them, and utilizes it to suit their needs. You know, I believe that. And I'm not sure how many of us understand how best to, take from them, how best to use them for our benefit. So it's it's something we need to look at, really.
Blair, are you even black? Because you being real anti-black this whole time in a black space. Go find your people, Blair. This ain't your people's place. Go find your people.
Black Opium, I don't think Melanated is about at the moment. And I don't think there's any mods in the room.
We need nothing from you. Blair, are you YT woman? Who is we need nothing from y'all? Who is we and who is y'all?
You just listen. I think it's the English accent triggering her. You do know that I'm black, right? I don't know if that's gonna help there. Don't have the English accent for you.
Oh, it could be that.
Yeah, she's just anti-black. It's all right if you don't like me. But guess what? I don't need randoms on TikTok to like me, so it's fine. Neither of us are gonna lose any sleep tonight. All right, darling. And you look like you need your beauty sleep, so respectfully.
Nobody can tell though, Blair.
You're acting
I'm not
like
white.
one.
Nobody can tell.
You're acting like one, though. That's the point.
Yeah, you acting just like one. You got a white bestie.
Your language is anti-black.
I'm trying to figure out what Blair's issue is.
No, because she all over the place. She's not tagging anybody, so she's not being direct. Like, who
Probably
are you
no
talking
date
to,
on
Blair?
a Friday.
Blair, what black person's hurt you in your life? And does that person sound like Melanate? Like, who's hurt you?
She is not okay. No. That's the answer. I don't know who the fuck she's talking
I got paid today, Blair. Did you get paid? Maybe that's why, like you're not bothering me. My bank account is fatty.
misquoted and we're reading what you say.
I think Blair's talking in general. They're not talking particularly to a person on the panel, because some of the stuff that Blair was saying, I do kind of agree with. Like whenever that gentleman that was on the panel and he said basically, who do you trust that's in the Black community? Who can you trust? Because see, Miss Nat, Mr. Incognito, there's a lot of people that are not like y'all. There's a lot of people that are not like you. There's a lot of people that are not pro-Black. There's a lot of people that look like us that do not respect the history, the civil rights that were fought for. That's the question. The guy, I kind of get you, Blair, because I was agreeing with what you're saying. Who do you trust, and how do you know who you can trust? Because if we scroll through TikTok, I can see it for myself. Like a lot of people, they have our skin color, but then they're steadily dogging Black people, Black Americans, and it's just like, am I supposed to befriend them and hug them?
No, but babe, you use discernment. It's the same for us. You know, the first Black panel, me with my pro-Black Pan-African self, when I got on TikTok, I saw a group of Black Americans, and as someone, as I said, I've got family in America. I used to go to America every summer, like since the 90s, probably since some of you lot was even born. Yeah, and I've never felt uncomfortable around Black Americans. Like I fuck with Black Americans. Like I will be the one that will be defending Black Americans. And I jumped up on the panel like an idiot, and it was actually a panel of Pretendians. And they handed me my backside. You get it? So like it's the same thing. None of us know who's friendly, who's not. So you sit in the comments, you wait and you listen. If you can hear two black British people on a panel that have got Americans, like we're obviously not the enemy, if you know what I mean. So whatever beef you've got, I understand, because it's the same. We have to tread lightly because you don't know what room you're going to go in, who you're going to buck up on. But we're all big and we can all use common sense and discernment, and we can all kind of sit and listen and then make a judgment from there.
See, and we have that privilege on TikTok. Now let's bring this to real life. We don't have that privilege whenever we're sitting in corporate America. We don't have that privilege whenever we're at jobs to figure out who's for what and who's really for you and who's not, because some people come at our necks from day one on the job just because we get the job. So it's just like, and then it may not be we may not get privileged with someone that has an accent that we can say, okay,
we just about like Black immigrants, like say for instance, say like Jamaicans. You talking about like Black Jamaicans that have come over recently?
Not even sometimes Jamaicans, but sometimes it's just regular Black people with not even the accent.
Well, African, but who are so the Black people that come to the UK tend to be from the Caribbean because of obviously the British kind of Commonwealth, and also from certain countries in Africa. So we tend to get Ghanaians, Nigerians, all like the African speaking countries. We get other Africans, but predominantly that's where the bulk of the immigration comes from. What Black immigrants are coming to America? I know obviously Jamaicans, because that's more of them go there than they come to the UK. Who else? Haitians.
And we have people from all different countries of yes.
So Africans.
Yes.
Different types of Africans.
Yes, because I work with like most of the project managers that I work with are like, I can't tell you exactly what country in Africa they're from, but they're there, and it's like I don't mind and I love them, but how do you decipher? Because I'm not around those people all the time. So how do you decipher in the U.S. like? You know what I mean? Like who's...
It's the same with me. Listen, babe, I get it, because even like the job I have, I don't really encounter much Black people in corporate UK, right? Because we're even more of a minority. We're 3%. And if I do encounter people at my level, 9 times out of 10, they've sold themselves out, right? Because you don't really get to my level unless you're very strategic. Do you get it? Like
bingo.
Kind of pick up and underneath. So most of the backbiting I've had, like because I will come in and I always give Black people the benefit of the doubt. And most of the things is they'll either use them to get evidence, or you will want to take them to like a tribunal for racism and like say, what, are you going to come and give witness? They'll say no. So I get it, but you still can't hold that against all of them. Do you get it? There's always going to be the licky ones. And it's like, so you said, for instance, you said you don't know where they're from. Like me, anyone I come across that's Black, like, that's the first thing I ask. If they're African, what country are you from?
Okay.
Like, do you know what I mean? So it's like, maybe, again, I just feel like we need to give each other grace, because they're kind of feeling you out. you're feeling them out. I'm not going to say most of them ain't sellouts, because a lot of them, they are. And again, there's a class thing as well, because a lot of, well, not a lot, but depending on the type of immigrant you're getting, some of them are middle class coming from a totally different thing anyway. So they don't even fuck with black people from where they come, because they think they're nicer and better. Like, and that's the whole bourgeoisie kind of thing. So there's so many dynamics. But I just feel like I get it, but I don't, because it's like everyone else is suffering, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and it's just
'Cause
like,
I was, you know how upset I was, because I've seen you in the comments for the last couple of lives. You've been in a few lives I've been in. You obviously fuck with a lot of my American mutuals, and then I could see you in the comments agreeing with the girl. And I was like, oh my gosh, I thought I liked this one, but yeah, I'm glad you actually came up to speak, because I feel like if we speak to each other more, we'll get to the root. We've got more similarities than differences. And I can tell you this, as someone who's lived and worked in Africa, West Africa, they love us out there. Like, don't let the little silly ones that maybe have left and come and think they're nice and they want to hitch up under the white man. Majority of the Africa, wherever you go, especially in West Africa, they will literally love you. Like, they will love you, especially like the music, like, because we rate you. The diaspora rates Black America. It's not that we don't. We might, you know, we might get a bit feisty when you get feisty, because we're all black in it. Like, if you're going to be rude, then we're going to be rude. But fundamentally, we respect you. And it's like I said, I don't think we shouldn't be fighting. Like, we shouldn't be fighting, because I feel like for the liberation, as Incognito said and D said, it has to be in Africa, and the brains that we're going to need are going to be scattered all across. Like, that's the reality. There's going to be someone in Brazil that's going to be pivotal. There's going to be someone in flipping St. Bart's. Do you get it? Like, we can't banish ourselves, especially the ones because we all want the same thing. You get me? We're not the sellouts, but it's like we're turning ourselves into anti-black just because we're trying to push our little group more. If that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but I kind of know what I'm trying to say anyway.
no, it does.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, go to Africa, go outside as a Black American, you'll be famous, I promise you.
I've been to other countries. I've been to Kosovo, I've been to Germany, I've been to several different countries. It's just like,
You, Germany and Kosovo, I ain't even gone there and they're close to me. Why are you going to them cold ass white people countries?
Yeah.
Like,
go to Africa. Yeah, go to Black countries. You'll see the love. You'll see the love, and then for any xenophobia that people have, I think it'll wash it. It may wash it away. Like, you'll be famous. They over there. Like, I spent time a few years in Africa. I'm also African, but I spent a few years over there. Lived there with my kids, and when I say the love because the love that they share. Oh, you're American. Yeah, they love that shit. I know someone over there that lives over there. He gets treated like he's a celebrity. He did nothing but be born in America and live in Africa. They treat him like a celebrity.
I'm in logistics. I've got my own little thing that I do logistics, right? And I travel all over the country. Just today, I was sat down for about an hour, and I was reading the Iceman Inheritance. And his brother came up. He's, where I was doing some work, he came up and he said to me, "Brother, what are you reading?" And I explained to him briefly. I said to him, "Where are you from?" He said, he's from Nigeria. He said, "Man, I wanted to talk to you. I always see you park up here and you doing your work and what have you." So I said to him, "Feel free at any time." He said, "But the problem is this. There's this thing about Caribbean people and, African people. We have no hate for you guys. We want to know you guys. We want to share the culture. We want to understand more of you. We want to understand this, understand that." So I said to him, "Why do you think, that was put in place? Why do you think we don't talk that much?" He said when he first came over to this country, which was only about 4 or 5 years ago, he said he was told not to mix with the Caribbean people by white people.
Yeah, a lot of that shit that's being spread that people believe is spread by YT people. A lot of it. But yeah, they're so curious about Black Americans. So curious. They want to know. They want to understand the culture. They want to know.
This man asked me, he said to me, how can I get these books? This man didn't know about the Berlin Conference. I was talking to him today. He knew nothing of the Berlin Conference. and he's an African, literally only been in the country for 4 or 5 years. So as Melanated said that, Mel said that we've got to talk. We have to open dialogue. I like to scout. I like to sit in the comment section. I like to wait and listen to people. When you go places, you go to certain parts of England and you won't see a black person, but the one black person you see, if you nod your head just in acknowledgement, they're bursting a gut to talk to you because they don't see, and they're very clever at how they scatter us in certain areas to make it look like, oh yeah, we're multicultural and we're this and with that. And our people just don't get that exposure to one another. We don't do it. And we need to,
especially the newer communities, because they come and they go to like Ireland, and you have to ask, why the fuck would you really go to Ireland? Like, they just go to the most off-key places, and it's like, I don't know, like it's crazy to me. But yeah, the Jamaican, sorry, not the Jamaican, the Caribbean and the African divide though in the UK is very strategic because when we used to host panels and talk about that, they used to just come up and when they go through all the normal talking points, you sold each other, yet no, we've debunked that, this, that, and the other. Yeah, well, Africans don't even like Caribbeans, because when I used to go to school, and it's like you literally got a list that you go down, and it's like, well, but this is a panel with Africans and Caribbeans, now what? And then it's like they start stuttering because you can't separate us. You actually can't. Once we see through the fuckery, and I will, as I've said many times now on TikTok, I was so anti-African, it's actually embarrassing. I used to terrorize African kids, like actually terrorize them. It's actually bad.
Laugh at their names in school.
Karma's coming.
No, but I made them listen. I'm not even going to talk, but I was a terror. And the thing is, at that point, as far as I was concerned, you lot did sell us, because that's what I was told. You get it? So like, I had the most vim for you. I had vim for the whiteys as well. Don't get it wrong. And they couldn't trouble the Africans, but I could. Do you get it? Like, they was my personal pet bullies. I was bullying them personally, and it was like, no. And so I get it. Now I'm this advocate for Africans. You can't disrespect Africans around me. You just cannot do
it. It's funny because in the Senegambia region, right, that area, Senegal and Gambia, they look to Jamaicans as their big brothers. They want to be like, I don't know, I find it backwards, but they look to Jamaicans as their big brothers. You could actually do some, go on YouTube and look up some videos about these countries and look how they feel about Black people in the diaspora.
Reggae music and Rasta.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of them.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to tap into that. If you notice now, sound system, in Africa is crazy. And if you listen to some of the guys on the mic, they sound like, Jamaican reggae artists. They're
better. They're more conscious than what's coming out of Jamaica right now. Right now, the reggae scene ain't in Jamaica. Not the real reggae scene. Not the one that's got the message in the music. It ain't coming out of Jamaica.
Is the prompt still relevant?
I beg you, just either go on mute or drop yourself.
Wow. Impulse control is mad. Mad.
Okay, right. I don't know if melanated is there. And just in case people are confused, I'm also melanated. So you may hear people say melanated or mel. And thinking about the host isn't speaking.
I didn't realize I was muted.
Yeah, hey Mel.
So I was eating, so I muted myself for a bit. Yeah,
we've got two new people on the platform, by the way, as well. But they literally just
Liberty,
come up.
you can wait. Georgia, give us your age and race. Georgia, you there?
Georgie, you have to unmute.
Oh, sorry, guys. So I'm 38. I'm a little nervous. I'm Caucasian. So I've been listening for a while, and I think
Sorry, what are you nervous about?
Well, just only because I'm not as educated, so this is
I thought Black people make you nervous.
So hold on.
No, you it's sorry, not you don't make me nervous. It's I'm not as educated, so I don't want to.
Why do you think, if you know you, by your own admission out of your own mouth, out of those thin lips of yours, you know that you're not
And
on our
okay,
level?
I don't. Please don't be mean.
Why have you come up?
Because I think I have a different. Okay, so can I tell you a little bit about me first?
No, I don't want to know anything about you, really. So I'm interested to know, even though you've already admitted you know F all, like sweet
No,
F all.
I didn't say that.
But
This
you're
is why
nervous.
I'm nervous.
But you're not nervous now. What you're
No, well,
nervous?
no, this is why I'm nervous.
Why? Do you think I can grab you through the phone?
No,
I mean,
because
if that
of
technology is available, someone DM me ASA Bumba Clark P. Because I'm not sure how you can be nervous, but you pressed request to come up on the panel. That's weird to me. It's giving attention seeking a
I
little bit.
requested to come up on the panel because I am here. I've been in the chat for a while listening, and I'm here to learn.
Is this a university? Is this like a lecture or something?
Exactly. See,
so you free education. Is education free in America now?
no, I'm a white girl. I'm 38. I'm here to learn.
Have you sent any gifts to the host? That's all.
No, I didn't.
So you come for free education. Liberty, relax your gums, I beg.
Right.
So you come for black people to give you free education.
Well,
much like my ancestors. So basically
Didn't this say it's
your ancestors.
why should black people trust white people? Am I not
Yeah.
allowed to answer the question?
Go ahead, darling.
Because I said I'm nervous. Now you're chewing my ass out a little bit.
I mean, ugh.
You've seen nothing.
That sort of image into
No,
my mind.
I've seen
You've seen nothing.
1985.
Just answer the.
I'm going to
you've
answer the
seen
question.
nothing. Yeah, answer the
So,
question, please.
I'm coming from, obviously, I've lived a different life than everybody. I'm a white girl, got my own privilege. So I'm coming from the fact that you want a yes or no answer, and my answer is caution, I would say.
Georgia, can you just read the question to me?
Why should black people trust white people, right?
What does it say? What does it say, sorry?
Do you want a yes or no question?
So
Is that a yes or? It's not a yes or no
Nikki,
question.
please,
No, but I'm
please.
asking because I said
Georgia, if you was in an exam and the question said, why should black people trust white people, would you answer yes?
Okay, that's
or
my
no?
fault. Why?
Oh my
yes,
God.
yes. My fault. That's my fault.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I think it's all situational. And that's it. So, I mean, because I've heard that a lot of people on here say, I don't trust any white person. But if you throw all white people away, even ones that are your allies, then no change can be made.
Ones are our allies?
Oh, lots of people. People willing to learn, like myself, who are I've written down names that I've never heard before that I'm going to look up when I'm done here.
Georgia, sorry, because
I'm not done. I'm willing to
just so I'm
learn.
clear. So an ally is someone that comes up for free education without even gifting the host. That's an ally. So we work for free.
Well, I was allowed in. So take that up with the host. But I was allowed in.
Oh my God.
So Georgia, I'm going to give you one piece of free information. We have 0 allies. You're not an ally, and neither is anyone else.
I never said I was an ally.
You
but
did,
you
though.
do have allies, though. And
Who?
the fact that
I
you
asked you
think
who.
that is sad.
Who are they?
So, but
Name them.
Okay, but you are your own
Name
person,
them.
right? So you're not.
Name
I don't
the
know,
allies.
Sally from
No.
down the street, or
Stop it. Name the allies. Name the allies, please.
Oh Lord,
Thank you.
there's tons of allies that you guys have.
Like who? We'd like to know.
But no, that's the thing, though. I can give names, but you'll never believe it.
Give names. Who are allies? Who is destroying the system of racism for us?
Random,
and if there's allies,
there's only so much that some people can do.
An organization, Georgia, I'll just take because we don't want random Sally from down the street because that's a little bit silly, right? What organization? So that as a black person, I'd be interested to contact that organization. Have you got their email?
I literally just said I'm here to learn. I have no idea of an organization.
You've no idea of a specific organization.
No idea of a specific name.
You're certain that there must be
random
some.
people that don't have an organization that are literally doing what they can.
Right.
Doing what they can.
Absolutely.
What is what they can? What is
What
that?
they can. Okay, I'm a mother of 3. Okay.
Oh my God, I don't care.
grew
Can
up
we? She
exactly.
answered the
So if
question.
I'm not allowed to
Bingo,
talk,
bingo,
why
bingo,
am I
bingo,
here then?
bingo, 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 bingo. What's that game you guys play?
What you guys? Yep.
Yeah.
Bingo. But the point is, I don't care. You could be a mother of a million. Have you answered the question? So as far as you're concerned, it's situational. Is there anything you've got to add, Georgia?
Well, I'm not allowed to, apparently.
Okay. All right. Okay then. All right then. Toodles.
Yeah, suck a dick, bitch. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Horrible
I've got
people.
one. I've got one in my. I've got one
Horrible
right now.
people. You're
Here it
very
is.
rude.
No,
Sorry.
I
I'm
Georgia,
sorry.
you can just, babe. I
You
thought
don't
you
give
were
anyone a
going.
chance. It's very rude.
No, it's
I know.
not rude.
It is
I asked
rude.
you a question and
You
you can't
have
answer
someone
it, and you're
here
still standing
writing
on it.
down names
No,
and
stop
saying,
it.
no, I'm not done talking.
Stop it. I don't give
No,
a
you
fuck.
always interrupt
There's
people.
no YT privilege here. There's no YT privilege here. This is a black space.
Okay, but
Black
you
people are
ask people
prioritized here.
in. You ask
Oh
people
my
in to
God.
answer, and then you talk over them. You don't
I
give
asked you a
anyone the chance to
question,
talk,
and then I
Nikki,
gave
and
you an
that's
Nikki,
answer.
that.
Nikki, hold on. I've got a question for Georgia.
No,
Georgia,
you
told me
no,
to, no, because you told
it's
me you
your
made a
platform,
suggestion.
and that's it.
Have you got a spare? Have you got a spare DICK for me to suck? Because you
Suck
made a
your own
suggestion.
dick. How's that?
Yeah, no, but you're
You
the
like
one
to
making the
talk to people
suggestion.
like that. Suck your own
How do you
dick.
know I like? How do you know I don't like? You
If
know.
only you guys can implement this power on a global
Yeah.
scale. If only.
Yeah. If
Ridiculous.
only.
And this is
Georgia.
why nothing is going to change
No.
because of the
No.
radical people like you who don't let anyone else talk.
Radical. Oh my!
You're
Is
a
that radical?
radicalist. That's exactly.
You can be
I came
radical,
in
but
here
you can't
nice
be
and
radical and
calm,
weak.
and then
Could
you
you
fucking
spell
take
radical?
way over.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
I'm
No,
sorry.
Georgia,
Can
I'm not
somebody
going
tell
to.
me why I was
Georgia,
mentioned?
I mean, you
Rude.
couldn't
You're
read
all
why,
rude.
but you
Georgia,
can't
You
read.
don't give nobody else a chance.
You can't read.
Untamed. Why
And
was
I
I
said
mentioned?
sorry, but you have to
Because
talk
you don't
over
want to
me.
get
And then
told
you
off
said I
like you
got
told
thin
Dan
lips,
off.
like you already came at me with an
Georgia,
attitude.
have you got an inside voice?
No,
Do you
I
have-
don't.
Oh, why
Because
you
you
so
keep interrupting me.
angry?
So I
Female,
have
I'm
to raise
scared.
my
Someone
voice.
report Georgia. She's harassing
Maybe
and
you should
bullying.
stop
Georgia,
talking so
stop
I can
harassing and
talk.
bullying.
I'm not even
That's
allowed to answer a
scary.
question.
radical.
Stop shouting.
You stop shouting.
Tin Georgia,
You
you're
are
the
shouting.
babe.
No,
That's how
she's not
Africans
shouting.
outside of America act. Question.
What'd you say?
Liberty, you need to worry about your bars.
Yeah, and I'm just about to go into my mud hut and do a rain dance. Yeah, it is how we act. Is that okay with you, Massa? We don't need permission anymore.
Why don't you debate a
Carmelo
strong
didn't.
person and stop yelling at a woman?
Talk to Austin. Why don't you go and hold a prayer vigil for Austin?
Oh, that's
Because
so cute.
us blacks don't have to do what you
Strong.
tell us, so we can do what we want. In the same way that Austin effed around and found out, right? Because now you're here trying to police me and tell me how I should act. Are you going to tell me I shouldn't be on the panel?
I'm telling you, you're weak.
And the joke's on you. That is a woman, dummy.
I'm weak.
I said ganging up on a woman. I don't give a damn what it is.
Okay, well then if you don't give a damn, then why are you here?
Right.
Because I said debate a strong person. You guys are a bunch of weak people making some
Well,
weak
it take a weak
points.
person to know a weak person's a weak person.
You're
So what makes us weak?
100% right.
I mean, why are you sitting up here with all of this
always
fragility?
getting
Why are you
taken
sitting up here with
advantage
all
of.
of this extra? You up here with your hee haw
You're
and
always
shit. You
getting
can go
taken
hee haw on
advantage
another
of.
person's panel. We don't
You're
give a
always
shit
getting
about
taken
what you have
advantage
to
of.
say.
That's why.
You're mad because you don't
You're
like the
whining
fucking
about
truth. So you can
history.
go ahead and you can take your
What's the truth?
go ass
What's the
on
truth?
somewhere.
What is the
We don't
truth?
give a damn about you
Tell
either,
me what the
Nabisco.
truth
You can
is.
go ahead and
What's the
dip your
truth?
ass in some water.
What's the
You
truth?
in that saltine ass attitude that you got. We do not care. We
What's the
don't care.
truth?
We don't
What's
care.
the
You don't know
truth?
the truth. You wouldn't know the truth if
You
it
guys are
came up and
pathetic.
stuck it in your damn
You
mouth.
guys are
You have
pathetic.
no idea what you're sitting up here talking about.
The
Y'all
weakest
sit
bunch
up
of
here,
people.
y'all get the whining, crying, and all of that.
Who?
Go tell your
I'm
mama to
not
pop a
whining and
titty out so you
crying.
can suck on
You
it.
guys are
So you can
whining
stop
and
being a
crying.
fucking
Oh my
whiny
God, they
ass
did
little
this, they
baby.
did
And
that.
you sitting up here
Africans
mad.
are
Why
so
you so
oppressed.
mad? Y'all come up
I'm
here
not
on our
mad.
panels and be so mad. You can go hee haw somewhere fucking else. We don't give a shit.
I would
We can
rather
give
be
two
mad
fucks
and
and one good
angry than
goddamn.
a sad,
That's all.
whiny little
We
baby.
don't care. We don't care. We don't hear you
Personally,
liberty. Go on somewhere,
personally.
liberty. Go play somewhere where it's safe. If you don't like it, go somewhere
And
else.
you wonder
A
why we're
channel. That's
behind.
all you
This is
gotta do.
why.
We
This is the
don't
best
care.
that you have to
We don't
offer.
care.
This is
We don't
pathetic.
care. You can hee haw
This is
elsewhere.
pathetic.
We don't. You're
This is
pathetic. And take a
pathetic.
pathetic to know a pathetic.
That's
That's why
not
your
true.
ass is sitting up there. Go outside. Go roast. Go do something with yourself. Go catch a fish. Go fuck a dog. Go do
Yeah.
what y'all do.
There we
We
go.
can care less about what you got to say. You
Maximum
over there crying and
intellectualism
whining and
right here.
they don't listen to me.
Are you
Oh, we
American?
so this, that, and the third. We not running shit according
Are
to
you
y'all. Y'all the
American?
one running everything.
Are
So
you?
if you don't
Who's
like it,
y'all?
change the channel. If
Who's
you
y'all?
scared, go to
Are
church.
you
We don't give a
American?
fuck. We
Are you
don't care.
American?
I can
Can I say
smell you
something?
too. You smell like hot ass and boiled bologna. We don't give a fuck about
Are
what
you
you have to
American?
say. We don't
Are
care.
you
Go
American?
wash your ass. Go
Are
do
you
something with
American?
yourself. Go do something with yourself. You don't like it, move around. That's simple and plain. It's simple and plain. We didn't ask you to come up here. You came up here. So why the fuck are you here? Oh, you know what? I forgot I said that. We don't give a fuck. We can give
Mm,
two fucks and one good goddamn.
mm,
You backwoods cousin
mm,
fuckers always got some shit you want to
mm.
fucking say. Go find a cousin you can jump on, hump on, or do whatever the fuck you white people
Ooh.
do. You coming up here
Oh, I'm not
spreading that
white. I'm
potato
not
in
white.
my
But I
raisin
mean,
ass
this is.
bullshit. You smell like
You
some
think this
motherfucking
is like
mayo.
you're doing
Well, that's
something? You
what the
think
fuck
you're
I
doing
said.
something?
I
You
said
think
it
you're
over.
doing
I'm gonna
something?
keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying
You
it.
think you're doing
Go
something?
ahead, Liberty. Go
Do
get
you have a life
liberated.
outside of
Go
this?
find you something to liberate. We don't
Do
give a
you have a
fuck.
life
We
outside of
don't
this?
care. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care. We don't care what
Georgia,
the
you
fuck
are
you gotta
asking who the
say.
allies
We
are.
don't
The
care.
answer is
We don't
zero,
care.
and this is
We
why.
don't care.
We don't have
Liberty.
allies
Go
because of people like
liberate
this.
somewhere else.
They
We're
get
talking. We don't care.
bullhorns
We
and they
don't care.
yell and they
We
have the
don't care.
loudest voice in
We
the
don't care.
community, and
We
this is
don't
why we're
care.
behind.
We don't. Hee haw.
100%.
Hee haw.
Shut
Have
Hee
up,
nothing
haw.
to do with white
Hee haw.
people.
Hee
Have
that
haw.
was
nothing to do
funny
with
as
Hee
hell,
haw.
boy,
celebrities.
baloney.
Have nothing to
Yeah,
do with the
you
with
know what? And
anybody
this
else
is
except
really
for
cool
yourself.
because you get them going long enough, they'll tell you who the fuck they are. And y'all want us to
Yeah,
be allies with y'all.
yeah.
We don't give a fuck. Y'all take
Nobody.
everything
Whoa,
that we
whoa.
do.
Hold up.
Y'all
Hold
done
up.
burnt down whole
Hold up.
goddamn
First of all,
fucking neighborhoods and shit. Y'all got fucking our
no,
people
I'm
shit
not
underwater.
white.
We
I'm
don't
not white.
care. Go
But
hee
even if
haw
that were the
somewhere
case,
else, Liberty.
this is what's being
Go do
allowed.
something with
You're
yourself,
weak enough to allow
Liberty.
something like
We
that.
don't give a shit,
That's how weak you
Liberty.
are.
Liberty.
That's how weak you
Liberty.
are.
They want their
You're
statue
that
back,
weak.
Liberty. They want
You're
their
that
statue
weak.
back because of you, Liberty.
You're
They
that
want their
weak.
statue back because of people like
What
you,
have you
Liberty. We
accomplished?
don't care, Liberty.
What have you
Go on about
accomplished?
your business, Liberty.
What have you
If you don't
accomplished?
like it, leave.
I
Get
have a
off the
better question.
panel. We don't
How many
give
baby
two
fathers do you
fucks in.
have?
You
I'm
can't ask me
curious.
shit. What you have
I'm
to say is
curious.
null and void. We
How many
don't
baby
care.
fathers do
We
you
don't
have? Like
hear
10
you,
or something?
Liberty. We don't hear
You
you,
hear me.
Liberty. We
Liberty,
don't
Answer
can
give a
the
you,
fuck.
Liberty,
question.
if
We
you
don't
not
care.
white, can you do me a
We
favor and
don't
stop
care.
arguing with her so I could say something then?
All right, I'll
Oh,
be
go
quiet
ahead,
so that she can shut up.
Miss. I'm sorry. Go ahead, baby. I apologize. Go ahead.
It's okay. So I'm 35. I'm a black woman. I don't know if we're supposed to say where we're from, but I'm in Virginia right now. So I wanted to say something to Georgia. I think the issue is that black people, right, are tired of having to explain the things that we already know, right? The things that we know by just living life and being black. And then it's also the things that a lot of us have educated ourselves on by reading, by doing our research, right? So when white people specifically, but other people, right, are asking for us to explain or break down, or you want to learn from us, right? It's like you have every opportunity to look up anything that you want to look up. And I did this earlier today when I was just scrolling social media because there are so many white people who are like, oh, black people are crying, black people are victims. And you know what I did as a black person, and I already knew the answer? I literally asked ChatGPT. I said, why do black people have an issue with white people? And you know what ChatGPT told me? It listed like 5 reasons, 5 historical reasons why black people would possibly either not trust white people, feel uncomfortable around white people. And so I just want to say to you, it is that simple, right? That we live in 2025. There are so many tools. And for people, and I'm not including you in this because you didn't say it out of your mouth, but for so many white people to say, oh, well,
that's slavery, it doesn't exist anymore, or you're worried about the past. It's like, it's so easy to look up. Even if you want to be lazy and not read a book, not go to the library, you could just ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT knows. And ChatGPT ain't been around but for how long? And ChatGPT knows just the base level of the issue of why there is such a divide, and especially now. So I think when you say you just want to learn, right? I think first of all, you should have probably just answered the question, you know. But then when you say you want to learn, a part of that is just sitting back and listening. And sometimes you might not be ready to speak or give your opinion, because if you still need to learn, and if I really think if you knew, and if any other white person wanted to be honest about the history, especially in America, the question is very easy. The question, because I've seen white people actually say, and not even on this, well, in this chat they have, and in other social media places, oh, I see why black people don't F with white people. And some people will be like, I'm a white person and I don't even trust us. So it's like, if you really did the work to learn on your own and not learn from the people that have been oppressed, because we're not your teachers, right? Then that question would be very easy for you to ask as a white person. You would be like, there is no reason that black people have to trust us. Like that would be coming from an honest place. That's also not you saying that you done something specifically to a black person. It would just be a very honest answer based on you educating yourself. So I hope that helped you a little bit, but
well, I was gonna get there, but I wasn't allowed to get there. And that's it. I don't trust anybody. I was gonna get there, and I wasn't allowed to.
But the question isn't about everybody. It's about, why should black people trust white people? So if you're saying you don't trust anybody, then the answer would be what? That we shouldn't. But you don't know the reasons. Can you list maybe a couple? Hold on. Can you list maybe one reason why black people shouldn't trust white people? It doesn't have to be your true opinion, but you don't have one reason why.
The history.
But what about the history, though?
What do you mean? I mean, racism.
Is racism historical or current?
But it's historical and current.
Oh, okay.
Can you give us a reason why we should trust whitey people?
Well, so that's what I was trying to say. It's situational.
No, break it down. Why should we trust whitey people?
Because there's some good white people. And if you throw them all to the side, then how is that going to fix anything?
Okay, I'll give you the Muhammad Ali version, yeah? Because he coined it.
Exactly. Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, hold on. Muhammad Ali said it like this. If you have 10,000 snakes coming towards you to get into your house, yeah? But out of the 10,000, there's only 1,000 that's good. They won't unalive you.
Right.
Door open for the 1,000 in the hope that they're going to stand up to the other 9,000, or should we close the door on all of them?
Right. Okay. No. Okay. Well, I get that.
So why are you the exception then?
I'm not saying that I'm the exception. I'm saying that. Well, see.
Well, you've come up here.
Incognito, seeing that she likes black men and she's obviously got more manners, can you ask her where I can get that?
See, that's exactly why. See, that attitude. Okay, you came at me with that attitude, and it's very
shut up.
That she told me to, you know.
That's not fair.
In my mouth. So, because she obviously loves you, maybe she's going to slide into your DMs.
No, because he was respectful.
I'm in London, so let her know if there's any available in London. If she could just, please and thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
I am respectful to everyone, but I don't.
Listen, and I'm not. To just be very clear, I'm not. You can't read. I'm not respectful to someone who comes up and says, "Should I say yes or no?"
Can't read. Right. Okay. Keep going.
Read the question.
Have your moment.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep. Have your moment.
I will.
Yeah,
Thank you.
No,
Thank you for
please
giving me
have it.
position. Should I call you Mrs. or Mistress?
You can
I
call
didn't
me
realize.
this
I
or
didn't
whatever you
realize I
want. I
needed a.
don't care.
I didn't realize I needed a white lady to give me permission to
You
speak.
could do whatever you want.
You're not Austin Metcalf's mum or auntie, are you?
Yes, I am. How's
You're not
that?
related to Austin
Yes,
Metcalf,
I
are
am.
you?
How's
When's
that?
the funeral? When's the funeral?
I'm
Oh, it
not
happened
going
already.
to it.
It happened already.
Well, there you
Georgia,
go.
let me
Yes,
put
your
it.
I hope your children, if you have any, God forbid, I
Can
hope
I ask
your
a question at
children
one
are
point?
being taught
How's
Georgia,
that?
not to act
Georgia,
like
this is
No.
racists.
embarrassing. All that they ever
Your
wanted to do was
children
make white
will
people submit, and you're
F
letting them
around
do it.
and find out.
Fight back. Quit being so damn friendly.
Liberties, why don't you shut your mouth?
Why don't you shut your mouth? Debate me. How about that?
Liberty,
May
what's
I
your
ask
Debate
a
me.
race? You
question,
said you're
please?
not YT. What's your race, Liberty?
I'm black.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
I don't give a damn what you think. Listen, whatever you think I am, I am. Now let's continue.
You're not black.
Whatever. I'm not.
I
Whatever.
believe his
Your
ass.
perspective is so flawed. I mean, this is the highlight of you guys' life, right? Telling a white person what to do. If only you guys could project this strength on a global scale, you would stop whining and crying about everything.
Well, what you
Speaking of
think you up here
projection, that's
doing?
what you've been doing
I'm
on
Whining
not
and
here.
talking
fucking
about
And that's
black
crying.
what you've
Americans.
Ain't
been doing
nobody
ever
I'm
since
talking
you've
to
been
talking
on
you,
about
here.
black
saltine.
Americans.
Go dip yourself in some water and find and just dissolve
I'm
yourself.
not talking
You
about
up
black
here where
Americans,
I
by the
don't
way.
give a fuck what you
This
talking about.
specifically
Your
applies
anthropo ass
to
ain't got shit up
Africans
here that we
abroad.
need to say. Your mama
They've been
abroad.
whining for too
So I need
long.
to go there with you too, right? I need to throw some water on you too. You coming up here with your mayo fucking talking points and your goddamn raisins and potato salad, bitch. You got
What
nuts
Depends
and
talking
on
points
why
do you
cashews.
you
have?
We don't give a fuck about what you
What
got to
talking
say.
points do you
Liberty,
have?
give liberty,
What talking
liberty,
points do
liberty.
you have?
Really, we don't care, sir. We don't
We
care.
we
If
disown you as black
we do have
Americans. You're
power.
Laura,
We
Laura,
do
disowned.
have
You're
power. We
disowned.
have a lot of fucking power.
You're
We got
disowned.
power over your ass right
You're
now,
disowned.
liberty.
We're
We
not
don't
this weak.
care, liberty. We
We're not
don't
this
care.
weak.
Put a binky in your mouth and shut the
Our
fuck up. We
GDP is
don't
$3
care,
trillion
liberty.
in
You
America.
have no talking
The
points.
richest
That's why
African
all
country is
of your fucking
$500
women is
billion.
going over there getting that black dick because y'all just can't deliver. You can't deliver a talking point. You
Hey,
can't
foreign
deliver shit.
Africans,
We
can you
don't
claim her?
give a flying
Foreign
fucking
Africans, can you
space
claim her?
about what you have
Can you
to
claim her?
say. So take it over there to
Foreign
the white
Africans,
tea
can you
people. We
claim her?
don't care, liberty.
Can you
This
guys
is why
claim
you
her?
can't be an airline. This is why you can't be an
Can
airline.
you
This is why we don't
claim
trust
her?
you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
You're
Fuck
a
you.
dishonorable
You fucking
member
goat
of
fucker. We
the
don't
abroad
care. We
African
can give
community,
two shits and one good
where the
goddamn liberty.
GDP is
Go
$1.
find you something to
Sis
liberate
the
with
lamb,
because you're
sis the
not gonna
lamb,
do it
You're
here,
really
sis,
liberty.
screwing
We can
goats.
care
no.
You're
less,
really
liberty.
screwing
sis,
goats
We
over there.
don't give a shit,
1985.
You're
liberty.
really screwing goats over there.
1985.
Go
Hold
on
on one
about
sis.
your
second.
Watch the
business.
lamb before the lamb.
1985.
And your net worth is
1985.
Right.
$1.
You know what?
Hold
You
on,
know what?
liberties. Just to take
So
the
I think that the best thing, right, is for me to restart the live because I really, if for any reason this live gets taken down and I can't clip any of this, especially from you 1985, I will cry.
For real, clip it, yeah, clip
Yep,
it.
and it clip. Yep, and
I only came back up because I heard that someone had mentioned me and I didn't know why. So
yeah,
I was
because
just
if I don't get that Dan recap, I'm going to cry.
Yeah, because I missed
Exactly.
it. All right, stop talking. Melanated, end the live, man. I'll come back.
Hey, the Porsche
oh,
ticket
go
is
the fuck
coming,
up.
by the
Go fuck
way.